90.9. Ondo, it was Ondo. How's your virtual doing? Ondo,
Good.
virtual, and they got listed on Binance today. They all got a nice pump this morning. Ondo, virtual, and what's the other one?
Some of the individual AI agents are running too. They might be getting some love off of that hit. All right, Bulls have
Virtual had a
reclaimed
nice
the 50 here. Let's see what they got.
I hate weeks, man. Weeks, the chart has not moved in 10 minutes, and if I try to cash it out, they'll give it to me the price that it's on it. It's weird, man. Their charts don't work.
I hear
The
nothing,
price don't move.
nothing but
It gets,
complaints from that place.
yeah, it gets stuck, and then you'll get one big candle because it will finally fix itself and the price will catch up. But if like I tried selling now, I'll take a loss. I have to wait for this to catch up whenever that would be. I seen it take as long as half an hour. But it's at the wrong price. It's just at a straight line, like it's flatlining. It's been that like that for 20 minutes so far. I don't know.
I think that's a time to not use scam wicks.
I need a coffee, man. I had a coffee in almost 2 days, man.
We got that stopping volume candle under the 50. You know how this works. We need to close a body underneath this to invalidate it. Bulls are back on the defense.
I just got back from surgery to schedule another surgery, man. That's messed up.
Wait, you did?
Yeah, the doctor couldn't do what he wanted, man.
What, they gave you like
Disappointed.
half a surgery, or you didn't get a surgery at all?
They gave me a feeding tube, an NG tube up through my nose, man. It sucks, man. I was supposed to have something totally different, but the doctor couldn't do it. He's not that kind of doctor. So now I gotta set up another one and go for a bigger surgery or something small. I have something called achalasia, man. I can't swallow solid food. It sucks. I can get liquids down. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that needs to be taken care of. I'd go crazy if I could.
I've been dealing with it for years. But hey, it's not gonna get fixed. It's one thing to fix it, being a esophagectomy, and it's not guaranteed. It's really risky. But I could have had just a small little peg tube in my stomach, but they couldn't get it in because all the scar tissue I have.
When they reschedule that shit for?
I'm not sure yet. He has to wait for the surgeon to call. My doctor's trying though. He's very nice. He felt so bad. I woke up, I felt this thing in my nose. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, you put a
I
feeding
came
tube in me. We're gonna do this surgery. I'm not doing this again.
here.
Hell?
I've been through some crap, man. I had a feeding tube, God, 5 years straight. At one point. But yeah, it's starting back up. I get liquids down, I cannot get any solids down, man. Sucks.
So what do you eat? Like mass smoothies?
No, I have this stuff. It's all. And this stuff is great, man. It's like workout juice. It's called Jevity. I put it in through the NG tube, and it has everything you need.
Yeah.
It's like adult formula. I can still have liquids as tolerated, so whatever. Is what it is. But they've been after me for so long to go through what I was gonna have done today. But I was always scared to do it. I finally said, all right, go ahead, do it, and they couldn't do it. I was so disappointed.
You know what Drew would say if he was here? You
I could
deserve
have had a
you
big
deserve some
lawsuit.
compensation for that.
A lot of this is from a surgery in 2010. I went in for a procedure, supposed to be an in and out procedure, just 2 small incisions. I ended up in the hospital for 30 days. My back's cut wide open. Um, God, I looked like Frankenstein.
Better get that
The
money.
doctor, we ran into complications, but I was young at the time and I did not know nothing about it. I remember my dad always yelling at me. Well, I had a doctor in Boston tell me, you should have sued the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that. I don't know. It ain't never crossed my mind. No, if that was today, now that I know, I would have been sitting on a big stack. I had a lawyer tell me it could have been making millions. Because he fucked me up for life.
Sometimes when you go through rough shit, you get used to the idea that life is just screwed up sometimes and shit happens. Other people though, they'll sue for everything. You know what I mean? And I wish I was like that earlier,
Yeah,
because
me
there's
too.
a couple of times that I could have definitely. How many times I busted my ass in a
There was a
store
few
or
times. I was, what, we're 18. Me and my friends got a big car accident. I was all right. Everybody went to the hospital. I said, I'm good. I'll walk home. Everybody got a check but me because I wasn't seen. If I would have wouldn't got seen at the hospital, I would have got a big check like everybody else. They all got a nice check.
same thing happened to me in
I did.
college. I was driving
Yeah.
around with like 3 of my buddies, and some dude ate an intersection and made me T-bone him. Right, he got caught eating the red light. It was his fault. We all went to the hospital. Bro, I was in that emergency room for like 2 hours without anybody coming to see me.
Yeah.
I literally went into the drawer, got some bandages, cleaned up my own wound, wrapped it up, and walked out of the hospital. My friend stayed there,
That's me.
and they went to all their lawyers and all that, and they all got like $10,000 checks.
Yeah, that's what
I was the one
happened to my
driving. I
friends.
didn't get shit.
They're all going off. I think they all. One of my buddies, because he had stitches, he got like 15 grand. That was way back then too, or 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all got over 5 grand. I decided, I walked back to the arcade, was playing Mortal Kombat. That's what we were doing. We were on our way back from the arcade. The Dream Machine. Good days. My buddy trying to show off, chasing these girls, and took the corner at like 70 miles an hour. Oh my God, straight into a tree. Totaled that car, man. We're lucky to be alive.
Well, I didn't crash trying to show off for a girl, but I can't say that hasn't happened.
No, he just got his license and everything, man. He was new car and everything. Oh my God, he took that corner so fast. Everybody told him to slow down. But him trying to show off almost killed everybody.
Bro, my boy was driving once. He was in like a car club when car clubs were big back in the day. And some girls pulled up next to us in a nice car. So he's got his windows rolled down. He's looking at them. We're making eye contact. The guy in front of us stops. Bam! Right into the back of the car. It was the most embarrassing shit ever, bro. I mean, we were literally holding eye contact with these girls as we crashed. It's the funniest shit ever. And they just laughed and kept driving. And we're sitting there like, oh, that was stupid.
I got rear-ended last year. That thing's still going on, man. My lawyer, he's still trying to get more. Back and forth when I was rear-ended. Nothing happened. I went to therapy and everything just so I can get some money. God, it's been a year. Over a year. That was December. Never talk about it on here. I got rear-ended. But that one, my doctor, I went to go see my doctor and he said, you got a lawyer? I'm like, no. He said, well, I got one for you. He wrote me a script for a lawyer. I'm sending you for physical therapy. That will help. And here's my lawyer. Blah, blah,
Those
blah, blah, blah.
doctors are so crooked, bro.
Yeah, they are.
Those doctor-lawyer partnerships are
He looked
crazy.
at me. He looked at me. He smiled. He said, "Wow, you got fucked up from that."
Yeah.
And he smiled at me. Oh man, he knew. And I didn't follow up with all the appointments either, because I could have got a lot more if I missed a lot of appointments. Man, I don't like going to doctors, so if there's no need for it, I don't do it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I have bad anxiety, so fucking that. Hate those places.
Now the invalidation is that blue dotted line. I think this was the CME. I think that's what this was. This was CME close.
That other token that got listed with Ondo and virtual. Ondo. Oh, that one that fucking Emon likes to play. Big time, big time. Big time got a nice pump, like 40%.
It was just, I think Fly was talking about big time yesterday. And E-Man
Yeah,
was like, I
hope one of
don't
them were
even
in it.
talk to
I
me
hope
about
they
that.
weren't shorting it. I hope they weren't shorting it, man, because those 3 tokens got a nice big rip.
Yeah, the 3 I was mumbling yesterday. I've been holding on to for a while. They're finally picking up the pace.
I've been in Ondo for a while. Big time was big time up. Big time still up. Let's
Big
see.
time. Spell was ripping too.
Big time for the day.
XYO was cranking
Yeah,
yesterday.
big time had like a 50% candle, man. It went from 0.5 all the way up to 0.96. That's more. Oh, God, it almost doubled. That thing
Conk
flew.
even doing well.
Everything is green. Look at this shit on the daily. The
I
last
big
time you
too.
seen this many double-digit greens.
Months ago.
Even Trump is up 4%.
Fucking far. Coin Jasmine was making a nice play. I
Language,
seen that.
language.
Ondo. Oh, sorry. Did I swear?
Yeah.
I didn't even
Okay, I
know
know
it.
you're still on your feeding tube medication, bro.
Yeah, I was just under.
forgiven.
I was sedated, man.
You ever seen those videos of those kids that are under anesthesia and just talking crazy to their parents?
Yeah.
Great.
I really
Like
don't.
after a dentist appointment when they're coming home in the car and the crazy
Yeah.
I love them.
they think they see.
What? What happened? Where's my lips?
What did you have done? What, did you have to have a crazy surgery or something simple?
Oh, something simple.
All good.
Now I just have to go. No, they couldn't do what was supposed to be done, so I gotta go see another surgeon.
Well, good luck recovering today. Hopefully
Still
you'll
coming
all right.
down, Dixie.
Be fine as long as all this crypto stays green like this.
Hey, the best pillow they could give you.
Yeah, crypto's pumping. I don't feel nothing. All right, this chart needs to fix, man. I'm weak, man. I'm gonna complain to them. It hasn't moved just a straight line, man, for half an hour now.
I mean, everything's trying. Even Super's trying to make it above 50 cents again.
Yeah, with dominance, with dominance, man. Imagine if dominance was low, how these things would be pumping.
Mm-hmm.
Shit it would be flying.
Either way, as long as more money's coming into the market, I could care where it's going for now. Just get back in the market.
His launch on Binance is great. Good job, Virtuals.
When virtuals get off it. Look at that. Virtuals, Ondo in big time. Their charts look the same exact. It was funny.
I'm on a carnivore diet, but it's Friday. I think I'm gonna go for pizza today. I've just got such a craving for a pizza.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I didn't used to eat any kind of heated up fruits like pineapples and dates and stuff like that. But I like the freaking Hawaiian pizza now. I don't know why.
God, that's the worst thing ever, man.
Hey,
Pineapple on a
guys,
I don't
pizza.
love it.
be careful here on virtuals. It's holding fine, but we're going sideways right on a big volume node here, and there's nothing underneath. Right, this big gap here. If this falls, we're gonna come. I'm pretty sure that's a vector right there. I don't even have to look at it. Yep.
Can you check Ondo out when you get after this?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Just be careful because these exchange listing pumps don't really do a great job of sustaining the entire pump.
Do you think we might have a big retracement there?
Yeah, I mean, if we go sideways for too long, the FOMO has to pick up, and we've got to get away from this volume node that we're on. If we break this 50, there's really nothing underneath us.
And that was what, 6 o'clock this morning, so it's old news now, so it probably most likely will come down.
Just to my YouTube. I'm starting a YouTube watch list to make it easier to do. You said
But it's
Ondo.
nice. Yeah, it's nice to be in a token when something like that happens. Whew, you see this big candle out of nowhere. I'm like, what the heck happened? I go on Twitter, finance listed.
There's Ondo's listing. Ondo actually caught a nicer move than, understandably so, though. There's going to be more mind share for Ondo than virtuals. But if you compare the Binance listing to virtuals, that's on right here. Ondo, I
did
yeah,
not know
so
that
this
they
is the
weren't on
listing.
Binance already. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have assumed that they were on Binance too. The difference between Ondos and virtuals is that virtuals has already come down to this
Yeah.
sort of volume node, and it's sitting above this gap, where Ondo hasn't tested its 50 yet.
No, because look at after the pump, it came down.
So it could come down, hit
A
that
double top
50,
too right there. Look at
and
that.
then bounce again. But yeah,
The way things have been going, I don't think we'll bounce. I think we'll just come and clear that whole
yeah.
vector.
To me, it just looks like you're getting an earlier exit than you would if you got out of what you call it now.
Check out big time too, because they all like pump the same. It's funny.
So in the red on virtuals, I hope it do crash so I can offset my loss.
You can make a better short with big time though.
I look at big time right now too.
And the ACC is back on.
All right. Same sort of deal. Big volume gap, vector gap underneath. Big time at least is pushing on a secondary push here.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Let me find this.
It come down, it cleared half that vector. Don't ever sleeps. What was that?
Just a reminder.
It did. Look, it took about half that candle, and then it started heading back up.
All right, let's see what these guys are talking about. Is it back up? It says 330. Yeah, we're still waiting for this to come down, guys. It's a timing thing at this point. Hour and a half until CME closes. We really want to make some distance from these trap longs.
They just did a good thing. They actually said that everything that's been said on this panel today, please note that it is live and everything has been recorded.
Yeah, it's not on their official webcast yet. I'm on SEC.gov. It hasn't started back up yet for me.
And what are they talking about?
Crypto.
Really? The SEC?
SEC Crypto Task Force.
What the heck is that?
Crazy, right? All the offices of all the people in Choke Point 2.0 that tried to destroy us, they got fired.
Mm-hmm.
They gave them to the task force.
It's the SEC.
Just go to sec.gov.
SEC.gov home.
That first link on top that says crypto, whatever.
Oh, Crypto Task Force Roundtable.
Yeah.
Between block and hard place. Between a block and a hard place. Tailoring regulation for crypto trading.
The chick earlier says, I just want to give a quick shout out to Coinbase. I said, you want to give a what to who? That's why I said they should have gave them all 10K in the first meeting and said, go trade, come back when you get wrecked, and then we'll have a real conversation.
I wanted to get out of my Ondo because I know it's coming down. But freaking weeks, the price is stuck.
Like 100% profit trade overnight with Ondo.
Look at this thing, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's
sell
back.
it. Right.
At least the audio's back.
I gave like 6% away because of this week's chart ban.
And they have the nerve to call it free trading.
Yeah, CoinDesk has it live.
Yeah, it's about to pop up now. They got the audio already. They're just waiting to cut the cameras back on. I can hear them. I know the one guy that's moderating it kept slapping his desk, bro. That shit was so annoying. Like, you can hear him fumbling with the microphone. He's doing it right now.
You know it's him.
Gotta be him, bro. He would have got sent to the open mic gulag if he was here.
Yeah, it's those funny things.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat.
Podcast or something, and someone, or they've got all these little habits that they do, and it actually starts irritating you to the point where you can't watch anymore. Well, there's no one there, Dbloc. What's your feel on this so far? Think it's a move in the right direction?
I like it. I mean, just having people sitting there that know what they're talking about, that at the very least did some research before they got there is nice. Maybe it's just because there's no congressmen and no senators in the room, but hearing Congress talk about crypto makes me feel like we are years and years away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if you say something and then you have to explain it to each and every one.
Such a waste. And you got these guys in here testifying top of their, of their field, and you're wasting their time with the dumbest questions that one of your interns could have, answered for you or Googled for you.
So true.
We're not on, are we?
Yeah, you're on, silly. I'll turn on the damn camera and stop slapping your microphone like a gorilla. I'm hoping that was somebody in the SEC that asked and not somebody in the Discord, because that would have sounded crazy if somebody just joined the Discord and randomly asked if we were on.
That would be so funny.
I thought about it right when I said it. I was like, damn, I hope that was the guy on the SEC.
You'll go, no,
Mr.
I'm
AV, are we on?
group. These guys are Ethel.
We are. Okay.
Screw this group.
So we're live. I was just standing here awkwardly, staring into nothingness. Hey, everybody in internet world. Good to have you back. Hopefully we have almost as many people as we had earlier. I do get it that it's a Friday. Thank you for everyone who's here, who has stuck with us. Maybe you just don't want to go back out in the rain, or the ice cream that we had was keeping you around. But I'm glad we're still all here. We're going to go through our second session today, during which we're going to talk about ways in which the SEC can actually advance the ball and its mission with regulating crypto trading, with whatever that takes shape in. I'm encouraged by the conversation we had during the first session. I feel like it was lively, spirited. We covered a lot of ground, and it's the first step that the SEC can take in terms of listening to the industry related to crypto trading. Before we get actually to the panel discussion, I'd like to add another personal anecdote. I feel like if I'm up here, I have to at least do something and say a little bit. And I'm actually going to give a nod to Commissioner Purr. She had a speech a couple months ago called Sheep in the Steep. And I don't think it had a crypto thread woven through it, or at least if you did, it went over my head. I didn't pick it up. But it was really about these lofty expectations and these bighorn sheep that were able to scale up this really, really steep mountain against all odds. And it made me think of a children's book that I've read to both of my kids called Sheep in the Jeep. And it's about these wacky sheep who are driving this Jeep. Anybody know it? Yeah? Okay. So Sheep in the Jeep tells this story of these wacky sheep, literally, who are in this rickety old Jeep, and they're really trying to get it up this hill. It's really steep, and they're pushing and pulling, and they finally get it to the top of the hill. They're high-fiving, and they're excited, and they're celebrating, but they lose focus, and the Jeep ends up rolling down the hill, and it gets stuck in a puddle of mud. They're like, oh, shoot, what do we do now? So they're struggling to get the Jeep out of the mud. They're pushing, they're pulling, and it's not until some friends come over to help them that they're actually able to get the Jeep out of the mud. They're high-fiving again. They're celebrating. It's basically like that scene out of Zoolander with the orange mocha frappuccinos. You know the one? The sheep behind the wheel isn't paying attention. He's looking back, high-fiving his buddies, and they crash into a tree. And as the book says, the Jeep goes thud. So sadly, that reminds me of crypto. Lots of highs, lots of lows. And as we go through this conversation, which is going to be a multi-year conversation, by the way, I think it's important to not only celebrate the highs, but remember the lows and always continue to look forward so we don't go thud into a Jeep. With that, let's get started. We're going to start down the opposite end of the table this time. So, John, you're up first. And what I'd love to hear from everybody is, if given one wish, if you could wave a magic wand and get one wish regarding a change that the SEC could make or some step the SEC could take with respect to regulating crypto, what would that be?
It would be, as we go through these series of roundtables, to the degree I used this word a couple of times in the first session, as much precision as possible about what it is the problem is that we want to solve, rather than here's this interesting solution, what are some problems it could solve. I think that helps lead to, and these will be things we'll talk about later, the durability of changes is really, really important. And I think durability of changes and how they impact, whether it involves securities and tokenization, or it's just about assets that are considered crypto, that durability is what will, stand the test of time. But obviously, to the degree we can make changes along the way incrementally, I think that's a positive. So precision would be my ask.
I didn't hear a change that you wanted to make happen.
I have incremental ones if you'd like to hear.
Yeah, give me one.
Okay. I do think, and this is also something I said in the beginning, I think where entities that are currently regulated by the SEC, so this could include broker-dealers, it could include custodians, it could include clearinghouses, it could include ATSs, could include exchanges, where there are use cases that make sense from a practitioner perspective, as well as from an agency and service provider perspective, to allow, I think the appropriate types of crypto assets, which probably are more in the commodity token space, to be included in, the BD construct, to make the create redeem process more efficient from a capital perspective and from an issuer perspective in terms of how they look at the AP-LP relationship. Oftentimes it's the same firm, but they have to work, they kind of have to go at it on the fly to figure out how to approach the LP space, because it's an unregulated entity that they're having go out and get the Bitcoin and deliver it to the custodian. And then just from the custodian or clearing perspective, where products exist that are linked to the price, or there's a NAV on the price of that underlying asset, there can be tremendous collateral efficiencies that come from it. So I think little things like that, while they don't seem like really big ideas, they can help unlock potential that, I don't think any of us on the panel quite know what that potential could be, but I do think those are areas that, I certainly hear from market participants would be welcomed.
Yeah, and I think for me and for Cumberland, as a market participant, I think just clarity on sort of the scope. And I think the first question that we talked about what's within the SEC's jurisdiction, what's within the CFTC's, I know folks on the panel have, I agree with what everyone said about, sort of the confusion and the, sort of investor harm, market participant harm, inefficiencies that come with, having to spend so much time sort of trying to figure that out. And hopefully eventually we have legislation that sort of puts in place a clear dividing line. But in the meantime, I just think, right now sort of, the courts were, sort of coming to different conclusions, and there's sort of just a lot of question out there. And I think if the SEC could have guidance or rulemaking, while we wait for legislation that, for example, clarifies circumstances in which secondary market transactions would or wouldn't be viewed as falling within their jurisdiction versus being commodities under the CFTC's jurisdiction. I think that would be really helpful. Even just specific scenarios, like I mentioned earlier, of, for example, if there's no pooling of an investor's assets with the issuer for network development with the SEC, or what its staff say, maybe that's not an investment contract. I think just specific examples and sort of, rather than kind of just a long list of questions, or, I think that would be really helpful just while we wait for legislation. I think it could be helpful.
I'm hearing it twice.
So my wish is that we get to a place where there's a regulatory framework such that we can deploy blockchain throughout capital markets. I believe it's a better technology for what we're trying to do. With blockchain, you have a complete record of securities ownership and transaction history, and it's designed for transfer of value. So much of the things that we do in equities, fixed income, and so forth today. And the way that we get there, or the way we start to get there, is let's use the blockchain as the official record of ownership for securities. Let's use smart contracts for settlement. And let's use stable coins or tokenized treasuries for the cash leg of security settlements as well. There's three.
So it's like there's a genie, right? If there's 3 wishes, we all get 3 wishes.
I'll give you 3. If you're willing to share 3, I'll give you 3.
I feel like my fundamental wish has probably already come through, which is that I I certainly hope we don't, or by we, not we, the commission does not deliberately or accidentally undermine the benefits and the future potential of decentralized finance technology by requiring it to act or look just like CeFi. So maybe the additional wish on top of that is for the SEC to be a champion for the importance of peer-to-peer transactions, self-custody technology, and the value of the privacy and the safety to everyday people that can come from that type of technology. Because I think that embracing that technology and where it can take us does a lot to check against the level of trust that right now investors, everyday people, are required or necessarily have to place in third parties, in the traditional intermediaries in any financial market.
So I'll try. I have a few sort of broad things. I mentioned this at the beginning, sort of, the idea that we should really look at this next opportunity through first principles again and really re-examine which things do we really need and which things do we really not need, and make sure we're not bringing along with us into this new world of digital assets and blockchain and all the things that Richard, correctly said are possible encumbrances that actually will hold it back or not make it as good as it potentially can be. The specific things I would say are really helping refine what started as the special purpose broker-dealer regime and making clearer the rules around custody within a broker-dealer framework that would allow us to, to bring an ATS into scope and begin to really experiment. And, I think along with that will come exemptive relief around order protection rule and some of those things that will be required in order to make that framework work. And also a recognition that, and I think Austin made a really good point on the sort of global sense, and we've talked about it before, that these are a recognition somehow in that framework that commodities and securities need to not just live side by side, but integrate in a way that I think when we use the word side by side, it actually doesn't do justice to, I think, what we're asking for, which is a completely holistic and integrated market structure that allows them to trade, allows them to be transacted. And also, I think importantly, which we haven't really talked a lot about, is recognizing that there's a broad universe of potential token types, including those that have consumptive use, and they need to live side by side in wallets and other things so that people can use them day to day in their activities. And so when we have the conversation about securities and commodities, it sort of leads us to believe that there are these very clear swim lanes, but in actual fact, it's nowhere near going to be that, that clean and precise, I would say.
The thing that I would wish for would be that the capital formation role of markets be part of the conversation. One thing that we want is we want a way for people to come up with incredibly clever new things that require tokens as a means of getting those things to work as business models and be able to essentially sell them on exchanges in a way that makes consumers comfortable and the markets are liquid and basically the economy grows. And so I think it's really, really important when thinking about the market layer just to recognize the reason why we have markets is so people who are innovating can actually get funding from people who want to put this in their portfolio and grow the economy with it. And so that would be my wish.
Great, yeah, and agree with a lot of the things that have been set up here. One thing that I would add that the acting chairman touched on at the beginning too, is also, a lot of my points have been around like U.S. competitiveness globally and the opportunity for us to build the leading market, both in crypto and I would say digital asset securities too. I think one of the challenges that I see within that is this patchwork of regulation that we have across so many different regulators today, right? If you are a company that's operating similar to a FalconX or a Coinbase and operating either on the institutional or retail side of the market, you can easily end up in a scenario where you have over 50 regulators, right? Including all of the states and CFTC, SEC. And if you want to be a global firm, which I do not believe you can be in this asset class and operate at scale without also operating global businesses here, you need to, obviously be registered in those different regions. And so I think to the extent the SEC can work in consolidating and some sort of federal preemption in these different areas, I think custody is an interesting area to look at. I also think to the extent there's an opportunity to look at that for trading, that would be a big unlock for firms here to be competitive, not just in the US, but also at a much more global scale.
So if I was thinking of one small thing that could change, I would just say merge the SEC and the CFTC. Just a little ask. And then dramatically increase funding and technology and teams of quants and such. So I assume those are easy things to do and can be done pretty quickly. But if I'm thinking of harder things, maybe something as simple as saying that tokenized shares that are fungible with registered securities shouldn't require separate registrations or disclosures if they're trading on a registered exchange. So I know we're talking about sort of ATS versus exchange, and I'm going to come down on the side of I'd rather see things on a national securities exchange. I'm going to say I think there's good arguments either way on the issue, but I'm going to come down on the national securities exchange, and I'm going to equate it to something like, we have options contracts that don't require this, kind of crazy separate registration process or anything. There's a short form registration process for like an ADR. These things all seem very equivalent to me to tokenized securities. And I think if we look at where the US could really lead right now and where the SEC has a central role, it would be in this space of tokenized securities, where we have the largest securities market in the world and the opportunity to allow our existing regulatory framework to expand and encompass a new class of securities, or maybe not. Maybe they're not securities if they're tokenized securities. But there's enough crossover and fungibility that there's a lot I find appealing to maintaining this model, and then to sort of build on what has just been said by a couple of the other panelists, that you need to extend that to down the line so that brokers can again custody and manage both traditional securities and crypto asset securities and tokenized securities. And I think that fits really nicely into our current regulatory framework and doesn't require a lot to enable. And I think that there are exchanges or ATSs that could really thrive in that, with that approach. And then we can kind of grow from there and try and figure out the more thorny issues of how do we really get this deep cooperation between regulatory agencies? How do we get this deep cooperation between global regulatory authorities, which I really struggle to see a way that the world can approach this industry without, way more cooperation and intertwining of resources than we've ever proven, able to before.
Thanks, everyone. Greg, did you want to go?
Can I just want to add one thing, which is when I'm advocating for a broker-dealer in an ATS model, that's not to the exclusion of an exchange model. And I think what ATS showed us was that it wasn't just competition among participants, but competition among business models that actually got us to the best possible place. And so I didn't want to leave the impression it's to the exclusion of, but rather in addition to.
John, yeah, go ahead.
One thing to Greg's point that I think is critical, absent the label you want to put on a venue where people transact, right? ATS has evolved, again, for different reasons at a particular point in time, and there's a structure that exists now that is, allows for more flexibility than what national securities exchanges are required to do. I think the critical piece with this is again, understanding the use cases. I think there's certainly a number of interesting areas where tokenization of some security obviously makes a lot of sense in terms of more efficient collateral management from a clearing and settlement purpose. On the trading side, I think it's interesting. The use cases I've heard that resonate the most are kind of on the margins, right? That doesn't mean it's not something to explore, but the key is to not bifurcate the current share class structure and think of something like a corporate action like a dividend. A dividend fundamentally flows through from the issuer, is given to the DTCC, goes through a transfer agent to make sure that all shareholders of record get that payment, right? And I think we have to be mindful of unnecessary fragmentation of, there's a similar share class that was somehow separated by someone trying to carve it out and leave it in a wallet somewhere like that. That's not a good thing, right? That's not something that's in the public interest. For what reason are we allowing that to happen? So I think where things aren't broken today, we have to be careful not to let the vertical integration part of the legacy crypto world, which I think is probably a function of, as I said before, the lack of regulatory structure that was willing to welcome them in, to not, create excessive issues such as the dividend example. So I think it's important.
Christine, I know you're short on time. Is there anything you wanted to jump in with generally, any area?
It's sort of awkward, but no.
Sorry, okay. Okay, I just wanted to give you a chance, yeah. That's okay. Let's talk about trading of assets that might start out as an investment contract and therefore a security. And let's just say it's Friday, we want to think optimistically. Let's just say there's some guidance from Christine, thank you. There's some guidance from the commission or the staff that, what is maybe an investment contract to begin and later just simply an orange doesn't need to go through an SEC registered broker or exchange. Thoughts? Round robin, anybody can jump in.
Well,
Richard, do you want that?
I think that what I heard there was that it starts in an investment contract and changes. I mean, if it's an investment contract, it should probably still be offered in the same way, whether it's Reg D, Reg A, or registration.
At the outset, you're suggesting?
At the outset,
yes.
Yes. I think what there's been some discussion on over the years is, how does it evolve? What does that process look like? There's a term sufficiently decentralized. I don't know if that matters anymore, if that's a thing that people are looking at. But at the same time, we've had, tokens that are sold in a securities contract with the knowledge that the tokens aren't the securities. So I don't really have an answer for you. I just had they were just my comments on that.
Mm-hmm. By a show of hands, do we want and need that guidance? I mean, raise it proud if you're going to raise it. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Raising that we would want the guidance that this is the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yes.
We don't want no guidance. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I think
for each of your business models, is it important to get that? I think the answer is probably yes for most.
Yeah, I think, look, to talk from more of a markets perspective in terms of what we've seen within the space of the previous years, or the previous year and a half really at this point, I think the great thing about blockchain and tokens is that they're open, freely transferable. And within that, they can enable a lot of both financial and non-financial use cases that otherwise would have been impossible. I think at the same time, I think some of the challenges can be identifying, and especially for investors at the initial stage, the actual quality of the investment that they're making, if they're making that for investment purposes. And if I look at that from an institutional market perspective, right, we don't service retail directly. FalconX deals with a number of institutions from asset managers, venture capital firms, hedge funds, et cetera. And many are playing at the earlier stage side of that market where they may be looking to seed net new layer ones as an example, or distributed file sharing applications or whatever that is. I do think that when I talk to customers, they would value some sort of framework for those initial issuances. So there's at least standards and disclosures of what that is. Then I think the question is at what point, and we've been discussing this for years, those applications then become sufficiently decentralized. I think to the extent that happens, it will be very powerful for the space, not just from an investment perspective, but I'd say from a broader adoption perspective too. I think the interesting thing that I've seen over the previous couple of years, or really the last year or so, as we've started to move more towards regulatory clarity here, is I think you have a lot of people, both entrepreneurs and established companies, who have been in the sidelines from this space and have actually not necessarily we have great talent within this space, but I don't think that we're operating at 100% in terms of the net new talent that we're attracting or the companies that we're investing within this market. And I think that the benefit of regulatory clarity there is I would expect you would see large US technology companies move into this space. I would expect you would see more Web 2 entrepreneurs moved into this space because they'll have more certainty in terms of what they're able to do and the corresponding risks that they're taking. So I think that there's a lot of benefits to that being the case that would create a much better and more robust market itself.
Some of these, Nick, strike me as maybe the things that we're hoping for from congressional action in the bill that's making its way through, in addition to the taxonomy from a capital raising perspective, when something transitions from one thing to another and those sorts of things. So, my sense is we'll have that sooner than later. But since we're asking for things, that'll be a fourth thing, if we can ask for that. But that, I think, is where that will come from, as opposed to, guidance at the agency level.
Okay, Chelsea?
I was just going to say, I think, to Austin's point of, wanting sort of disclosures at the outset where, maybe a network hasn't become sufficiently decentralized, you're sort of in the initial sale where you think, maybe this is an investment contract. Theoretically, it should be registered, but we've all seen, sort of the issues with typical, Securities Act registration for a lot of these tokens. I think, Commissioner Peirce's proposed, Rule 195, I think, that set of disclosures, I think, at least we think, is sort of a very reasonable place to start of, making sure that information is out there and that, people like, Austin's customers, other market participants can have the information that they need to be informed. But I think it also sort of gives a good set of, criteria for when, a network has become sufficiently decentralized. There are, people other than sort of the initial project team who are, working on the network, developing it, able to, maybe operate applications on it and able to participate in governance so that it's, there are sort of metrics that I think are helpful and sort of having this sort of exit report idea of okay, now we know that it's either become sufficiently decentralized and there's sort of this marker of, so okay, then it doesn't need to be registered, or, it does need to be registered and sort of here's the process that you go through. So I think that kind of, until, like Greg said, until there is legislation, if, something like that were done in the interim, maybe legislation happens as quickly as we all hope and we don't need it, but, sort of we'll see. But
go ahead, Dave. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit that this is like a question I really struggle with because, it's almost like saying when, in the traditional finance world, you have the primary offering and then you have secondary trading. And it's always been sort of this clear connection that what you're trading is a security because, for all the various reasons that it satisfies, these legal tests. And then we get into this space and it's like, yes, okay, so there was a security offering. Let's say there was. That was the primary offering. And now you're into secondary trading and there can come a point where it's not a security. And I think without that kind of clarity, I don't understand how you can have something trade on the secondary market. It's almost like this is a great example of where our current structures from the traditional finance world really start to break down because they didn't, I don't think, conceive of this particular scenario, and yet this is like so common in crypto. And I think it's really hard for those of us who are so used to the world of equities, of secondary trading, to say, no, it's something fundamentally changes about it as it moves from primary to secondary. That still, like, I really struggle with making sense of that. And so I do think if there was this clear set of criteria to determine that something exited, yeah, that would make perfect sense. But without that, to me, it still really feels like a security that's in the secondary market that you're, expecting to go up in value because of the success of this venture. God, please, no! Decentralized, so it's not a common enterprise. And, this is why, like, I don't know, I really struggle with this question, and I don't know if that's helpful at all, but, maybe once we get to that point, it would make a lot more sense.
I think that the reason you struggle with it is because the use of investment contract as the security catch-all to try to capture crypto trading is not fit for purpose. And it may be fit for purpose for a primary offering, but it's not fit for purpose for a secondary offering, whereas stock and equities, those are defined categories of security. So you do not have to fit it into the concept of an investment contract. If you did, we would probably have that same problem, right? So I do think it's important to get more guidance, whether that is from the SEC or through legislation, on primary offerings and secondary transactions of assets, of digital assets. I think that is still something where more crispness about how we're going to categorize things, however we end up choosing to do that, would prevent us from getting in this quagmire of, well, let's pull this language and stretch it in this direction a little beyond where it could possibly be stretched.
It's kind of, this is a good question, Nick, because it's kind of one that's got us all sitting here, we're all kind of thinking. And, this is, again, just off the top of my head here, like, part of the narrative over the last few years was like, how do we avoid being a security? We don't want to be a security. But maybe it should be more about, it doesn't matter as long as there's a registration process. Maybe it doesn't matter as much. Like, to take Reg A for an example, there's a way we could use that. And, it's an easy way. There's disclosures. We understand it. It's available to retail. There's secondary trading. There's some SEC qualification. And it doesn't really matter too much if it's a security down the line. And
what the heck was that?
That's just an idea I'm putting out.
John, were you going to say something too?
I was actually going to agree with Dave that it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. I think what Catherine and Richard said helped. I think it's interesting to me to think about, are we talking about private enterprises that want to use use aspects of this technology, like Christine talked about capital formation, right? And so one area where smart contracts and technology in this area could be interesting is allowing an issuer and an individual investor, or even a pool of investors, to access private companies earlier, right? And that's important because it's one area where the technology's evolved in a lot of ways. There's a much higher degree of fidelity of control there to give the issuer a bit more control on things like a vesting period where they might need to feel comfortable, giving more robust financial disclosures, transparency around who the ownership and where it's transferred to. And those types of things could lead in a very healthy way to more retail participation in IPOs. Like, that's a really good thing. I don't get how that could not become a security though. But I think, that's something that hopefully we'll get clarity from out of the first panel, the first roundtable.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'd chime in on, because I think that this is like a fundamental challenge in a space that's so heavily driven by like decentralized applications, is like it's just branded really poorly overall, right? Like, even if you think about the term cryptocurrency, everyone talks about like cryptocurrency asset class. It's like, how many of the top 100 tokens are trying to be money or currency? Like Bitcoin and a few stable coins, right? And I think the reason these conversations, I agree with you, they become complex.
Yo,
and I think
bro,
they
please
break
stop this,
like
man.
the traditional framework and thinking, is like, in many ways, you're actually just looking at running the next version of the internet over some application, right? And so the way I would think through it and the way I've like got my head around it is like, okay, if I think about like a decentralized file storage network as an example, how does that run on a securities exchange, right? Like, it just logically does not make sense, right? And I think that you have similar, like with an L1, like an L1 is just like a new version of computing, right? And so if that's going to sit on a securities exchange, like, I think that the fundamental use cases actually then don't work. And so I think that's the challenge. And on the other side, you definitely have financial applications that should be securities, right? Tokenized money market funds, treasuries. I don't think anyone has an argument that those are not securities. and the ways that they're acted. But I think the question is basically, okay, what are these different applications endeavoring to be, and whether those are financial or realistically just internet and technology applications, and then how do you actually ensure the highest probability of success for those?
Go ahead, Dave. Yeah.
So just a small ask again, like we just need this comprehensive taxonomy of crypto assets with clear regulatory assignments, right? And then everything would be solved. But I think like those are great points. And also like what you're saying, John, and what Christine said earlier, if this helps us provide more opportunities at earlier stages to individual investors, that can be an incredibly good thing. What we have seen in the regulated space is that the opportunities for individual investors have declined dramatically as fewer companies go public, and the ones that do are much bigger. And people don't get to participate in that wealth creation process like they used to, and that's really a problem. And this is an area where I really like the idea of using Reg A, or Irvin, we funded ourselves with Reg CF, and it was a very reasonable process, and we have 2,200 retail investors in our company, and we're registered with the SEC, and it all worked out really well. And I get what you're saying, Austin, about the distributed file store on an exchange makes no sense. But there are level 1 protocols where I think you could easily imagine that the token or the representation of that can trade on a registered securities exchange, but not the application of it, right? You can be running a staking node, for example, or a proof of work node, whatever it is, a miner, and generating these tokens, but then have a place where you have all of the standard protections that you would expect from the registered world, and you can take it there. And now suddenly you have a much larger market and a much broader participant base if you want to sell your tokens. And I don't know that is where we're going to get to, because I don't know that like L1 tokens are securities in most situations. But I do think there's sort of a delineation there between trading something versus the core operations of a network.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah.
Just one slightly bigger picture point I wanted to make is that among all the things we've talked about, the real promise of this happens as we move closer and closer to DeFi and closer to decentralization. And the point about the benefits to the consumer extend to things like participating in governance, participating in the ability to be part of the proxy process, to be part of a lot of things. And there's going to be a period that's going to take a long time before we have things that look like centralized exchanges that are happening in DeFi and those kinds of things. But that's the direction of travel, and that's the thing I think that will make the surveillance easier. It will make a whole lot of things a lot better. We're going to live in a world for a good period of time where what's happening in the broker-dealer world and in the ATS and exchange world and surveillance will be complicated, but I think we also do have to start with the end in mind here as well, which is what we want to get to should be much easier, and it should be on chain, and it should be easier for retail and others to be in control of their key material and to be able to participate in capital formation, whether it's through capital raises or in the voting process and a handful of other things. And I think starting with that vision in mind, I think, is critically important.
I guess I also just wanted to add to the conversation, since, Richard, I think you raised a fair point. Well, are we at a point where we could more comfortably categorize more assets as securities? But I do think the answer is no. The reason we categorize certain assets, well, a reason that we categorize certain assets as securities is that there's often a significant information asymmetry, and they are meant to be an investment that comes with promises from a third party that you have to rely on. That is a narrow category of things, and not all investments at all, if we're talking about investors, not all investments at all meet that. And certainly this maybe goes to what Austin was explaining about, different types of tokens or assets. or blockchains, not all of that in any way could be mapped onto what a traditional consideration of a security might be. And I don't think it should, because then we may prevent the invention and use of digital things that are very important to our future, that maybe someone will use as an investment, but have very important other uses, and we do not want to stifle what those future uses are.
Can we sit on capital formation for a minute? The driving question I have is, why haven't we seen more tokenized offerings, like real regular Reg D offerings, Reg A+? Is there an impediment or other blockage that is an SEC issue that they can maybe seek to fix? Is it, what's the answer there?
I think we might go back to my wish list for that one. I think there are some limitations that we've had to work around. The blockchain is not allowed to be the official record of ownership, generally speaking. So there's been a transfer agent has been required to maintain off-chain books and records. So then you're not really able to take advantage of a lot of the benefits of blockchain. If you've got this kind of, if you look at nearly every tokenized money market fund filing, they use the words, oh, and by the way, there's an ancillary blockchain record. They have to call it an ancillary blockchain record. And then when it comes to, we want to bring about a lot of the benefits of instant settlement and transparency and so forth. And then there's a problem when you get to use smart contracts. So what a smart contract can do is, and it happens all the time in DeFi, is you put one asset in that's the buyer asset and another asset that's being sold. And if there's a match, if the price is right, then they automatically settle, going to the counterparties there. In traditional securities world, there's a big question of possession and control. Like, who is in control of that asset? And it can't be, generally speaking, it has scared regulators that the idea that a computer code could be in control of the asset, especially when you have, frankly, a lot of very negative headlines around hacking and so forth, and risks around that. So I think if we could move forward on those two areas, then I think we'd be able to really start realizing a lot of the benefits that we want, companies like my company want to bring to traditional capital markets. But we really have to lean into the technology and use some of this kind of innate functions and features that they have to do that.
I'd like to add to that because I think Richard hit on a really key point, because one of the key benefits to blockchain technology is this idea of the efficiencies and transparency you can have into the clearing and settlement process. And I know that's another roundtable, but I'm just going to dip into it for a second because it's something that I hear a lot of, that we have a very opaque system today in equities. And there is this vision of a completely transparent future where everything settles on chain and all records are visible and traceable, and if not instantaneous, near instantaneous. And I think that's a very laudable goal. Like, I think that is a place that we can get to, that you can introduce true efficiencies into the traditional finance world, let alone enable a whole new space in the tokenized securities world. So it seems like a really smart change to make.
Yeah, I think a couple thoughts on the initial issuance side. One is, I think we touched on it in terms of like the process from going to initial issuance, like security, to like commodity at some point. I think to the extent there is clarity there, I think more launches will happen in the US. I think that happens, just not here. And so I think that's one component. But I think that that's actually more on the decentralized network side of the space. My second point, which is my personal opinion, is that I think for like private company capital raising and formation, I think there can often be a negative selection bias in terms of the assets that basically get listed. Because if I think about us, we're a venture-backed company backed by like Excel, Lightspeed, Fidelity, GIC, and others. Like, that's the capital that's most attractive for us to take for a number of different reasons, versus basically going public early without the benefits of being a public company, right? And having this liquid security that's ultimately trading. So I think that's a challenge. I don't know the solution to that, and I don't necessarily know if that actually is a problem that needs to be solved. The last thing that I would mention is I think, I think on the global side and looking at tokenization, I mean, my perspective is that the largest demonstration of tokenization that we've seen to date has been the tokenization of fiat currency on chain with stablecoins, right? And I think it's often not talked about in the context of tokenization for whatever reason. But I think if you look at the use case that's actually being tapped in there, and we service customers in a lot of or B2B2C, wealth or investment platforms, payment companies in different emerging markets, the use case is people in those markets holding US dollars, right? And the benefit that they're getting through tokenization is basically exporting a US financial product, in that demonstration, a dollar, for someone to basically hold. And I think that that's actually the most interesting use case that I've seen of tokenization, right? Is yes, there will be efficiencies in trading. I think tokenizing US equity markets, to me personally, is less interesting. But I think if we're looking at tokenized money market funds, treasuries, different instruments like that can get broad, wide-scale adoption outside of the United States and actually give the US capital markets a completely different lens to what they're able to tap into, I think that is actually super interesting.
I think one area where that, I think, scales is when you think of it as a use case for more efficient collateral management. And that there's a benefit there, and we may talk about this later, but I wanted to make this point at the end of the first session. I think another thing that people kind of, I think, connect naturally to the idea of a stable coin is its usage for on-chain settlement, or otherwise known as atomic settlement. And I think Chelsea had brought up at the end, there are sometimes there are time differences between when one counterparty might settle versus another, and one thing that I think is often overlooked with very mature markets like, say, U.S. equities and others that have a fixed settlement cycle is I think it's really important not to discount all that goes into the centralized clearing process, right? You have netting, you have obviously collateral efficiency, you have a very complex world of liquidity provision that risk is nonlinear, right? So if I hold a position in one thing, I'm not offsetting it when I sell it, right? And a lot of that is driven by balance sheet, lending, things that go into that clearing process kind of can create a different outcome than a pre-funded trade. So the example I like to use is if you have any stock, you might have the pre-funded price, and then you might have the T+1 price. And you might logically think the T+1 price is going to be the time value of that money. But what if it isn't, right? And it may not be, because there are other things that make that T+1 price a little bit more efficient. And so I think as we think of stable coins and atomic settlement, it's important to kind of understand almost settlement as maybe a spectrum rather than a either or, right? So I think that's a key point.
Greg, I'm going to put you on the spot. We've talked a little bit about Reg ATS and that maybe being a model for crypto activity, crypto trading. Under Reg ATS, there are some, I'll call them carve-outs or exemptions for certain activity that is under a certain threshold, and you don't need to do some of the stuff in Rule 301. Do you think that could serve as a good model for even new entrants if we're trying to promote competition, say a de minimis threshold under which, like the capacity and integrity part of Rule 301, where they might not actually need to either apply for a certain status or comply with certain SEC requirements?
I do. I think that, I think if I look at the market structure today, that the best way to come into something that looks like the overall national market system today is the ATS framework. I think that if I think back to the origin of ATS and the benefits that had, it encouraged people to participate in that. It was a framework that more easily allowed for the creation, and then over time it evolved to be more stringent, and you learned as it went, and we now have sort of the next iteration of ATS. But I think it was the right thing at the right time, and it feels to me like that is exactly the sort of thing that, or something like it, that's required for crypto and digital assets now.
Go ahead, John.
One thing just to follow up on that, to take a slightly different vantage point on it. I think the original Reg ATS kind of brought forth the ECN competition to the existing national securities exchanges, and I think they operated very much like exchanges, right? Anonymous limit order books with some disclosure. They had quotes. There was no market structure framework to make them a part of the national NBBO. Many of them would quote NASDAQ listed names pre-NMS through NASDAQ systems, but post NMS, all of those ATSs became exchanges. And then what happened, right? There was this structure laying around, and a bunch of smart people said, oh, we can use this internally to pair off internal interest, right? To save on execution costs. The cleverness of the broader marketplace, and I mean that in a good way, right? I think we have brilliant people that work in all of these industries that when you let them think about either working with the rules of the road as they exist or help create new rules of the road, interesting things happen. But the follow-on to ATS, ATSN and other parts of it really were, I think, a response to how this thing was used in a different way once you shut the quote off. So I think it's an interesting example of the law of unintended consequences, and who knows what the right structure is. I think it depends on what it is, again, precisely we want to accomplish and we want to do.
I would argue we're closer to the start of when sort of ATS was invented, and this is sort of a nascent and formative asset class that needs a slightly more plastic environment to grow up in, if you will. And then at some point it may turn out exactly that way. But I think at the moment, the more flexible it is so that we can learn and adapt, I think the better. I think the moment we put the rigid, Form 1 sort of structure on a very nascent asset class, I think we will not see the kind of evolution and competition, all the benefits that we had out of that I think we can get.
I think you both make good points. And it makes me think of some of the existing market structure struggles that we continue to have. I mean, Dave, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to bring crypto trading on exchanges. We can't even bring equity trading on exchanges. But execution quality is fantastic. You've got, I think it is, 50 or 60 NMS ATSs, almost as many exchanges at this point. And it's a very fragmented market structure. And then, of course, you've got the market makers who are doing, not without ATSs, they're just internalizing orders. But it kind of works. I don't really have an answer here. I'm just saying there's not a perfect world in either scenario, but certainly the ATS model has worked. And when you look at the end result, it's generally been good for investors.
Yeah, and I raise it because the goal of this second session is to ideally give the commission and the staff some ideas that they can run with. And I know almost everyone has submitted a comment letter or ideas or responses to the request for information. When I think about ATS, two things come to mind. One is we have this known model. For better or worse, though, that known model requires that as a prereq to becoming an ATS, you must become a registered broker-dealer and FINRA member. Anybody have any thoughts about that? Is that something we would be comfortable perpetuating, or is that something that we think would actually be perhaps detrimental to the path forward?
Well, I do want to just, to Richard's point, I think it's such a huge problem that more equity trading is not on exchange, and from an execution quality, but really from a market quality perspective, I think it has led to wider spreads, and in fact, the levels of internalization we have in the equities market leads to 25% wider spreads than we otherwise would have. And I know we're not here to talk equities, but it's hugely problematic. which is why maybe, I lean more towards getting trading on exchange in crypto where possible, because I think that the transparency and the price discovery process works fundamentally better on exchange, or almost at all. But maybe that's not a great analogy to crypto, and so maybe that's sort of like my biases coming out. But I do think when you think about using ATS, I think one of the things I said earlier was we could expand the definition of special purpose broker dealer, and that is a nice pathway towards being able to trade and custody both crypto assets and traditional securities, and that seems like a good pathway towards potentially being able to leverage ATS. As Greg said, alongside national securities exchanges, which should have a role in this. And I do think there is a lot of interest out there that I see, and I advise one company that they want to be a national securities exchange and trading tokenized securities, and they have very novel and innovative thoughts and model on that, on how they can develop that sort of book, the digital book alongside the traditional book, and bridge things back and forth. And to me, that kind of innovation in the exchange space is very exciting, potentially maybe more so than in the ATS space. But I definitely see the argument for having both of these as options, for sure.
Seems like you ignored my question. Do we need?
I said special purpose broker dealer.
Do we need FINRA in the mix for whatever this crypto trading activity is that may or may not be through an ATS-like regime? Should that be a prereq?
It's a pretty fair question. Yeah.
Well, if we're saying that we want broker dealers to trade, to facilitate trading of crypto for investors, then FINRA is our SRO. That's how it is. I mean, I don't know if you want to go down the road of shaking all that up as well.
I mean, I asked the question.
Yeah.
I think I do.
I tell you what, I don't think we need. We don't need a new, different SRO. That'd be a terrible idea.
I mean, we have the SEC.
Merge the SEC,
Exactly.
CFTC, and FINRA then. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we merge FINRA and the SEC and the CFTC. There we go. We got it, right? We're done here?
It strikes me that there probably isn't a way in which you could say we're, given the structure that we've proposed, where the brokerage function of being custodially in charge of clients' assets is merged together with the matching of buying and selling, that there isn't a way to do that without that first part being a broker-dealer, because you are holding customers' assets, and that feels like an important first principle. I don't know that there's a way, unless you're totally just saying, in a DeFi-like capacity, you're a platform in your technology and it's self-custodial. There, I think it's completely different. And it's not a broker-dealer, and I think it's peer-to-peer and so forth. But if we're custodially in charge of holding clients' assets, I think that's a broker-dealer.
Catherine, any thoughts?
I agree, you're not a broker-dealer if you're not custodying assets. Was that the question?
Something like that, yeah. Any other thoughts?
I guess to take it a step back, I was pondering the debate about an exchange or an ATS, but reminded of one of the starting points, which is that we're talking about crypto securities trading, and that is still a very narrow set of the broader category of crypto trading and all of the types of digital assets that there are. And we've identified throughout our discussion today the need for lack of a better term, side-by-side trading. I'm not sure what the right terminology that we've settled on is. But does the rigidity of an exchange model fit more in a universe in which the vast majority of assets or transactions would be viewed as securities, which I don't think is the case for crypto trading generally. So the last half of that hypothesizing is more my view, but the first is truly an open question. If we're thinking about the right structure for crypto securities trading, how does it solve for the other questions that we've raised of side-by-side across asset classes, trading a global regulatory regime where there isn't necessarily the same type of securities or commodities distinctions, and 24/7 trading and trading that will happen, crypto trading that will happen elsewhere in other parts of the world, regardless of how we structure it. So how does that fit into our choices of structure?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, 24/7 trading, and Austin, you've mentioned the global nature of trading in this space. And, John, you work at a global SRO operator, right? Exchange operator. How should the SEC be looking at its role, recognizing that trading is essentially 24/7 in this space, that there are regulators, even in our own country, who have a head start on the SEC, one right across town. There are many states that are already ahead of the SEC in terms of their thinking and what they've been doing, and certainly global regulators. So how does it affect your view on these issues and how it should influence the SECs at the same time?
I mean, I think it's unquestionable that the demand is there. I think there's, to me, this is just an interesting question too. You take the world of NMS securities, right? There's many of them. Now, if you look at even the existing 16 hours, 5 days a week that the equities market trades, you have some ATSs that kind of fill in that 8-hour gap. The breadth of names obviously is a lot less than you have during the regular session. But even then, they're not, to use your oranges analogy before, I think we're sort of comparing apples and oranges in that, the market that, likely comes to mind for most people when they think about 24/7 trading of crypto is Bitcoin, Ethereum, right? The most liquid and largest of the crypto assets. And a lot of that is just driven by the ability to settle it, again, atomically on chain. And, I think that's an open question, right? Like where that fits in, how that fits in, what's the use case for that, and why.
Yeah, Dbloc, is this part two of that conference?
What's the problem people want to solve with it, I think is a good one. Perhaps that's one, right? Trading on weekends, if that's ever a thing. I think outside of crypto, though, right, and the most liquid crypto assets, there aren't a lot of markets that trade, on weekends and holidays, and I think they're different, right? They're, as Austin pointed out before, right? Bitcoin is like it's a global thing, right? You have a U.S. company, and how do you handle holiday? I mean, there's lots of nuance, and the assets themselves are different. So I think it's there. I mean, my view is it's likely to be in the 23.5 range,
part two of that
right?
conference?
Looking more like futures, at some point next year, with all the plumbing in place to help drive it, which will be a good thing. But I think it'll be interesting to see how
I'm just listening to it.
how
I'm not
broad the
sure how they just
participation
tuned
is,
in, right?
because I think one of the
Streaming.
things that makes equities what it is we welcome in the broadest possible base of participants, right? You have retail trading with retail on exchange. You have market makers trading with market makers, principally, the agency firms and institutions trading with each other. So I think the more vibrant that is, the better the market is.
So next month, we have a CFTC regulated DCM, an FCM that we are making 24/7, I think for the first time in the futures world. And there were no shortage of issues navigating, having other FCMs and other participants come along. But the support has been enormous from the entire community. And in the case of, to your point, Bitcoin and others, it is not a great experience on a Saturday or Sunday to be long a future. And so I know that's different than securities, but I think that we sort of navigated bringing sort of TradFi and all of the participants and systems and clearing and so forth along with, and it's we're quite excited about it. Thank you.
Yeah, to just chime in, a couple of different thoughts. I think one is in relation to just like what I think we're trying to solve within this space. I've heard Raghu, our CEO, like use the analogy of like, what if, why are we okay with like Google and Amazon, like, if Google or Amazon didn't work on nights or weekends, like, would you ever use those applications, right? And I think the interesting thing is, like, if I think even recently, a few days ago, I was literally just trying to move money from a bank to a bank, and I would doing it after work, and I was like, okay, well, like, this is not a great customer experience. And I think a lot of that is, kind of what we're trying to solve with crypto and tokenization here. And so I think from my perspective, for tokenization to be successful, you need to be able to operate 24/7, 365. I don't really think that there's a path where tokenization will work, and that won't be the case. And I'm sure there's a lot of components. I mean, we've talked about from a SEC licensing structure today, broker-dealers, ATSs, exchanges, et cetera. And I think there's a lot of components underneath those, whether those are circuit breakers or otherwise, that just the market timing hours are going to be influenced, right? And then we need to dive deeper and really understand. And lastly, what I would say is, I think we've seen the benefits of this in our own business, just in our derivatives business itself too. We operate as a CFTC regulated swaps dealer entity. We have a large options business both in the US and globally. And you see a significant amount of activity that happens over weekends. I think especially this year, right? If you think about all the different big news events and macroeconomic shocks that have happened over that time period. And I think the activity that you also see is people hedging their BTC ETF exposure through derivatives because they cannot get on and sell that asset, right? And so I think that it will create more efficient and effective markets over time. And I think there's already demonstrations of that working at a federally regulated level today.
The point Austin made me think, there's a difference between an individual company share and, a broad-based index, something like, an ETF like SPY or, even some of the levered ETFs that have evolved around these indices. And those are the types of products that, yes, technically they're securities. That's a different, in my mind, that's a different exercise. And it's an easier instrument. Like the less instruments you have, the easier it is to sort of coalesce liquidity around it. And so I think the thing with individual companies that I think time will tell is like, as you go further out that curve, how vibrant is that market in terms of the participation level? And I think, that's something that, at least when we think about it from the issuer perspective, we want to try to make that as broad as possible.
Let's change gears for a sec. So one of the bright spots from the SEC's regulation of this area has been the approval of listing and trading of crypto ETPs, right? As some of those ETPs seek to get approval for, in-kind creates and redeems and maybe even staking, how do you see that affecting trading in the space? And, is there anything you can see that the SEC could do to make that more viable for the market?
We would very much support the allowing of in-kind creations and redemptions, and in fact, the plumbing for that was put in place very early on. And I think having both options for issuers and for APs and investors will make for lower costs, lower frictional costs, a better experience. And there really isn't any, in our estimation, good reason to not allow for the in-kind, the in-kind method. On the staking point, we're quite excited about the potential, and again, supporting our issuers. This is really them driving it and us supporting them from a custody perspective. And think there are ways just with staking as it is today, before you even get to the world of liquid staking tokens and all the things that will allow for an even more sort of fulsome getting to 100% of the fund staked in that world. But even before that, just with staking as it is, our research would suggest that a good proportion of a fund could be staked, leaving plenty of buffer for sort of redemptions as they've happened. And that's looking not just at crypto, but in the past at other similar assets in terms of redemption size relative to fund size, et cetera. And so we think upwards, our research would suggest upwards of 80+% of the assets could be staked and still provide the necessary liquidity in the case of a redemption. And we've provided that research both to our issuers and to regulators as well.
Okay.
Agree on the staking point. I think it's solvable is probably the easiest way to say it. Issuers are willing to work with the SEC to solve it, appreciating, it's difference between Ethereum, Solana, and other protocols and how long, something has to be, put out there to basically be a part of the staking process. I think the create redeem one's a really good example of like, if the SEC can get comfortable with an AP handling Bitcoin or Ethereum to facilitate a create redeem, that might not, this is something you should get broader feedback on. That might not be enough, right? You might find some firms that are very active, and I mentioned this before, that AP LP space is really important to understand, right? The AP is the authorized participant. It's able to facilitate the create redeem. The LPs are kind of oftentimes the same firm, right? One's in a BD, one's operating the LP trade in crypto markets out of an unregulated entity or an offshore entity, and I think without thinking about, okay, how can those firms bring that together, right? Bring it together in a way where things are more efficient from a collateral perspective. Things are more efficient in terms of how they structure those entities. Like, it's not just about the BD and the create redeem. I think you should think about the entire vertical of or stack of SEC entities that are regulated, and again, understand what the objective is, and get sort of broad feedback about how would market participants actually utilize that? How would that improve outcomes for investors? And the ETF thing, I think more broadly, it was a long road, right? And I think I'm sure those of us that are here, and I'm sure the task force would agree, it would have been better in hindsight if that would have gotten approved faster. It's been a good thing for, I think, all of the counterparties involved, in the sense that you have this emerging asset like Bitcoin. I'll use that as an example. It had found its way into the world of the CFTC, and it had vibrant futures markets, vibrant options on futures. It took some time to get into the ETF market, but I think looking back, that's yet another success story for the ETF as a wrapper for a variety of different assets that don't fit into the typical mold of what trades on an exchange. And I think we still have some ways to make that more efficient, right? You can have options on an ETF. You can't have a cash settled option on like a commodity based index. Like, there are some areas where we can do a better job of putting the patchwork together. And I think those are some things that, to Austin's point earlier, do force meaningful trades that market participants want for real reasons offshore. And I think those are things that, we should all be mindful of. But the ETF story is a good story. And I think the more clarity the commission can bring in terms of generic ETF listing standards, that's only going to help the industry move quicker.
Pretty darn close to the end of the day. Maybe I'll toss it up to a round robin. Everybody can kind of get a closing remark, and keep in mind we're in the session trying to offer up ways in which the commission can move the figurative ball forward. So Dave, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, first of all, just thank you to everyone. Really enjoyed this. I thought it was a great discussion. I hope it was helpful and interesting. I think that it seems to me like some themes really emerged. A big part of that is getting more regulatory clarity around, what traditional finance firms should be allowed to do, maybe guidance on expanding what they're allowed to do. I think there are a lot of interesting questions about where should things live in terms of, the debate about national securities exchanges versus ATSs, and can we foster an environment in which both have a role to play? Can we try to pull more of this trading into the U.S. and into the regulated environment in a way that doesn't impact and stamp down innovation? I think there are ways to do all of these things, and I think there are some, clear steps the SEC can take. I know for me, like I've said before, absent the SEC and CFTC merging, it doesn't mean that there can't be a really strong, close working relationship and an attempt to figure out how to learn and analyze more about these markets and to start to think about what market surveillance might look like if there is this sort of regulated trading environment for digital asset securities. And as I think even just the ETF conversation illustrated, this need to let firms become more flexible in terms of the assets that they can custody and the assets that they can trade and places that they have to trade those. And if we can start to bring those together and certainly focus on the right kinds of disclosures to reduce or eliminate conflicts of interest, highlight areas, as we were talking about before, where we have traditional disclosures in the space for execution quality and broker order routing. Those kinds of things can translate directly into this space as well. And so more disclosure and simpler rules and maybe some guidance on some of these issues, I think there's a real great path forward.
Great. Yeah, I'll just summarize a couple of the points I think we've already hit on today. I think from my perspective, and we talked about this, I think both directly and implicitly throughout the conversation, I think most people are expecting Congress to come up with the rules between securities, commodities, et cetera. I think that is, ingrained in a lot of the conversation we've had today. But for whatever reason that does not happen, I think it's an important conversation for the SEC and CFTC to be engaged in. I think that looking at how non-security and so commodity tokens can intersect with broker-dealers and other SEC-regulated entities is an important exercise, and I think that can, further U.S. competition here. We talked, I've brought up offshore and outside of the U.S. markets a decent amount here today. I do think that it would make sense for the Commission to look at whether there are potential avenues of reciprocity with some regions. And specifically what brokers' role would be within that to basically access liquidity on behalf of institutional customers in those regions. And then the last thing I would say is just looking at a consolidation of regulators within the United States itself to make sure that we can be most competitive on a go-forward basis at a global scale.
I have a lot of similar things on my wish list. But I would just say at the very top of it, just how important and welcome the engagement and the engagement of the crypto task force and just engagement with industry, and this dialogue in particular is just sort of critically important. So at the top of my list is a continuation of exactly this kind of forum and the sort of meetings that we've had and are really advancing the state of things tremendously, and so that's greatly appreciated. On the, after that, I would say the more specific rules around reforming the special purpose broker-dealer and which would allow for the creation of an ATS with the not just side-by-side, but if integrated, I don't know. I also don't know the right word for what we're asking for exactly, but it's not the two things on the shelf next to each other. It's being able to trade them side-by-side, which is what I think the customer is going to expect as a user experience. And so really sitting and thinking about that and understanding how the rules would need to conform to allow for that and the necessary exemptions that would come with respect to things like the order protection rule and things like that would be critically important. And then sort of lastly, I think the ability in the case, as Richard said a few times, about from a transfer agency perspective, really starting to think about using the chain as the source of truth from a record holder perspective. Those are some sort of nearer term things I think that are achievable and would help us get to a place where we can start really experimenting with the true power of what this could enable, and I think really set the United States up to the point that was made a few times, which I think is absolutely right. The United States should be the place where this innovation is happening, and I think this would get us to the starting line in that conversation.
Well, I'll echo the thanks for being here today. I think that this is the kind of conversation that the industry has been hoping to participate in, especially in this building for years. And it's a real joy and privilege to be here in such a collaborative and non-adversarial way. So I'm very grateful for that, and I've really enjoyed the discussion with all the other panelists. I would say one topic, and then one big picture thought. One topic I'm not sure that we fully dove into because it's a little beyond just crypto trading, but it is relevant, is that more record keeping and transparency and those tools or those needs can be served by the blockchain today in ways we couldn't have imagined before blockchain technology. And I think that will be increasingly true as blockchains continue to develop. So I do think that for any regulator looking at markets, we should be embracing the future of blockchain technology generally as a tool for those markets. And maybe in particular, I'm certainly not the first one to say it, but I think it's true, as a check against the potential misuse of AI in future markets as well. So that is, one more granular point that I'd love to make. But as a big picture point, again, I think it's incredible that DeFi has a seat at this table, and I'm grateful for that. DeFi is valuable technology that can and will shape our global markets for the better if we let it, and so we should embrace it. Self-custody technology is one of the most important financial tools that we can give to everyday people as a check on the risk of the traditional finance system. And so I urge the Commission and all regulators to embrace the development of responsible self-custodial technology. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's been such a great conversation. I think I'm pleasantly surprised by the level of agreement that we have here. Despite a number of diverse opinions, what I've certainly been hearing is, there's a clear role for broker-dealer and ATS model to be able to leverage existing structures to protect investors and provide safe pathways to crypto trading. I think we had a lot of agreement around registration as well, and a path forward for that through something like a 15C to 11 type structure. Token taxonomy, let's get that straightened out. That seems like kind of an easy one to fix early on, maybe. We've been talking about it for a while. Custody as well. Greg's mentioned the special purpose broker-dealer quite a bit, and you are a qualified custodian already, and in the ATS world, we look to, the term is a good control location, so I think that's what we're probably trying to integrate there. We may be able, maybe it's the SPBD, or maybe we can leverage some of these existing structures that have been around already, like Anchorage or the state trust entities. One thing we didn't really talk about today yet is a sandbox. Maybe that's the way forward for some of these things. I'd certainly like to be able to see us, maybe that's the easy on-ramp, is through kind of a SEC oversight of a sandbox. I'd love to see the blockchain as the official record of ownership. I'd love to see smart contracts being used for settlement, actually doing atomic swaps. I think a path forward for that is kind of taking this transfer agent role. And people are saying, oh, there's no, you don't need, with a blockchain you don't need transfer agents, but maybe that's what a transfer agent becomes, like a fully on-chain. Maybe the transfer agent should have, which is a regulated entity, should have some oversight over the smart contracts. And there's some things we didn't touch on. Maybe Catherine wants to keep these out of the sandbox, but things like a DEX or an AMM, is there a way to do that in compliance with Reg ATS? And the side-by-side pairs trading, trading Bitcoin against Tesla or something like that. I think these are kind of all interesting topics that we could be done safely in a sandbox. I think we'd learn a lot, and I think we'd move the space forward.
Just a couple things to close for me. I'll echo everyone's sort of encouragement or plea for continued CFTC SEC collaboration. I think, as a CFTC alumna, whether or not we merge the agencies, I do think, sort of the CFTC's principles-based approach to regulation, I think is something that, I think is beneficial for crypto and beneficial for innovation in general. I think it offers flexibility, sort of a less prescriptive approach to regulation, I think is important. So I think, whichever regulator has sort of jurisdiction, if there is legislation or what have you, I think sort of having that principles-based approach in mind, I think can be helpful. And then just on the topic of legislation, I think, I think there's just already been so much that's come out of the task force and out of the commission just in the past few months that I think has been helpful. I would just say, I wouldn't wait for legislation. I wouldn't assume legislation will. I think certainly we're optimistic that it will happen, but it's not 100%. Everyone in this room knows probably better than I do. Like not 100% certain until it's enacted. So, if I just to the task force, I just want to commend you all on your great work and say, I wouldn't sort of put a pause on regulatory clarity while you wait for legislation. So, I know we've all talked a lot about legislation today, and it seems like we're all pretty optimistic, but that's just my thought. And then, I also just want to echo everyone else's thanks for having us and for, just the openness to the dialogue. I think it is really refreshing to be here in just such a collaborative environment, sort of, a complete 180 from the way things, were just a few months ago. So really appreciate that. Thank you all.
I got 2 minutes. I'll be
One.
quicker. One? All right, one. No, I want to say, I think the innovation that's gone on in the crypto industry for the last 10 plus years is, there's some remarkable technologies in it that I think have potentially transformative impacts on various areas of the, sort of more established securities world, even beyond U.S. equities. I do think the thought I want to leave everyone with is, I talked about a little bit in my opening remarks, the seat I sit in and, my peers in the industry and the industry members and many of the people that work here at the SEC have worked long and hard to make our markets, our U.S. equity markets, the envy of the world. And I think that should mean something to all of us. And, the thing I'm mindful of, I think that there's a lot of areas where we can improve outcomes with these technologies, with these approaches. We also need to be very careful we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I say that because, there are many, many, many things that are imperfect with the current equity market structure. I did not participate in this conversation. I enjoyed listening to my fellow panelists talk about it. I'm not saying, there's nothing to change, but that is my one ask, is be very careful with that. And I think if you compare it to other securities markets, there are reasons why it is as resilient as it is. It is as trusted as it is, and it is as liquid as it is. So I just ask that you treat it with care.
That was like 140, but I'll give it to you. If folks could just hang around for 1 minute, I would echo the gratitude. I really feel grateful myself to be a part of this conversation, especially with this great panel, and really applaud the commission, Commissioner Peirce, Richard, and the rest of the task force for everything they've done, also under Chairman Ueda's leadership. And I think this has been a great day. So thanks, everybody. Also, everyone who stuck around. Thank you.
And that new SEC sounds significantly different than the old SEC, doesn't it?
They're such well-spoken young lads and ladies.
All right, so we closed CME. CME closed in the middle of what seems to be our range. Type 2 trap. Plenty of space underneath for deviations without freeing the trap shorts. Head and shoulders still hasn't been invalidated.
So what's the type 2 again? Like
Just when one of the sides is way too close to the trap.
okay.
a sign of weakness that market maker couldn't drop price enough before CME closed.
So in this case, the longs are too close, or
Yeah, the longs are right on top of the trap basically. If we were to go up and clear those 100x liquidations above us, we would free those trap longs. So like it makes it sketchy because you can't count on a topside deviation just being a deviation. So it just makes reading the trap a little bit harder. The moves down, it doesn't matter. We can get huge moves down and just come back into the trap. Like I would honestly expect to grab this 83 if we don't if we go sideways for too long.
Would that break upwards and then cause the market maker problems?
Yeah, I mean we could invalidate that head and shoulders. The problem is if we pull up and we get above 84.1, then we've freed the trap longs. Unless the trap longs just aren't set yet and we set them later, like we set trap longs higher. But we won't know if that's the case until we get that move up, set those trap longs, and then come back into that trap. It'll be the same situation that we had during this weekend trap here, but inverse. Find it.
Down we go.
Where is it? Yeah, here.
Big resistance.
I'm shot.
Same sort of deal that we had here. Trapped really close to the longs. Shorts came down. And the other one was that one. But we trapped shorts later. But this is basically what we're looking at right now.
I had a chart in TA. I think it's pretty important on Bitcoin.
Grab these clicks here. What you want if you're bearish to invalidate that head and shoulders. Doesn't really matter that much because you've got enough liquidity here to give you that same measured move if it was to sweep, but it'll make you rest a little bit better.
I was looking at some stuff earlier, and I figured we could go like to like 86.5. That area, maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah, we've still got that 5.5 billion liquidations that takes us all the way up to 86. So I would imagine that would give us you know, a squeeze that took us higher than the end of the liquidations.
Dbloc, is that still at 5.5, or has it gotten bigger or smaller?
It's gotten a little bigger, but I mean at that level there's really not much difference between 5.5 and 6 bill.
Yeah, it's just our 5.5 we've been referring to. I'm just curious what's really up there.
I got you, Anon. Yeah, he still hasn't hit that 800. Like it's trying to get its breakout. That top vector would be my TP if we get it. Bitcoin's gonna need a pump for that though. At least just a little bit. Add that to the TA list. And tau. If you get rejected here though, if we come up and grab this last vector and get rejected, you're gonna come back down to this range. So you're gonna want to get above that 800 on the daily, or you're not gonna get the top part of that measured move. That looks like it's trying to get above its 20. I mean, it's 50. Looks decent, but you'd only be on the right side of your W. So look for some sort of correction at like 280 to put in better structure here. I would worry if it keeps pumping past that. Come back and clear that vector. That's what I'd be looking for. And then you have the same issue with your 200, with your, you have your same issue with the 800. Gonna be coming down like that. Waiting, that's forward thinking though, right? We're waiting for a rejection somewhere around 280, 282. They just do not want to invalidate that head and shoulders. That's so goofy, yo.
Head and shoulders are so creepy. It's just like this man staring at you. Dump it.
I just looked at Tau, Ghost. That's what I was just talking about. Waiting for reaction, rejection around these ranges for SR flip to put in the right side of the W. Right, so we'd be looking at target 1, target 2. Gotta be careful at 3 because of that EMA that we've got coming. But 4 and then a retest to 5 is what I'd be looking for. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for. I would want to see it come up a little more. You want to see it come up to this resistance, and then you want to go look for your higher low.
We can't trap time Dbloc.
Yeah, kind of funky one, but we've gotten used to these funky weekend traps already, right?
I don't trust this going to the upside.
Yeah, we've got too much of a tight trap long here. If it just touches those liquidations, you're gonna free your trap longs. But it won't invalidate this damn head and shoulders. It's had 1, 2, 3 opportunities to do it already. I'm dying to take it off the board. Either way, honestly, any deviation up or down is gonna clear liquidations. The problem with these type 2 traps is that the trap long is too close. And if that gets freed, then we're like free balling for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I just took the little short there right on the top of that little 1 minute hump there on the end.
Yeah.
Just kind of ride it, see what happens, see if I get a little down play.
And if you took profit on if you took profit into the trap longs, how we usually do every weekend, you still made the right decision. I mean, you could literally, if this thing starts to pop, you could get back in.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to deal with all of this shit for the last couple hours.
Yeah, I did pull off a decent little short. The turnaround we had yesterday in the market, I definitely played that vector zone. Came out good.
Nice.
Yeah, I was at work. I was at work the all day yesterday when I kept following. I was like, yeah, that's like it got my take profit. I was like, I'm good. Close the charts now. I was like, I ain't gotta watch none of this until I get back home.
Yeah, I do wanna point that out, guys. We have had, and anybody that's been here long enough knows that this isn't normal. Kind of hard to see here, but this weekend trap, this weekend trap, this weekend trap, this weekend trap, and now this weekend trap are exactly in the same range.
Man, stop, dude. Stop it.
That's wild.
Crazy, right? There's something about this price point that market maker wants to stick to. I think this might possibly be a market maker bottom.
Whoa.
Sideways.
Yeah, you've got some messed up mic or something going on.
Aliens.
That's the aliens.
Yeah. They're trying to take us Bitcoin.
Hey, Dbloc, what's the market maker bottom and what does it usually look like?
I'm just saying it seems like market makers found a price point that he's not comfortable staying underneath. He keeps coming back up to this 84 range every time we dip down underneath.
Well, it's about 20% above
Things
69,
that make you
right?
go,
Mm-hmm.
He's got to leave himself some room for a bit of a crash. And it's not April 25th yet. He's a very simple man, market maker.
No, the type 2 weekend traps don't have a sort of standardized outcome. It just lets you know that market maker going into the trap doesn't have full control of what's going on. So the chances of getting deviations out of the trap before its time are higher, but that could be up or down.
Does a market maker bottom have a standard outcome?
No, I mean it's not even a standard market maker bottom isn't even a standard thing. I'm just saying that by looking at it and seeing him trap price at the same price over and over for over a month and a half, it tells me that that's a price point that they're comfortable keeping it at. Yeah, you sound better. That was you with the aliens earlier?
Yeah, I didn't have my headphones plugged in. I guess
okay.
that's what it did. But I was gonna say really quick. You saw how you had that on the. You were showing the weekend traps for the last 3 weeks. Could that be the sideways in the fractal?
Possibly it would have started a little early, but it does show that for the most part.
It sure does look like it.
Yeah, it does show that for the most part we're sideways.
This could be it. This same damn thing is going to keep reoccurring for the next 2-3 months.
Yeah, just kind of look at it like this. I'll do it on a cleaner chart, but just think of it like this. Think of it like market maker. Let's make this. Think of it like market maker has a floor here, and then we got one last sweep underneath where they were, wanting to be, which would make 74 our bottom. And if you look at it, if you scroll it all the way over,
That is very interesting.
it's like an attempt to catch. You know what I mean? It's like an attempt to catch price. And no matter how far we get away from it, they still manage to find the oomph and find the gas to get us back up to that little sweet spot that they want us in.
74 is the bottom, right? And then we've been testing 75, 76 as really heavy support, and potential downside at the moment is around 77. So he's a sneaky little market maker.
Well, what it sort of means is if we do go underneath this price, if the pattern continues, we can expect a concerted effort to get price back up, right? Which means any deviations that we get down under, you can look at as sort of decent long opportunities if that pattern continues.
Defend it, like we'll buy that. I will find powder everywhere.
What's the longest you've seen market maker keep price in a range like this?
This is the longest I've seen. I've never seen 5 or 6 weekend traps in exactly the same place before.
What about when we were down at like 25?
Have you actually
28K?
looked? Have you looked? Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Sorry, mate.
I haven't gone back and back tested it, but
Okay.
it's the type of thing that I feel like I would notice.
You would have picked out
Yeah,
a while ago
yeah.
if you would have seen it.
Yeah, I think so.
Just touch 84.
All right, let's see if we get this sweep through these
It's
liquidations.
He's leaking 84.
Isn't that what that poem said, that 84 was the base?
Here we go. We get this. Yeah, 84 was the number that he said. That's interesting too. Yeah. Something about the launch pad or something like that.
When you're doing the crossover, the overlay with the M2 money supply.
Yeah.
Do you generally look at it just on like a daily or weekly
The
time frame?
daily. The daily is the best, yeah.
Have you tried to have you tried to like work with it like on like the 4 hour or hour, like intraday trading? Have you tried to mess with it like that to see if it like has some validity to it?
Yeah, you can. I've seen people put it up at a higher offset and then go down to a lower time frame.
Big buys.
Yeah, there's that sweep through the liquidation. Let's see if we clear the trap longs.
So sweet. Come on, baby. Come on.
My target 3 is 85.4. I would love to take another 20%. They gave it to us. There's a non-zero chance that the longs aren't trapped yet. But like I said, there's no way to know that until price returns to the weekend trap. Meaning we could possibly be looking at... We could be looking at something like this. Trap shorts. Weekend trap. Trap longs.
Do it. Well, actually do it because I'm in a short, but
Right, and then that would give us a more traditional weekend trap where our trap longs and trap shorts are equal distance away from the weekend trap.
mm-hmm. Yep. Oh man.
But we have to the end of the day today. Just like we have to wait 24 hours on Mondays for midweek reversal and 24 hours on Thursday. For false move and 24 hours on Thursday for midweek reversal. On weekend traps, we've got to wait till the end of Friday to be sure of what our trap looks like.
Hey, Dbloc, when a market maker's increasing volume, do you think he's also setting buy and sell walls sometimes?
Now, you don't have to, when you can provide liquidity, you don't have to sell a buy and sell wall, right? You're basically creating a sell wall by deciding not to provide liquidity at a certain point. And you're creating a buy wall by providing that liquidity at a certain point. So it's not orders in the books per se. That'd be great though if we could see some massive market maker orders just slap down on the books.
So you're saying most of the market maker orders are just they're market orders?
What do you mean? No, they're just done in real time, right? They don't
Yeah,
sit
that's what I
on the
mean,
books.
like-
Yeah.
It's market.
Let's market, yeah.
Let's see if we can hold this little green 5-minute vector. you on the 1 minute Dbloc? Yeah.
Well, these longs have been freed, so
Yep.
brace that. As of right now, we're looking at a type 3 weekend trap with only one side trapped.
Wow,
How does that usually
this
look
5 minutes
like?
starting to look crappy.
I haven't ever heard you talk about type 3. How does that
We
usually
haven't
look
got
like?
to that level of loss of control for market maker yet. Usually it's the last step before there's no weekend traps at all and price just pumps because the market maker can't control it. There's too much liquidity.
Well, we clear the vector zone underneath us at what 83,094 and starts at what 83,463 on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
If we dip below a little bit on the structure,
We
we'll,
invalidated that head and shoulders too, by the way. My bad, I didn't mean to step on you.
no, you good, you good. Well, you can bump in anytime you want, Dbloc.
So for right now, let's play the current pattern, which is the breakout of this bull flag. This is what should happen if market maker is not in control right now.
83.1.
Or if the intention is to trap higher.
I don't, like to try to trade on the weekend, but
Yeah, I feel you on that. Don't make a habit of it.
yeah,
But
I just
that would
generally,
take us up to our target 3.
especially. All right, so it's kind of pretty much got a little trend line here. It's back testing it.
Can you break down type 3 for the weekend trap?
Just has no, it won't have any side to it at all. I mean, this necessarily, it's not a type 3 because all we
It's just
did
a range
was
without any trapped longs or shorts?
no, without any trap to one side.
Oh, got it.
Like
Yeah, there's always a trap. Yeah, there's always a trap
sides.
long or a trap short.
Yeah.
But all we did here, in essence, is just move our trap shorts higher, right? It's still Friday, so there's still time to set.
Do you know in a type 3 trap, weekend trap, if the deviation, Sunday night or the false move Monday, if it usually happens towards
No,
the trap
once the
side
trap
or away
is
from?
no, once there's a type 3 trap, you can't expect on the rest of the week playing out the way it's supposed to.
And then for when the market maker loses control, how do you trade your setups then if you can't rely on the market maker pattern?
Momentum, baby. You go back to first principles.
Momentum. That's when it gets fun.
Oh yeah. That's when it gets skill. That's when it gets skill based.
You
And what does
start
that look like
ignoring the
for you?
vectors. Start ignoring the vectors and start looking at the momentum, stochastics, and EMAs.
Dbloc, for you trading momentum, what does that look like?
I trade momentum every day. I trade every strategy that I trade it overlapping each other. Momentum trading is just following your EMAs, right? Following the volume, respecting the CVDs, respecting spot volume, knowing when you're getting pivots. There's nothing that I don't use. It's just I'll stop using certain things at certain times.
Yeah,
Like I'll
just
still
kinda
look
weed
at
out the stuff.
I'll still look at the vectors, but I don't give them the same amount of importance during that sort of.
As you once did, maybe as
Yeah.
you once did.
Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting. And why is that?
because the market maker's not in control. He has control, but he's not in full control. So being able to
Hooligans are in
blindly,
control.
being able to blindly just say there's no liquidity above, so there's no reason to go up, and there's vectors underneath, so I'm going to short this into the vectors. That doesn't work when you don't. Doesn't matter if there's no liquidity above because there's liquidity in the market. You get what I mean?
Yeah. So what's the most? I guess what I'm asking you too with momentum is what's your key thing if you can't rely on vectors?
Moving averages.
So back to the 13 popping above the 50.
Yeah, to simplify it, yeah.
It's just a bias away from the market, but from the vectors, because that's where the manipulation's happening. So it's just a bias away from it. That's all. And back to your other trading strategies.
Remember there is no spoon.
You just have to remember. You just have to replace the motivation. Right now we trade on their market maker motivation because they're the ones in control. Whatever their motivations are, usually what plays out. Once the whales are in control, right, their motivation is up and to the right. And if they don't need the market maker to make that happen, then you have to respect the up and to the right, which means we take profit and we stay on the sidelines a lot shorter time than we usually do. You know what I mean? If you have to take profit and you're going to compound when things are parabolic, it's not the type of thing you go make some lunch and go watch a movie with your kids and then come back and check, because you could be down 20% from where, you know what I mean? Price could be gone 2x from where it was.
Dbloc, wouldn't you say that back to basics, if you go to your 200 and your 21, your smooth moving and your moving averages, that's also good indicators for if you just come into a trade and you see things in front of yourself, to go by those, especially your 21 SMA and your 200 MA?
I mean, for me, it has to do with whatever MAs you're the most comfortable with and what kind of trading you're doing. For me, nothing beats the 513 and 50 EMA on the 5-minute, because it gives me the most amount of fake out prevention and confirmation for my trades, not entry, right? You're using that as entry if you're brand new. If you're not brand new, you're swinging at stopping volume candles, you're swinging at W bottoms, you're playing it a little differently. But I still use it because when I'm in the trade and I get the cross, that's where I move my stop loss.
You can go back test that strategy too. I've actually been doing it some lately.
Yeah.
It works very well. That
Whenever
is it the 12 and 50?
The 13 and 50, yeah.
13, 50. It works good on the 5.
Yeah, I've done a lot of back testing on different EMA stacks, and that one just it literally gives you the best fake out prevention.
Yeah.
It's really, really good at keeping you in a trade that you should still be in.
And that's been my main problem, is staying in a trade. I'm like, I saw the setup. I saw it. Why didn't I stay in it? I just hopped out too early, took profit, but not nearly close as what I could have made.
Yeah. And then when you back test it and look, you're like, oh damn, I wouldn't have even thought about getting out just yet. Yeah.
One of the things that's made a difference that I haven't mentioned over the past few times when I've been asked on this channel is that's different now too is like I mentioned before, I'll use the stochastic RSI with the vectors and pattern and market maker pattern now. But another thing I never used before was Bitcoin dominance. That's helped a lot between determining like which is better to trade at the current time, like Bitcoin versus ETH. That's been a big change also that's helped them. I never used to look closely.
Really does. It really does when you get the Bitcoin move, because you'll get a lot of money drawn out of the alts. So if you're trying to go into multiple positions, you might hold off on those alts if the dominance is up.
I knew they were going short this thing, man. I've seen this pattern too much over time. That's why I short this thing.
Dbloc, whenever the market maker has lost control, what's the longest you've seen us that last for before he usually gets like control back for good, not where it's like a still a fight back and forth?
Parabolic bull market usually lasts for like 3 to 4 months of just parabolic movement when it goes.
You can just look on the weekly as
Not
well.
much longer than that.
You see it on the weekly chart. You pull out, it's usually a couple of days where you get one move up of that parabolic, and then you'll see it over a few weeks. Yeah.
Once it goes, it's just like every day. It's just like, yo, this joker it's just gonna keep going up forever.
Just look at your weekly chart. You'll see where it happens. It's huge.
We don't ever completely disrespect the market maker. Like I said, it always does.
He's our friend.
It always does affect my trade in one way or the other. It's just when things are parabolic, it's less of a deterrent.
Would you say the market maker pattern's stronger to trade off of? If you have to pick one or the other, would you say in a bull market or a bear market?
No. They get busy in both markets.
It's volatility you look at. They like when there's more, like less liquidity and more volatility.
Market maker is the strongest in a low liquidity environment.
Neo, do you follow USDT dominance?
No, I've seen y'all in Dbloc watch that a bit, but
put it on your ticker. Put it on your ticker and check it out. It's just directly pretty much inverse to Bitcoin, and it helps. Has helped me out a lot since I started using it.
What do you watch it on the larger time frame or
I'll
on
be
the
right back,
smaller
guys. Give
time
me a
frame?
second.
To be honest, Neo, I generally will watch it. Whatever I'm watching, if I'm trading Bitcoin, whatever time frames I'm kind of, honing in, that's what I will look for the USDT, the same time frame I'm trading, because I'm using that to trade with Bitcoin. So I can literally look at USDT and place an order, on Bitcoin without actually looking at like a Bitcoin chart. I could already tell you where it's at, just off the dominance of Tether.
Dbloc, you just said market maker is the strongest in low liquidity environment. Can you explain that to us?
He just stepped out. Go ahead, Dbloc. Sorry.
Well, don't it make sense that he would be the strongest in low liquidity times? It doesn't take much to push the market around,
Exactly.
Now, when there's a lot of liquidity, a lot of movement, money coming in,
Wales.
that's gonna be way harder for him to. Yeah, he can't compete with that. He's got to ride it, dude.
He doesn't want to get wrecked.
Yeah, he's like, yo, they got big boys coming in. I ain't trying to. Yeah, it's like let the big boys do the thing and just ride them. Those are the humpback whales. He might call him a killer whale.
When the order book is thin, it takes less volume to push the price around.
Yeah.
Much.
How you doing, Fly?
Hey, Winnie, I'm good, man. Chilling.
Little cold? You don't sound right.
No, it's morning, man. Sunrise. I haven't had coffee. I'm good.
Oh, you
It's late.
sound echoey. You sound echoey. I don't
Oh,
know.
sorry. I just had my headset like off one ear like a DJ.
But now check out USDT dominance, man. Put down your ticker.
Is the Dixie still dropping? I know this morning that shit was tanking.
It'll keep dropping, man. It'll keep dropping.
I already watched. I already watched like 7 or 8 things in real time, so adding more stuff is a little complicated. But what's the ticker for the? You said what is it? USDT what?
It's just
D.
There you go. No, you go. You good. There you go.
Yeah, that looks like another one of those devil horn patterns.
Mm-hmm.
But what is it again? The ticker?
USDT.D. Sorry, sir. Over.
Oh, thanks.
USDT.D. J. Spin.
The big D.
Big D.
And it should be, if you got the chart that I have, it should be sitting at like 5.54%.
Do you use any specific settings?
No, I use the vector candles and the vector zones, and the 5-minute drifting crossover to the 50. I'm using the same stuff that I would use trading Bitcoin or an altcoin. I keep it very simple with my like indicators and everything, to be honest. I keep it very simple.
Got it.
Make my trend lines. I use my vector candles and vector zones and my trend lines. And yeah, man.
I wonder if it's the same for the vectors on USDT dominance as it is with the
I got you.
The scenario where if a lot of liquidity comes in, that you can't rely on the vectors as much.
Go check it out though. It kind of is like you pull it on the 5-minute and go to versus Bitcoin. The vector zones are just to the upside, not to the downside, depending on how you're looking at it. But they kind of match up. But no, the pattern itself matches up. You look at USDT dominance versus Bitcoin. It's just like the same pattern. It's just it's inverse. That's all.
It has to be because that's where the money goes.
Yeah. When it's flushing in and out, of the other exchanges.
So how do you trade this using USDT dominance?
Yeah, it's just like we try to look for structure within Bitcoin. We can look, at the same structure within Tether dominance chart for either Bitcoin to go down or to go up. So it's just the same thing, man. It gives you the same structures.
If it's coming out of USDT and it's not in Bitcoin, people are losing confidence in crypto in a way. When you've got a balance there, you've got much more market control.
So you just are you looking for USDT to top out and then into Bitcoin, pretty
And
much?
then yeah, top out long Bitcoin, or if it bottoms out within a range, short Bitcoin kind of thing. I mean, I made a really good play on it earlier, some months ago, because it hit like this. It hit this long-standing trend line that's been grinding up over the last 6-7 years, and it bounced off of again. So it's just like it was a perfect point to short Bitcoin.
Hey, Dbloc, how often do you look at USDT dominance when you trade?
I think he stepped out for
Yeah,
a
and
minute.
it's not, and that's something you don't have to use. It's just something if you want to look around, mess around with. You might like it, you might not. You know.
Yeah, I trade momentum, so I look at everything in real time. Literally, I'll toggle back and forth between the smaller and larger time frames. I'll be in a trade maybe for about 5 to 30 minutes on average. I'm just in and out, so I have to. It's like a lot of work to just toggle between everything.
No, I agree. Yeah. See, I'm trying to see my trades are longer than yours. That's why I got more. I can have more time, more patience to flip around and keep confirming how I feel on certain positions.
Just use it as another confluence tool, really. Like
There you go. There you go.
If you're in there on the minute, and you're in and out, you really have to fall back to momentum.
Yeah. But no, set your trend lines up. Throw some fibs. Help you mark the top and bottoms of Bitcoins. So helps. Like you said, just know the confluence chart to use.
Especially when you are unsure about where you want to get in on your momentum. Depends how you trade momentum. Like if you're doing that, you're kind of looking for some volatility and some confidence as well. So you might be out of the market, or you might be in a larger swing and looking for reasons to close your positions as well. So it's a bit more of a macro look at it anyway. So when you're sitting back and a bit more relaxed, but when you're looking at your momentum, you really got to look at price action. You're going to have the aperture of your view is going to be a lot different when you're momentum trading than when you're actually sitting back and trying to find larger entries and exits on a macro.
Hey, who is that talked about the dominance, USDT dominance?
Nikon here,
Okay.
me.
What is what do you trade mostly? What coins?
To be honest, Bitcoin really. I just
Okay,
watched
that's
this I've watched it for so long. It's just like I just feel like I can just read it so much better than like alts and shit. I rarely try to play with ETH in any kind of way. I will play with the alts, like Pepe or Cardano, XRP. I don't go too crazy with it, to be honest. Like I'm
yeah. I
not
just
trying to
trade.
find some hidden meme coin that's about 100. Like I don't go out fishing around for stuff like that at all.
I just trade Bitcoin and ETH, and one of the things that's really helped out a lot between with trading ETH is Bitcoin dominance. Because like for
Yes,
example, on
sir.
this recent run or trend up move we had over the past couple days,
Yep.
if you look at ETH, its price action is so much more volatile versus Bitcoin's. And in the past, I would really struggle with being consistently profitable trying to trade ETH versus Bitcoin. But now with being able to leverage or use Bitcoin dominance, getting more familiar with it, and the patterns that play out between Bitcoin and
Oh no,
the alt.
that dominance chart, BTC dominance, yeah, that's definitely a game changer. If you never had it before, didn't know what it was, and you find it out, it's like, whoa, damn, okay.
ETH is really just a proxy to the alts because in order of magnitude, it's far huge. I mean, but the only thing that's happened with ETH is with
King shit alt.
Solana's. Yeah, I mean, Solana's kind of put a little chip in ETH's shoulder in the last few years as well, but that's about it really. You don't need to look at That's why we have the like your total 1, total 2, total 3. But if you add up all of the other shit coins, it's not even a very large percentage of ETH. ETH's just a proxy to everything other than Bitcoin. So trading ETH versus Bitcoin is completely fair. Like, there's no reason why you need to really delve too deep, because ETH is a proxy to the rest of them anyway.
Yeah, another thing too that helps, which I already mentioned, is just the vector candles, because yeah, just been a game changer. The vectors
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure.
and the dominance and the structure of this market maker pattern, it gives like just helps give like a narrative for the
They're really good. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really, really good for targets. I mean, when you're momentum trading, it's actually hard to have like that actual price target for your profit to loss, like for your ratio. So when you're trying to work out this is like a 1 to 3 play or a 1 to 5 play on momentum, it's really hard to know when to get out unless you're looking across all the time frames. But it does give you like really solid targets to move your stop losses and take your exits and stuff like that. It is really handy, man.
The thing that's helped me a lot with taking profits with Bitcoin is, and ETH is you know, the liquidation level is on a lower time frame. So I used to only look at the heat map, but now since I use what Dbloc uses, the fluid trades, and that helps a lot because, you know, I trade short term and I can see where the 150x or mostly 100x liquidations are at. And it's like more often than not, market maker always punishes, you know, those people that 100x and are in.
Yeah, the high leverage shit. Yeah, it's so much because it's so much easier to punish. It's hard to punish a 5x, someone who's 5x in Bitcoin. That depending on what you're rolling with, that liquidation level is going to be way out the range, bro. Way.
It's good, right? So if you're momentum trading and then something really breaks and then you hit those liquidation areas, you'll see everyone liquidated. And then shortly after that, about an hour or two, you'll start seeing the volume coming right down, and then you're just bleeding out slowly. And that's where a lot of traders get sucked into that bleed with a bit of hopium. But once you've knocked out the hundreds and the 50s, then you know it's time to get out. There's nothing left there. There's no meat on the bone.
It's like the 150s. They really help fuel like the movements up to those big liquidation zones. You know.
Another thing
they keep doing
Another thing I look at reversal zones to determine if we're going to continue, reject, or bounce is I'll look at the 100x's. It's just a little factor. It's not a huge one, but when we're like right at the bottom of resistance or at the top of resistance or the bottom of support, like all those 100x's have just been cleared out, the most recent ones, you can see who's trying to long or short that zone very heavily with 100x leverage. And if you see one side, like everybody's only, for example, if everybody's only trying to short with 100x right at the very bottom, market maker usually that's where he puts in a stopping volume candle and pushes the price back, or vice versa. If we're at resistance and everybody's just trying to long and nobody's trying to short with 100x, usually you know, the price will get pulled it back a little bit. Now that doesn't that doesn't mean the reversal is going to happen for sure, but that tells me, hey, we're at least coming back 1% or so, and that gives me, you know, some wiggle room to
it's you building your case to take a position. That's all. You know.
He's going to wait for the 50s and stuff to come in with more larger margins and stuff. So he's like, it's not worth taking you guys out just yet. Let's let it all build up around there, tease them, get it to build up and go for it then. Like there's just, he knows that he's going to entice them there, right? And he's going to bring in bigger and bigger and bigger positions. So he doesn't want to take out the incentive straight away.
Yeah, like this recent pump, or not pump, but I'd say this 1% or so move we had for ETH. So So I was seeing on the larger time frames, we had the liquidity up there, but on the smaller time frames, the 100xers on the 1 minute, they just kept building up as we were just right there around 1560. They just kept building up above us, and yeah, it just like it's just things like that I'll look at, and it's like, okay, like it looks like he's actually gonna try to bring it up, and
Hey, how long
yeah,
have you been trading?
man. So I started trading back in 2017. I traded for about a year.
Uh-huh.
Right, I got in right at the end of 2017.
Okay.
Deployed capital like around October of 2017. Everything went up 10 to 20%, and I thought I was a genius. And then the bear market started. Bitcoin topped out like 2 months later at 20K.
Gotcha.
And then that whole rest of the year, I just spent. I just, watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I was in a lot of paid groups. Just trying to take signals.
Yeah.
But since then, off and on, I would say collectively, I've actively traded. I would say I've invested a long time and watched the market, but actively trading, I would say. I thought about this yesterday, man, but I would say maybe 4 years, 3.5 years, 4 years. But in
You do a
those,
lot of
in
chart
that,
watching though, and as well, a lot of chart watching. It sounds just
yeah,
watching the charts.
in those years though, trading, I was literally like, when I was trading, I was trading like, yeah, I would say like 4 to 8 hours a day, like watching charts and stuff. So it was pretty active. And then the other times I was just looking at it maybe just 30 minutes or an hour a day or something, when I was more just spot buying.
So similar to a lot of us, because I think around 2016, 2017, it really started to hit YouTube and was just a bit off the other forums. It like became like heavily hit on the promotion of Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Maxi. Yeah.
One of my biggest regrets I have with Bitcoin is I was a lot younger and pretty shy and introverted, and I was in a poker room, like just an underground room, and I heard some guy talking about magic internet money for 5 minutes. This is back in like 2011 or 12.
Yeah,
And he was
exactly.
talking on and on about it, and I wanted to go ask him so bad what it was, because I'm just y'all already know this by now. I'm naturally a really curious person. Ask a lot of questions, and I was like wanting to, but because of how shy I was back then, I just didn't ask him. Had I asked him, I think I probably would have gotten to Bitcoin around 2014, 15. But, it's like, it is what it is. I never heard about it.
Everyone started talking about binary options. There's a guy in the office that was telling you about Forex. And yeah, I mean, I was even looking at like internet money ever since 2000 because they started to bring out this concept of like digital money on your Visa card. So they were kind of releasing it. And then I kept collecting bits and pieces before 2009. And then you hear people talking Forex and this and that, but there's so much noise. How do you know which one to choose? Even by 2017, we still didn't really know if BTC was going to be forever money. So, like, you can't have, it's not like a big regret, right? It's just, you pretty much followed the Discord or the narrative or that was sort of floating around. Like it's in the background. But how do you know? Like, what do you listen to every single person?
We see and we see that now with new people, right? Like you're like, damn, I remember when I was coming in, like just green and just like wet behind the ears, and so I mean, I remember my buddy was sitting on my porch one day. We were just chilling outside. He had a couple of Bitcoins. They're like $250, $300 a piece. He was just telling me about it. That was a sign.
I didn't hear about Bitcoin again until about middle or early 2017 briefly, and then summer. But
there's a
I saw someone
on YouTube. Yeah, it was everywhere.
In the chat, someone asked. They asked me what was I trading and where. So I just started trading. Just Bitcoin and ETH. That's pretty much what there was mostly for trading on. I was trading on BitMEX too, and man, that was crazy. Yeah, because like it would literally like when we would get very volatile, everything would literally pause and you couldn't open or close trades, and a lot of slippage would occur where your stop loss would not get
it, dog.
activated, and if you think it's bad now, dude, it was like that was literally like Wild Wild West. Like you literally
Yeah.
Exchange is going down everywhere. People losing money off centralized exchanges. It's probably
The shit
why
ain't the shit ain't insured, bro, in any kind of way. Set your own risk.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. I like literally and the candles were so much bigger because back then Bitcoin was only
Yeah, yeah.
9K, 8K, 10K, 7K.
Yeah,
so
they could whip like percentages back and forth so easy back in the day.
yeah, you'd get 3% candles back to back sometimes. Like 3% up and then 6% down and 3% up, like crazy stuff like that.
Oh, there's altcoins you can do that with now anyway. It's never going to end. Even if Bitcoin becomes flat lined, there's just going to be the next one that people are going to play.
That's another
It's
reason
never
I
gonna
don't
end.
trade other altcoins. Dbloc almost tempted me to with some altcoin he threw up that had a really good short had a good short pattern to it, very good one. But man,
You're not going to
I
hit it
look
with that kind of weight on leverage though. Not on an altcoin. You can just sit there making patterns all day on them.
yeah, I looked at a few others and I saw the way they played out, and I was just like, I think I entered a small trade in one to try it out, and I just saw how much slippage there was because of the small liquidity, and I was
You
just
need
like,
to
nah.
check your order books, right? And you also need to check how high you are up in the wallets. You become a target big time if you sit in the top 10 of the wallets of a coin. You know they're watching you, and then you can dump, pump, and then you really got to like be reading the order books. And even then, some other whale in the list of wallets is going to come and destroy you, or an exchange that might have it kind of off a wallet as well. It's a different game. It's a bit of a different game. Like that's where you'd be sitting on spot. There's no point doing huge leverage on those things. You can actually like trigger a run like on a smaller altcoin, and you hit it with a lot of leverage. You can really trigger a run, but you need to get
That's
out pretty
why
quick.
that's why I just stick man with Bitcoin and ETH. Like another thing too, like you see people posting super high leverage trades with these altcoins, but I guarantee you that their losses are extreme, or their accounts are getting blown by the month.
Yeah,
That's why. Yeah, that's why I just trade Bitcoin and ETH.
I've seen one of the best trades I ever did was on a low volume alt. Like I saw the pattern there, and I hit it with huge leverage. It starts a huge party. They all jump in, and you know it's you that did it, so you're just out, and you just cash out within 20 minutes. So you can,
Yeah.
but you are risking that. If you keep playing that game all the time, you will get wrecked. But just depends what you see. It's all about opportunity when you're trading. You always like you can follow a strategy, and it's best to sit on Bitcoin because of the liquidity there. And obviously the second one, ETH. But the more experience you have, the more opportunity you see. And when you see an opportunity and you have house money or you have the time, you might want to take that opportunity. So it's really just experience. That's all.
A good analogy I would use is like try and trade leverage on small to mid cap altcoins, or even some of the small to mid cap altcoins is like you're trying to judge a hyper train jumping out of the way of standing in front of a hyper train, whereas with Bitcoin and ETH, it's like a 1800 locomotive train. You can see that shit before it's getting right in front of you, and you can get out of the way. But with these small to mid cap altcoins, it's like a rocket ship. You got to jump out out of the way
You
of.
have to, man. You have to pressure. And but I mean, I'm pretty sure I was making candles on Link because I was hitting Link a couple of years back pretty heavily on leverage with a fair bit of weight, and I was and that kind of scared me off it because I'm like, because someone's going to target me, even on something as large as Link. So, but you play with the lower ones. That just really depends. It's better to do leverage on high liquidity assets like Bitcoin. It's easier. And the only other thing I've noticed as well, like my best trades have been Bitcoin and Doge, so I'll be watching both. And Doge has enough liquidity for me. So those higher like coins in the top 10 You can see it. It just depends what market you're in. If you're in a alt season, once that dominance is coming down, you can start to use leverage on those a bit if you know. But you really got to play leverage on a coin. You have to watch it for like 6 months, a year. You got to know exactly how it plays, and you've also got to make sure that you're not putting too much into one position, because anything can happen at any time. But you'll see the ranges where it's sort of playing nicely, but it is more dangerous because the floor can just fall out from below you, because someone else with a much more bigger weight can come and hit you. So
Yeah, I just rather not play that game. I think that's why Dbloc trades spot 2 is because of he trades a lot of altcoins.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Doge really respected certain levels, right? Really, really did. It just depends.
Yeah.
You pick one other favorite coin, whether it be ETH. I don't even find ETH respects levels as much as some other coins. Doge was playing certain levels when it was between like 8 and 10 cents, and you could bet your bottom dollar it wasn't going to break certain regions. So it just depends. You really got to get to know how a coin behaves, how the people participating in that coin behave, and really find those horizontal supports and resistances. And especially like when you're in a bull market, there are floors where people, they're going to buy in. Like when Doge went down to a 5.2, there was a massive dip and catching knives. It was just like there's certain periods of time, but you do have to spend and invest your time into that particular alt. You can't just pick up any alt. I like trading Link because I could see the way I had known how it was trading 4 or 5 years ago, and it was respecting the same type of behavior. So they'd have behavioral differences, but you're going to be safer in Bitcoin if you're doing leverage. And even now, I will always be watching Bitcoin and leveraging on Bitcoin, and I'll have my larger position like supporting me in the Bitcoin, and then when I'm actually like swinging it, then I might drop down into a lower one while those the Bitcoin's doing and being respectful, and under the radar, you can start playing those lower ones. Just depends on your appetite for degeneracy and how much time you want to spend, and if you like to overtrade and stuff like that. But like Bitcoin leverage is the highest liquidity market. It's no brainer.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with top 10 coins in the market. It's just when you start getting to the low cap, mid cap, it's
You become the market maker. You become the market maker at that point. You can dominate it with leverage. It doesn't take like these. You've got to.
I gotta stop you there. I don't
Yeah.
think that's right because a lot of people would be like getting rich. A lot of retail traders trading leverage with altcoins, and they're not. They're just getting liquidated and
Yeah, they
feeding the
are.
casino.
I agree. You're going into the casino realm. Like you're not. You might be the market maker for a minute, but if you're not a trained market maker, you can't just own it. But I mean, yeah, you are going into a casino with volatility, right? With high volatility, there's less predictability, and you are jumping into a casino.
Yeah, to me, it's like you're going into a casino with no edge. But when you trade, like for example, Ethereum, yeah, like nobody thought it was gonna go that low, but again, like I'm trading with the casino or market maker. Like when I saw on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange that people, big money was shorting ETH for more than 10 billion starting at the end of January, I was like, yeah, they're gonna try to bring this down. That's not the type of
Yeah.
position you open just for a day or week, and so things like that you're not gonna see on a poop
But yeah,
coin
I
or
mean, what you're saying, there's nothing to argue with what you're saying. It's the standard and the conservative view, but it depends. Like you learn a lot if you've just won a whole bunch and you're taking 1% of that, and you want some. It is house money, and that's a disrespect to money if you call it house money. I get that, but like at the end of the day, you can learn a lot down at that level as well, because it's just so much more responsive to your behavior, where you are subject to all the conservative rules and the higher cap ones. So it just depends if you want to do a bit of training down at that level and see how it acts, because you'll have you'll learn things from it. It is more gambling though. As soon as there's high volatility and low liquidity, it's gambling.
yeah, that's kind of been You know, Dbloc mentioned before that of all the big traders he's met, none of them have ever been on leverage. They've all been spot traders, and you know, I totally believe him and believe that they're non-existent. You know, if so, there's a very small percentage of traders
Well,
that consistently when using high leverage. So that's
you
motivation
could
for
you
me.
could
Is
talk
like,
about that in the crypto space, but that's not entirely true. It's often people at the lower end, but when you go right to the high end on Wall Street and you're talking about hedge funds and stuff, they're constantly using leverage and margin and credit and stuff. They're not putting like a big hedge fund or someone that's really, really wealthy is not going to put all their money locked up because you're locking up your cash flow at the end of the day.
yeah, I'm
So
talking just
that's not
about
entirely true.
specific to crypto. That's all I trade is just Bitcoin and ETH.
Yeah, I mean the fact is you don't if you're buying Bitcoin on spot, there's plenty of liquidity, so you're not having to worry about your entries and exits and feathering them in and staggering them in. And why, it depends how much money. Like if you're talking 100K, 200K, or maybe even slightly more, and it's not a huge amount of money to be locking up your equity. But if you're talking, you've got 10 million or 20 million or plus, you're not going to be locking up that equity, and you may not be putting it all into crypto anyway. So it's really just because that's the tier that people are trading at, and you don't really need to trade leverage if you have like 100, 200K on weight, because you can make enough money a day. So it's really just you're looking at the risk appetite and the reasoning, but the fact is the futures market has, and sitting on you're doing contracts, you can short. So if you're the type of person that wants to short, you can do it in spot by sitting on the sideline, but it's not the same. And the liquidity is just not there on spot. If you look at the liquidity on spot versus futures market, futures, it's just like spot in pales. Like it's just there's so much more liquidity on futures. And the other reason I find it harder on spot is the applications are just set up easier on contracts. Like when you're setting stop losses, you don't have to worry about trigger limits. You don't have to worry about volatility. There's a lot of things, but you will actually see there's no clear cut line there, right? So even on a high liquidity market like the futures versus spot, sometimes you'll have bigger wicks on futures. Sometimes you'll have bigger wicks in spot, because spot, there's not enough liquidity to, maintain, like hold those wicks from happening. But sometimes on futures, there's more liquidity to create bigger wicks. So like, it's not about one thing. Like you can have a conservative mindset, which is good, especially for risk management. But if you're looking at aspects of trading, you have to understand that these things don't just exist for gamblers. They exist there because they're actual like financial instruments and tools that are there for particular reasons. It's just that having certain guardrails and like conservative mindset will protect you from downside risk. But if you do understand what a tool's used for, it's better to like you don't, if you understand what all your tools are, you don't pick up the wrong tool. That's all it is. You can pick up the wrong tool if you don't know what they're there for, thinking that they're for something else. That's all. It's just a pros and cons thing. It's not about best or the only way, but a conservative mindset's going to have guardrails and protections and stuff like that more so. So yeah, it's just horses for horses, horses for like which horse for which course.
Yeah, it's kind of like an oxymoron where you mentioned like, yeah, you can get bigger returns with leverage, but once you have X amount of capital, you don't really need you can trade spot,
Correct. Yeah, well, that's
So
the goal of any like person. If they decide to be like someone that has like $5 a week because they're willing to get rid of that coffee, they're probably never going to do anything with spot. Like you're just not going to get rich off it. But if that person with $5 a week is willing to put 20 minutes in a week as well, so they got $5 a week and they got 20 minutes, they're going to get time-based capitulation. If they're sitting in spot, they're going to get bored. So it really it's risk management what it comes down to. And if that person then hits a position where they've got 100K sitting there, of course your goal would be to put that into spot. where you're not going to get liquidated. You're not going to press the wrong button, and that way you can just sit on that asset. And so, but once you're over the 100K, 500K, unless you're on a DEX, there's no way I'll be sticking 500K on a centralized exchange. No way in the world. I wouldn't be leaving it in there. I actually wouldn't be very comfortable leaving much more than 100K sitting on a centralized exchange. I wouldn't be comfortable leaving much more than 100K sitting in one bank. So it depends. It's risk management. And a lot of people that are trading this might have 100 or 200K. And to try and say, oh, you guys should be doing leverage, or maybe you should, but you put it into cold wallets and tangent wallets and stuff like that if you don't want to expose yourself to the banking sector and you want to keep out of the banking sector. But the finance industry is a big market, man. And there's a lot of big players and there's a lot of small players. There's a lot of people that want to be medium players. The thing is, the best thing about trading is it can suit any person, and you have to focus on what your strengths are. So we can all be different. Unlike a lot of other games where you've got to fall into line and you fit a certain tier, this can be completely customized to your risk tolerance, to your strengths and weaknesses, to your level, to your weight, So, but yeah, most of the rules, all the rules that Dbloc give and his trading style are there to preserve capital and reduce risk and to educate, because you don't educate someone with a flamethrower. You educate them with like teaching them what thermodynamics is, you know what I mean? So it's just it just depends where you're sitting and what your strengths are, man. There's a saying, don't blame your tools, but like the tools that we have is the tools that, it might be our fault that they're the tools we have, but that you don't look at one person and say, oh, you have a lesser tool set. They're all trying to achieve the same thing, So you shouldn't blame your tools, but you can blame yourself for the tools you have. Well, I was listening to that crypto conference. I was impressed how well spoken all our young crypto enthusiasts are. Very well educated.
Flat, you gonna be around most of the day?
Where's Dragonfly at? Dragonfly in the chat?
No, I haven't heard him.
No, I don't think he. Yeah, I've been in for just a little bit. I don't think I've heard him.
I think he was
Think
in
so.
this morning.
That's right, Bitcoin. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. A little bit more.
Are you short?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I went short on a virtuals. See what it did. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. It was looking like
Okay.
a short. It was looking like a short. As soon as I got back, as soon as I got home, and hopped on the chart.
Yes, me too.
I just waited a little bit because it was almost 5 o'clock when I got home, so I wanted to wait just a little bit longer. Kind of really let markets close.
See, I put a little bit of money with 100x, but
Ooh, 100x.
yeah, but the money doesn't. That's anytime I say that to somebody, they're like, "Oh, no."
Time, dude. They just got a Binance listing.
Man,
So,
y'all
I
some
know,
high
that's-
rollers. Y'all some high rollers up in here, man.
No, it's not. This is 100x with like $1. It doesn't matter.
I know. I'm just joking.
But
Like,
thing is, so it goes down 1%, make 100%, but it's only $1. So
what's your fee just to run that trade?
I don't know.
Like, are you even making anything doing that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like 50 cents or some shit?
Right now, almost $1.
But what's your
So
fee
I
to
go
run
down.
that trade though? Like when it's all said and done, if you close it out at 100% gain, what are you really making off of it?
I don't know. I calculated it, and I'm just. I don't know. Where is it at? How do I see it?
Yeah, man. All the exchanges are kind of the same with their whole futures still. So I'm trying to think. You should go to. There's got to be something you
Oh,
can
I got it.
you can click on in
I
it.
know where it's at. I gotta go to the computer to see it. I know where it's at.
It's
What
like
do you?
closed positions or past or history
Yeah.
transactions or
There you
closed.
go. Just go to your history. There you go. Hey, thank
Because
you.
usually the fees are like 40 cents. To like the higher the leverage, the higher the fee, EMOD. So it could cost sometimes like $1 something just to open it 100 times, 200 times leverage. And then so when you close the trade, they'll say you're up like a lot, but it costs you a couple bucks to open and close it. So
Man, it's up by $1, huh?
Yeah, but that's based on how much you use for your margin.
Well,
Now.
well, yeah. I'm just saying, is it even worth doing a 100x dollar trade? That's my thing. Like, is it even?
We'll see. I'll let you know
Is
when I'm
it?
done.
Is it something you experiment with?
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, no, I don't know about experiment. I should have put more money in it.
Like, why not $5? You know.
Exactly. I didn't want
If you want to keep it
liquidated,
small,
so-
hey, I'm all cool for that. You want to keep it small, yeah. Do $5 next time.
Yeah, I should put more. Let me see.
Do you do cross or isolated?
Yeah, I'm on cross.
Okay.
I only got $14 in the cross account.
Oh. Well,
all my money's in spot. I'm in spot or anything.
I got you. Yeah. No, you just messing around. That's what it sounds like to me.
Basically.
You just messing around. You just messing around, bro. You just having fun.
You're right. All right.
Hey, if you're firing them off, yeah, start you know, they coming off, start upping the ante a little bit, up at the $2, you know, and then the 4, and then the 6.
Yeah, let me see. I usually do like 3x with a couple hundred.
Yeah. I've found my sweet spot. Alts 2x, and I 5x Ethereum and Bitcoin, and I found my sweet spot for myself, man. I'm not moving off of it.
I should have. I had another short on something that was up like 150%. I forgot what it was called, but it came back to my entry and got me out of it, and then I got into this and.
Well, I want to close this out at right at 80, like 83, 115. So a couple more $100, 200 more bucks. I'll close this short out.
Yeah, I might keep going now.
Oh, did you guys see that James
Maybe
Murphy
instead
is
of closing
suing the
it out.
Department of Homeland Security for releasing records about Satoshi Nakamoto?
What?
Am I gonna release jack shit, man?
No, Homeland Security already released them. James Murphy is a lawyer that's suing Homeland Security for releasing them. He says Murphy claims these records are immensely important.
I guess. I mean, I hear the info. 10-4 on the info does. It's interesting. Here comes the FUD.
We'll see. I don't know how in depth that is. I'm still looking into it.
Bro, everybody wants to know who fucking started this shit, and it's probably just some fucking federal government or agency or some shit, man. It's just a Trojan horse. That's all it is, man. It's gonna lead us down the road. They could breadcrumb that kind of information, though, you know, mess with people.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
I hate when they do that. They just breadcrumb everybody. They just breadcrumb everybody. Oh, we're gonna release this. Man, I ain't gonna release nothing. Yeah, I ain't gonna. Nah, bro. Still waiting on them Epstein that Epstein client list. That's why I feel like the whole Trump thing. It's just they just gonna breadcrumb people with the whole crypto deal. It was just to get votes, man, to grab some extra votes. They ain't really gonna make any serious moves with it. I don't believe so. Did it take about half of that vector? So I think it did. Close to it. And Jasmine. Wow. This thing's been off the bottom. What's this thing done fucking let's see. That little 60 65%er. Whew. Okay. On bounce. Come on down, Bitcoin, a little bit more. I'll be happy. Well, it could take that vector as well. Maybe I take half and let the rest ride and see what happens. Let's go. Let's go. That's it.
Ooh, what's it gonna do? Weekend trap longs are definitely stuck up there, I think. But most of that vector gap was filled up. Bull markets will only need 50% vector fill, so I don't know. $82.2 is looking pretty saucy down there. Or it's just gonna find its middle of its weekend trap and chillax for a few days.
Aluminum.
So I think yeah. So we're trying to hold this trend line from all-time high right now as far as like back testing it. So it's doing a decent job of it. Yeah, it's kind of what you what are you looking at, Dbloc? What is that? Does someone have an open mic?
Dbloc, do you mind looking at Pepe? Just give me a little bit of an idea what you think it might do. I see what you're saying.
It's gonna bounce or it's gonna die. Yeah. Yep.
Guessing that means death.
Yeah. It's gonna bounce or it's gonna die. Yeah.
So he's thinking on this next pump up is probably gonna die.
Nah, it's either bouncing or it's just gonna fall through the support resistance flip there.
Oh, got you. I see it.
It's at a point. It's at a point. It needs to hold. You know, like we want this to be a bottom in this cycle, and we up and onwards to some bigger numbers. Yep.
Okay, there's a W. Okay.
Shit, you can just play it up to the damn break of the top of the dub.
Right.
You know? I'm tell you, man, go back in these charts like Dbloc. You see how he goes through the charts and he marks out the W. It's good practice. It's good practice. I caught myself doing that like 20 minutes ago. It helps you identify them easier when you like actually get your little tool and draw them out. You identify them, draw them out. You can identify them a lot quicker, like in real live time.
Right, but I know we got to come back for that vector gap, though. I think that's going to be the biggest worrisome moment.
Which one?
On Pepe, on that long one.
The one that's right above us on Pepe.
Yeah. Well, I think it's under us.
Oh. It's playing the shape you want so far, as far as seeing some upside. But yeah, it's at a important juncture here. So I mean, Bitcoin's acting. It's for the most part, it's acting proper the last couple of days. Pump up, retrace, pump up again, just a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's just not shooting crazy, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I don't want to see. We don't want to see that crap, man. like
I
some
don't know.
crazy upwards like quick movement? Nah, because the quicker it goes up, the harder it's gonna come back down. We want some
Yep.
steady uptrend.
Yep.
But is the market going to give it to us though? You know, is it going to be
Yeah.
just volatile? Is it just going to be volatile?
And then that market cap for Bitcoin, that shit does not want to go down, man.
Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right on.
You good, homie?
Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right on.
I figured out another way to trick the market maker into moving
No, you didn't.
the price.
No, you didn't.
How you tricking them, bro? How you doing that?
So you go, if you're going long,
BS.
you go long, and then you put your stop loss in, then price turns around to come for your stop loss, then you cut the stop loss, market maker says, okay, it's not there anymore, and they turn around and go.
Like spoofing it?
Yeah, you spoofed the stop loss.
Spoof the stop. The old stop spoof.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have picked it better. That was a good one. Spoofing it. That's a
I
good one.
heard about the spoof stop. It's a legend.
Hey man, what happened to that? Yeah, that 999 Bitcoin that keeps wanting to get bought. It keeps flashing.
It's like no you. I would, but no you.
See a sell off like 2,000-3,000 Bitcoin and it just goes away and it just keeps on ripping. Like what?
Mezzo, what are you playing, dude?
My dude, I got stopped out of Atom, but I'm
I did
keeping.
too, but I got some profit. I just kind of switched a few times.
Nice. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that one because
It's
it
still
looked.
down.
Yeah, it's down.
What's the price of Atom right now? If you don't mind saying.
Like 420. 420.
Wow. It's 420, literally.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's something around there. Not
Okay. All right. Dang, that's low, man. Atom. I haven't looked at Atom in a little while. I'm not gonna lie.
It's the only one that hasn't really.
4194.
Atom's been around for a couple cycles now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, besides it and a bunch of like just really, really new coins, like it didn't really go, it didn't pump yet.
Yeah.
We were noticing.
It's that dominance, man. It's that Bitcoin dominance. It's just not dropping hard. So we're not gonna have like that all season like that until it does. So it is what it is. You'll know it when Bitcoin dominance starts dumping. You'll know it. We'll know it.
Oh yeah, yeah. There'll be right now. It's just kind of they're going in little waves or cycles or
Yeah.
Loops.
Yep.
Jasmine's like going the hell
Man,
off.
dude, Jasmine, from off the bottom from the other day, like Jasmine's like done like 60+%.
Yeah, I've made like $200 or something just in the last.
Yeah, that thing's been moving. It's has a couple of days here where it's like moving 15, 16, 17% in a day. Like, all right. Oh, little Jasmine.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try to go short on Jasmine once we get up to that like 14 from Dbloc's chart. But just to write it down to like wherever. Damn, I wish I had screen cap.
So 14. I mean, I guess we already hit that, right?
Well, almost depends on what exchange. We're like super close.
Yeah. This is
We're at
Binance.
we're at 1-3. We just tapped
1375.
13937. Wow. Yeah. We're about it. Yeah, that's what I have 13693.
Okay.
I'm MX, but we
Oh,
tapped 13937.
see, on Binance, I got just a tick over. It's like 1401.
Okay. Man, that might have been it.
It's looking like it's perking up though. Like it's still looking good structure wise on the 5 minute. It's still looking good upwards. It's not weak or nothing. So
Damn, I had a nice short on big time earlier. I'm just trying to
what?
go in again.
On
Big time
Jasmy?
and Ondo. No, on big time. Ernie and me were talking. I think
A big
Ondo,
time short. A big okay.
Ondo and big time, and one of the other ones I can't remember which got Binance listings. I don't know. You're on Binance. Look at new listings.
Me personally, I'm not on Binance. I already had.
Oh, you're just on the chart.
Yeah, that was just a Jasmy chart.
That's all good.
Yeah, I go off of Binance a lot. You know these coins.
Yeah, I haven't been on it since what was that, like 2022? I don't know.
Yeah, I've never ever been on Binance at all. Yeah.
But yeah, no, Jasmy's going pretty. It's looking nice. I think he's pulled his. Yeah, I'm looking at his chart.
Bro, look at this ETH BTC pair, man.
Yeah, what's
Gee.
it looking like? Is it?
It's trying to make another low.
Oh, nice.
It's at 0.01874. So we're right here at the low we just had a couple days ago. At what, 0.01855? Yeah. So it's like
We got to be close to it bottoming out by now. Like ETH's been kind of like it's been slower to recover this last, like when Bitcoin went to 70 something, and now it's like I feel like I don't know if ETPs it's hopefully finding a bottom soon.
I think we hit a kind of an interim type term, maybe not like super short term, but not even maybe mid, but kind of a.
Okay.
I'm talking about like lengthwise. We've hit a little bottom here, I believe, to be honest. But that's just me. That's my opinion. But
Is what
I
Dbloc
think we've hit a little
always
bottom here.
says is once that bottoms, then it'll take a little bit. ETH USDC or USD will still bleed.
Yeah.
And
It lags.
then,
It lags on the bleeding.
right, and then once I guess that's like hopefully that'll
Because
coincide.
ETH BTC can bottom out weeks before ETH USD ever does.
Exactly. That's what I'm like, and I just noticed like it's way down there, the BTC pair.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, it's down there, man. It's look how like look at that. It's just slow drip they did. That arc, that it's like a chicken, dipping down for some water or something.
Oh, they're gonna say taking a shit.
No, I mean, yeah, that too. That thing really did take a shit. That chart.
Like I was like, oh no, oh no. It's like an accidental. It's like when you accidentally poop your pants. That ever happened to anybody? Anybody? Show of hands in the YouTube chat. Who poops their pants like a chicken?
It's happened to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't do that shit on purpose.
Yeah, dude, this shit happens to me like more than I'd like to admit. Just as long as I'm not driving.
I just do it to clear the room. Like, you ever want peace real quick? Just shit your pants. Say something about it.
It is a good room.
Get at that party real quick.
You really find out who your friends are. You know what I mean?
Like, damn, bro, you just shit. The fuck?
Yeah, I got diarrhea. Actually, my whole family does. It runs in our genes.
It's just constant diarrhea.
Yeah,
you ever been in
how
a
do you?
trade like so
What?
focused in a trade that like you shit your pants a little bit because you should have gone earlier? Is that like a thing?
Oh hell no, hell no.
Oh yeah, but you do a swipe check and you come up dirty.
How you doing tonight, guys?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Better, yeah, man. I managed to make everything back that I lost yesterday.
Good,
Nice.
good. I'm glad to hear that.
Are you still in those trades? 3 guns?
Oh, dude, everything I opened last night, right as I was gonna set my stop loss, I passed out. And then when I woke up, it's the only time not setting a stop and passing out has done me any good ever. So I'm forgetting all the 100 times that it didn't work, and it's my new strategy.
Just don't open any shorts and fall asleep without a stop loss during the bull run.
Oh
You
god,
will lose
oh
those.
god. Yeah, no. My shorts, I'm like, yeah, I find myself pretty like. So you really want to close a short way quicker than you want to close a long for some reason. But
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the overall market trend, but yes, I mean, in general, if you look back.
well, one thing I have been trying to is like once I'm like well in profit and I'm seeing it go into like kind of top nut, making the measured move. Then I'll open a short on the same with the same coin or whatever, and then kind of like let it settle a little bit. If it wants to keep going up, I'll close the short. But in most cases, like I'm catching all these in like kind of a range.
Now, are you taking profits on that long on the way up, like chipping at it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
What's your
anytime
percentage? What's your percentage you take when you do? Do you have a certain percentage you take of that trade?
I got sick of. I mean, I know it's probably terrible on fees, but like just for the quickness, like I'll have it on market and I'll just slide the slider like 20% or something.
Gotcha.
And then on like a big pullback, or if it pulls back to entry and I see everything bounce, I'll go in each one and I'll add a little bit.
Okay.
But I don't. The only one I haven't done that on is, or the one I don't do that on as much as Bitcoin, because I've got most of these in cross. If they get pretty
Yeah. Oh yeah.
heavy in profit, I'll put them on isolate, and then that way it doesn't everything doesn't turn at once. But
Yeah. I hear you.
But Bitcoin, I'm like a little more careful about adding, because I did add this last time, but I did most of my buys under 80, and then I've only done maybe one since, and that was when we just kind of made that we play out of the box and we hit some licks and started to go back. So it's only brought my average of Bitcoin up to 81.4.
So 80K and under, you buying to a degree, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that's when I added all from 77 up to 70. Like my average forever was 79.
Okay.
But it's all. I mean that's like 100x. But I did put a short in on Bitcoin up at 80, almost 84, like 83.8.
Yeah, that's right where I'm at.
Where we trapped the longs for the short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was right up under 84.
So when we go up, I'll take some profit off the long, and if we get up there again, I'll and change momentum. I'll add some to the short. It's kind of been going back and forth, and it's kind of working. Same with XRP wasn't bad.
How do you handle your stop loss? Like when you just put it just in front and move it up some?
I'm gonna be honest. 10 out of 10 don't recommend. Wait, what was that?
I don't know.
So-
That was some weird feedback.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna recommend this at all, but I've not been using a stop loss this entire time.
Okay, hey,
Well,
do
just
your
today.
thing, bro.
Just
Do your
today,
thing, brother.
I will though. Like Meza said, like if
Yeah.
like for the shorts, I'll set
Mhm.
it up there. Usually, what I'll do is after I get in or whatever,
Yeah.
I will go to the stop loss thing and I'll put in like just a flat number or something. Like I'll go make sure it's or I'll just put like change it to P&L, I guess dollar wise, and then I'll just put like $1 or $5.
Hey, okay, gotcha.
See how much room that gives me, and then like if it goes in profit, then I can move it up and stuff. That's what that's like if I go to sleep, I'll set all these in profit. Like I'll put stops in profit. So I've been all right at not letting like too many things go against me, except for this big time short, this second time big time short that I did right before I started talking. That's going against me.
Just think about like these alts, like shorting them down at their all-time range lows.
Well, it was up. I don't know, like.
I don't know where
I
big
wanna look
time
at-
is though. By the way, so it might not be. It might not be like that. So
It was well, no, all I did that just because me and Ernie were talking about Ondo, that, and something else got listed on Binance.
Oh,
So then,
okay.
so then we went and looked at all the charts, and the three looked. They looked just the same. This was like what time? This was like a little while ago. This was maybe. What time is it? 4:11. See 4:11? Yeah, this was like maybe noon or something. What time is it saying it's now? 20. Yeah, so what I did is it was up at big time. It was around that 750 mark. Because it went up to about 8. So I didn't catch the tippity top, but like every time I've caught like the 750 range, I wrote it down. Not even like crazy, like just 720 or something, but I'm on like 50x with that one. Just been doing kind of quick positions. A million MOG or something. That one's been pretty good too. I did the same thing with the long short thing, but I wrote it from long, like maybe 3.8 all the way up here to 4.5, and just been kind of, doing the same thing I was doing with Bitcoin. So that one's been working. But I'm trying to kind of like know when to stop, because like some of them they'll do the thing like 2 or 3 times, and then they'll just not do it at all.
Yeah.
So it's like that's where my weakness has been. It's like you try to rob the same store too many times, and then you run in there with no mask. They're like, "Look, we know who you are. We can. You're here every day.
We've seen you here before a couple times.
You're the only one who wears that shirt." like we recognize your clothes, sir. I recognize that shitty Cockney accent anywhere. I'm not fooling anyone. Okay, here we go. Big time. Bitcoin's doing its. I was interested to see what happens with this. Because I think me and.
Is Jasmine gonna tilt over? I'm not gonna play. I want to see the cross up on the 5-minute here. I could try to front run it, but it's been bouncing off the 50 all the way up here. Just bing.
Bitcoin's going down to the.
What's dominance?
Well, Bitcoin might invalidate that W right now.
Yep.
So that could be a big factor.
There it is. Boom. We're gonna sweep it real quick and come back up.
Maybe we just get a little wick or something.
Get a little sweep real quick at the bottom and see if it holds.
It seems, but we know if they go for those licks though, they're gonna.
Oh yeah. No, there's another zone. Yeah, there's that zone below. It's a little zone. Yeah, that vector gap there. Yep.
Oh, true. Well,
They can
where
come
have the
back in.
trap shorts? Oh wait, they're down there. Way down there.
So I already took profit down this little bottom range earlier when we first got down here a couple hours ago. I took half and got my stop loss right in the green at my entry because I want to see. Let's see if I can get a little bit more out of it.
Yeah, that was a killer short.
Take my money and run. So if it comes back and get me, hey, I still made profit. I already took half of it.
Profit, but watch out because we might drop it.
Yeah. Oh, I hope so. Squeeze a little bit more out of this.
Me some crawfish.
Because right now, if this 83, I mean, technically, I was hoping the momentum would have pushed up to 85 by now. So I took profit in my position that I was in. Actually, I didn't even really make any profit. I got out exactly where I got in, about the same area. Last 2 days I've been in the trade, but nothing really happened with it. But now, I got to see the bulls really step up to the plate for me to get back in position.
They better quit playing.
Yeah.
Idiots. Them idiots better quit. Yeah, I mean the trap. I forgot. Yeah, the trap shorts are way down there, so we could very well. I mean, but this is Asia, right? We're in Asia, so I mean it's robots, but
What's that? 82.3 area, 84 area. Yeah. So I'm gonna move this.
So I'm just looking because we weren't able to. I was
Hey, Drew.
hoping we were going to be able to clear that April. What was it? April 4th peak. Yeah, the high of April 4th, and we weren't able to do that. If we would have been able to clear that April 4th, we would have been easily able to make it up to 88K, in my opinion. And that April 4th high was 84,800, just a little bit under 85,000 psychological.
I think me and Meza were talking about this earlier. It's like if they go that far though, the 84.5, we know if they get to those 5 billion, they're gonna definitely go up to that 88. It could test 90 if they hit those licks. But we were saying like what they'll probably do is go take the CME gap, go right before the 5 billion, then turn it around. Because if they can trap everybody in this, where they ended up trapping them, I was thinking they'll be able to build a bunch of like sell side liquidity. Everyone who's in those shorts right now above 84.5 is gonna, like, if you ran it up there and turned it around, they would all feel like geniuses and probably double down on their shorts. Which I'm not saying
They ran it close to it.
Yeah, it kind of happened
with that wick earlier.
Kind of happened like that. Like, I mean, I can't get in the heads of all these jabronis, but that's kind of what I was going off. That was my like idea of what was going to happen.
But them jokers are sweating like, oh shit.
We almost broke that big angular resistance we had from all-time high, but it still seems like that.
Yeah,
angular.
It's on it, grinding it around it. Yeah, above and below.
It doesn't seem like it's a straight, perfect line of angular resistance, but you can see it there, and it's having trouble every time it gets in that range.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Toshi might be short time. I don't know. I'm looking at this Toshi. I was like, am I gonna short it when it gets to the 168? Dare I? Ooh, I don't know.
I mean, right now, Bitcoin breaks 83,100 area or 83,100, even 60. Right now, just like little local, you'll probably have some good shorts across the map. Really got like a quickie, you know?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I might double down on my big time short if it gets back to 750, and then I think, yeah, he had Toshi up. I was looking at Toshi like that thing is going to be short city pretty soon. I'd say if it doesn't close over its 200 on, I don't know if that was the 15 or whatever. It's probably ripe for a short. Pepe, don't fail me now. Should have been short on Pepe.
I'll be 10 push-ups.
Yeah, got you. I got you. Except I'm doing push-ups with my shit. Should call them push-overs. What's going on with Soul here? See this Soul thing?
Remember those like orange flavored push-up ice cream pops? Pull out one of
Yes.
those. Like,
Oh my god, dude. The orange vanilla cream.
Yeah, them
those
things
were
hit
the
different.
bomb.
No lie.
Creamsicles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn it.
Big cells coming in. Big cells. Watch out. Watch out. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
There's a little bit of this vector zone that they can take. That's left.
Crawfish.
We got that 9:30 New York candle coming in. You know that 9:30 likes to come in either really hot or really cold usually.
Depends on if they got any action at the club. Get some action. Come back home. Like, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and buy some.
Ooh, big time coming back down. I'm still liking big time for a short. Well, where's Ondo? Let me look at. Actually, no, he just
I
had
think
two.
I think a bullish retest of Bitcoin, like a nice bounce off of 80,130, because on the 6 hour, that's kind of like the previous resistance we had before we jumped through it on that big pump. So I think now we might want to test it properly, as we did kind of test it, but we failed. We went lower. So I think this time you'd want to get above a nice bounce above 80K. And then I think the dominance of Bitcoin might start decreasing. But if you
Yeah, I think everything's about to put in a nice little. Should put in a pretty good bounce. It's not dying. Yeah, that big time short that was going against me is not. It's almost back to break even.
Times the Mega Million. What times do they post that?
It's 26.
Oh, okay, 11 p.m. All right. Well, we're making a M. Flip that.
Is that Soul? Interesting. Mezza, you still got dog with the hats? Dude always has a dog with a hat on. He loves that dog with a hat, dude.
Yeah.
Which I had it early. I still have a little position. I like it here. I like anywhere kind of under 39-ish, 30, anything under 40, but really you can play it like up to 40, and for a scalp it's good.
So we are definitely kind of definitely pointing downwards on a 13 and 50 on a 5-minute.
On biddies.
Yeah. It's got that looking angle like it wants to dip on a little bit lower. We're gonna break.
If Bitcoin gets a nice little bounce here, I might play with something. But I'm feeling bearish a little bit right here. I'm not gonna lie. My gut's telling me that don't touch nothing. Just sit back here, twist one up.
But it looks looks so shortable though.
It's the weekend too, Drew. Let's be for real.
I feel like it's gonna go up just because
it's the weekend. It's gonna stay in a tight probably range, you would think.
Right. I just mean like that.
I don't know, man.
With that M,
Bitcoin likes to be 50 sometimes, right? When you think you're getting in a rhythm and Bitcoin starts getting a rhythm, then it's just like, oh yeah, I figured out Bitcoin does this on the weekends, weekend after weekend it does it. And that one time you're like,
they
oh
will
yeah.
break it. Yeah, they will. They will break it up there. You're right. Yeah.
I mean, that's just my luck a lot of the times.
I'm saying they've just been doing that thing where they paint like a super bearish thing and then they go bullish, or they paint a real bullish thing and go bearish.
Exactly.
But I think like we should test that 200 for sure. And it's the psychological
low. The psych low. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now on the 5-minute. Yeah. Go wick down and hit that real quick. Bounce back up. I got trend lines intersecting right there too. So yeah, that would be a.
I think the boys are gonna realize it's healthier just to get it over with and hit 69K real quick and
that's what I'm
get
saying,
it out of the
man.
way.
Just go. No, they gotta wait, man. They gotta wait. Ain't time yet.
All right, 2030. Here we go.
It's not time yet.
I really believe that though. Like the quicker we dip hard, the quicker we pump hard.
Yeah, the same thing. The quicker we pump hard, the quicker we dump hard. So.
See here, they're gonna do that thing. Let's see.
And they gonna do this?
Well, I think they're gonna go up. Like it looks so set up for a short.
Yeah, see, I would not want a short right here. Yeah.
Like everybody wants a short.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Got a little bit of.
See, I think you guys
there it is.
Leverage you guys thinking leverage mentality a lot though, but like spot, and like think of an institutional trader and the risk management they're playing, and sometimes when they see these levels of support, it's not like they panic but they're just like, they know the ranges and they won't risk it, once it gets in a certain level, I think so. And that would probably be, you can see there's a big fat line at 83K. So if we don't hold this 83, 82 area, probably revisit the 70s again.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the measured move is down to about 82 of this bear flag. But so that would actually takes us through the cyclo, and through that vector gap down there. But I guess it's not. I don't know if we're gonna go below 82, just because it'll. Not. I don't mean like ever. I just mean it would free the trap shorts if it goes too low. But oh yeah, now I'm seeing a bunch of. I didn't see the licks for some reason. But there's some, man. There's not like a shitload, but it's definitely more to the bottom side than the top right now.
Sure, I got that. I got my downward ascending trend line from the all-time high. I just went back and checked it again and see how it's cutting through. Right now we're right above it. Right above it.
Yeah,
That's just
it's kind of like
mine. That's just mine now.
yeah,
Yours could be a little different, you know, just slightly.
yeah. I usually like to give it some play a little bit because I don't
Yeah.
think they're exact, especially when they're like long trend lines and descending trend lines like that, and they're pretty long. So I'm just like, you know, I
We
give it
definitely got rejected in this
5%.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got rejected twice. When we had that pump up, when we had that big up day the other day, we literally rejected pretty much off of it, came back down to 78. It was giving us fits this morning. Yeah, it was giving us fits this morning, but we broke through until the end of the day here, up top here. So now we're above it. Gonna at least come back and touch this line I got drawn. Yeah, it's been playing with it for days now.
So I'm telling you, dude, they're doing that thing. I mean, it could just go back and retest and then go lower, but
yeah,
they've just been doing this.
Well, I'm keeping that M2 money supply still in my. I got it on my well, that's one of my indicators. I keep reminding myself, like, there's a little period here where we're supposed to have like a round. We kind of round out maybe a little bit the bottom.
Right.
Give us a little time, round it out for the push up, you know.
Right. I mean, definitely.
If that holds kind of true, if that kind of little
Yeah, we'll go sideways for maybe the next 2 weeks, maybe longer, and then start to. I mean, if they end, or I mean, if they've already said they're slowing it down, which I think we can kind of. I mean, I don't know how we tell that, but I mean, it does seem like ETH is doing the thing that we were hoping it was going to start kind of doing. So, I mean, if that plays out over the next 2 weeks, month, 2 months, whatever, like, it seems like everything's kind of coming into place. How many people did they get to short here?
Yeah, it's dirty.
See, yeah, they're on that, dude.
Boom. They just wait the bottom barely. Boom.
Yeah.
They gonna just. This is what it's about. They probably just gonna run this
All
range,
right, all right,
little
here we go.
range.
A little action here. I might have to give it a swing. Let's see what happens. Let me give it.
Hey,
2
I'm
more
not gonna be
seconds.
surprised if they try to come back and take this little area here, and so there's probably a little play right in here to the upside. Little quick little play.
Oh, Jasmine's way up. It's probably about to hit that 1.4.
Probably 0.5% move.
Yeah,
You can get out of here.
There's a lot of coins that got that D-list thing, and Jasmine was one of them and got clobbered and then pumped. There was another one, Aergo or whatever, AERGO or something like that, and that one pumped a lot a few days before Jasmine. But Binance is doing some shiesty stuff. I'm glad Jasmine pumped. That's really good.
Does anyone know the other one that just listed on there? It was Onda, Big Time, and something else. It's just Binance.
Ooh. Man, what a perfect back test that Jasmine did.
Yeah, Jasmine's like killer, dude.
Damn, that was such a nice back test to get this little 60% pump right here.
I'm gonna take me some profits. So I'm up a bunch. Just a little baby profit.
These bulls look like they're not really following through. They better pick up the pace. Better step up to the plate, you boys. Up here they come. They heard me. They heard me talking. All right, I might have to help them out. I might have to get in a little poop coin position.
You might have
Let
to
me load up.
buy a bunch of Pepe, dude. I don't know why you would do
Nah, dude. I'm gonna tell you what I'm buying right now. Hold on. Let me buy it first, and then I'll tell you.
I might have to add
Oh
some.
yeah, I'm in Moodang, baby. Moodang,
Yo.
all in, baby.
Mood Indigo.
Moodang, baby.
Mood dang. Wait, you long in that shit, dude?
Yeah, I just jumped in a position to Moodang. I'm thinking, might break this low resistance. If it breaks 260, this thing could go off to the races up to 0.032. But if it doesn't break 0.620, I'm gonna sell for the loss no matter what. I'm not gonna hold on to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it goes under, I'd say 0.0239, I'm out. But Moodang, yeah, I've been keeping my eye on Moodang, and there's this little, a lot of hippopotamus just got killed. Hippopotami.
Hey, what is that hippo? You saw that hippo they just listed? Some suey shit?
I don't know, but Moodang's a hippo. They're biting Moodang, baby. Moodang's the OG hippo.
Hey, he's got that mood dang. Heck dang, man. We got the mood dang. Shit, what I tell you, they gonna do it. I might get a little mood dang. I'm feeling a little dangerous.
Yeah, it's even on Coinbase.
I'm feeling mood dangerous.
Volume's low right now, though. It's only like 500,000 on Coinbase, so it's a risky play. But I like to, get in when the volume's a little lower, and then maybe start a little party once I get on my Twitter accounts. Start blowing it up.
Yeah, what do you be doing over there on the tweeter, dude? You be tweeting it up, or?
I'm about to right now. Yeah, a lot of my accounts got suspended. I still got a few accounts left though.
Spreading
That's how you
fun.
know you're doing it right. If you're not getting suspended
They
every 10 minutes, you better rethink your Twitter game.
Yeah, you got to have at least 5 accounts. Yeah, if you're not getting suspended, you're doing it wrong.
It's like when I go to work, if I don't have 4 departments tell me to move my car, I'm not parking right.
Yeah, I got a ticket today. Man, I almost was gonna get her to like pull the ticket back. She's like, I can't. I already printed the ticket. I'm like, you see me yelling at you from the car seat. I was on my way. How are we supposed to work?
It was a lady cop.
Yeah, it's the lady cop. She's like, how about this?
Got me thinking that
I'll let you park all day for free today. She's like, I'll let you park all day for free today. I'll compromise. I'm not compromise. I can park all day for free anyway. So now I got the ticket, Well, whatever. A $55 ticket.
Should have told her you had epilepsy.
So would that W be invalidated since we actually did break the bottom side just barely?
Wait.
Let's go. We're going to the moon, baby.
I think initially he was, but I think they're playing with us, these damn robots.
It's so close to the bottom start there. It's just like, would you even?
But it did that thing that I was speculating it might do. I was like, it looks so shortable, they're gonna just go up instead. That's crazy. I mean, it could just turn around here and all my speculation will be for nothing. But I'm in the mood dang now because I don't give a shit. I had to add to my speculative positions. Let's see. Yeah. far did Jasmine go up on this little run up? God, it's so close to the. Well, it says you said it tapped 14 on yours, man.
Yeah, the Binance Tether.
Yeah.
It's like 1401. What it like tick 1401. But we're right back. No. Yep, no. Might get a little dip out, Jasmine.
13826. Oh yeah. Come on, Jasmine. Oh shit, that would have been the. I don't have Toshi on this platform, otherwise I would have shorted the shit out of that thing.
Toshi.
Well, this might be a bearish retest, dude. Could be. That's what it's kind of looking like. But okay, Asia kicked in what? And almost two. They kicked in at almost an hour and a half ago.
Eight. But
what time are you Central Time?
Tokyo would have been what 8, and Hong Kong 9.
Yeah, well, Asia in general is what? It's like 8 Eastern Time.
Tokyo, yeah, no, Tokyo's at 8.
Okay, so they started almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, pretty much. And what Sydney is 7 o'clock, I think.
Yeah.
Sydney 7 or 6. Oh man, I can't.
Oh, kind of group them all into Asia, sort of. But if Asia started at 8, then that would be. Where was Bitcoin at 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
We're just below where it was at on the daily open.
Okay. Yeah, that
below
red
the daily
Cypher.
open.
Yeah, the red. Here his 20. Okay, so the. I don't know. I feel like this is
83,383.
Yeah, this feels like
Or
Asia's range.
380.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, not that they can't just go get those, but like, without volume, the robots aren't gonna just let it fall down there if they're trying to keep it close to the CME close. Like, it would take like some pretty hard hitters to short it down to those licks. I mean, wouldn't be hard, but
Maybe Trump say something stupid this weekend. We get some volatility.
oh shit, he's supposed to say something tonight. I thought, or is that? Get my night fixed up. No, Clive was just saying that earlier. He said, "Just so you know, Trump might say something tonight."
You know what's funny? He was talking about Cloud was talking about like a crazy dump the other day, and that was the day it did the exact opposite.
Oh yeah, no,
It had a crazy pump. I'm like, was he like messing around? Like, did he know it was gonna pump? Or he just said it was gonna have we're gonna have probably it was gonna be. He said it was
No.
gonna be ugly. He said it was gonna be ugly probably tomorrow.
He's pretty. Yeah, he's pretty.
And it was the total opposite. It was a crazy ass like historical day.
I think he was genuinely concerned that night, and because he sounded genuinely surprised the next day, and he was like, "Man, I don't know why I freaked out." Like,
Well, you asked for it. Trump just tweeted, "We're doing really well on our tariff policy. Very exciting
God,
for
sell
America."
sell everything, guys.
No, it's a positive. It's good. He didn't say anything bad. It's
I know
moving along quickly, he says.
it sounds positive, I know, but I think
So
it's time to sell everything because we don't.
it's like U.S. between China and me to a degree on the whole trade deal. It's just like who's going to break first, man? Do they want to keep our consumers, but also Americans want to keep that cheap ish quick product?
What's going on, team?
Yeah, he also said
what up, dude?
Trump also said something positive will come out with China.
Listen,
Okay,
here's the
definitely
scary secret nobody wants to talk about, and don't admit this to anybody out loud. But if you're holding risk assets, you're Team China right now. All China's gonna do is force Al to go QE quicker than we were supposed to.
What would you call risk asset?
Just and all the shit that we trade. I mean, Bitcoin's the most non-risk asset, and the rest of the world still considers it a risk asset. But as long as as far as we're concerned, it's the safest one, right? But all of this shit, all of our bags.
Yeah.
So this pressure is good. It sucks, spooky, and all that. Let them worry about it. Unless you're planning on importing or exporting some shit in and out of China in the next, 6 months, let them keep applying pressure. Because if they dump the bonds to cover those tariffs, then the Fed has no choice but to start buying bonds. They would have to start injecting liquidity immediately to keep the yields from getting too out of control. I'm telling you, it sucks. But right now, we're in a place where we're rooting for all the bad shit. You want the unemployment numbers to be bad. You want the inflation numbers to be bad. You want the Chinese tariffs to be as high as possible.
So tomorrow, the United States and Iran are talking negotiations on Iran's nuclear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was going down.
All right, I'm selling everything. It's like Trump positive tweet. All right, I'm selling everything. I'm just kidding, but lately it's kind of been that way though. It's like, oh, that was good news.
So, Dbloc, if you're still here,
yeah,
this W that was invalidated on the second dip.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
barely broke it, right?
Yeah. I already didn't have a stopping volume candle to start it off with, so giving a lower low, yeah. If I had a really strong stopping volume candle and we got a lower low that cleared some liquidity and popped back up, I would still sort of respect it.
Were you and stopping volume? I understand why you're looking for like a larger one.
Yeah, just a wick that's larger than a body.
Okay, got you. All right. Okay.
Strong reversal signal.
True. Yeah, that would make more.
Those little things that add extra weight to the pattern. Just shave a little bit of percentage up and down, when you're making your calculations.
And when I go look at it, I can see what you're saying. The body, there's more body than wick. It's mid 50-50 at bet, like
Close enough to take the trade, not close enough to respect the lower low.
I hear you. Okay. Let me go back in the chart and see if just like that the green vector candle we had on the top side here, definitely more wick than body.
Yeah, if you flip this upside down, everybody's taking this long. Nobody wanted to take those profits, but if you flip this upside down, everybody's taking this long. There's not one person that's been in here for a minute that's going to see a vector candle above a stopping volume candle like that, followed by a bullish engulfing, and aren't going to swing at that. But people have a hard time seeing it when it's inverse.
Yep. Yeah, I just inverted it. Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, I'm longing that all day. Seeing that little green, like on that one, yeah.
Dude, the sad part is I saw it, but I was too late. I saw it after it happened. I could have taken an epic short on that. I see those really well. That's the
You don't have to wait for you don't got to catch the Pico top of the trade. Like, I think a lot of us do that. I'm guilty of that as well. Like if I don't catch the very perfect entry, I'm like, ah.
But that's the devil horns that I was talking about before. I don't know how
I
much.
literally started my short the 5-minute candle right before that 5-minute candle that made that little bit higher, that little higher high wick right there.
I also had reason to believe that it could have gone higher, but if I was actually looking at it at the time, I probably could have recognized it, but I wasn't looking at it close enough anyway. Now that I was doing stuff, so I missed out on that, but that would have been a good setup. Had I been looking at it, I definitely would have taken it on the short. But it's easier for me to see the short. For some reason, it's easier for me to see shorts than longs.
Some people have the opposite problem. I'm telling you, inverting makes all the difference in the world. Charlie Munger said invert, always invert.
Dbloc, did you get some Jasmine yet? I'm still waiting. You're all in Bitcoin.
I had to pick a little something up underneath a penny. Like I wasn't gonna let that go, but I didn't swing. I didn't give her all her money back though.
I figured it.
I mean, you got to buy it under a penny. I don't even think I think I subconsciously bought it.
What's Jasmine now? That's Dbloc's girl, Jasmine.
Yeah, man, she's treated me right so far. There's no way in hell they give me a second run during the same bull run, no.
Hey, man.
She'll
come back good.
Man.
Be patient with her.
I don't know why YouTube keeps telling me that my video's interlaced and I'm not doing nothing different.
So I'm having some weird tech stuff happen today, all day. So like solar flares or something, but something's happening.
I might need to just reset the whole system tonight before I restart the stream.
Probably a
Is
good
it the
idea.
stream I'm looking at right now? Is that what's on YouTube?
Yeah.
What's on
Now
your
the screen on YouTube is fine. Like it's going through fine. The video signal is going through fine, but YouTube Studio's been giving me a warning all day. I'm just ignoring it. I'm looking at it like you know when your check oil light goes off in your car, your old car, and you just ignore it, you're like, it's just messed up.
Nah, man. You ain't gonna ignore that.
Yeah. My grandfather was a trip, bro. My grandfather like would hear the brake squeaking. I'm like, yo, what's that noise? He's like, hold on, I'll fix it. Turn up the radio. He's like, can you hear it? I'm like, no. He's like, all right, it's fixed. I don't think that's how it works, but
Yo.
all right.
Yo, Pop's tripping. He said, you hear it? Nah, all right.
He was a cheap one. Frugal.
Yo, that's a definition. Yeah, I got that. Don't worry about it. Sit back, relax. That's funny.
Yeah, if they ever tell you that at the dealership, you got a case.
Oh yeah. That's the type of shit they try to tell you at the dealership. Didn't they tell you that with that little wind sound? Something about that's only when the radio's off or something.
I'm not allowed to disclose that information.
I mean, there's a check coming, or they already paid. That's part of the terms. Yeah, we're gonna give you this check, and you never to speak of this again.
I'm not allowed to disclose that information.
Hush money.
That's good, man. People like Drew, they keep him honest. You know what I mean? Like somebody like Drew will come in there and hit him, and then the next 10, 12, 20 people that come through there get treated perfect. They're not, you know what I mean? They're not trying to make any mistakes until they start getting lazy again.
Someone's got to keep him checked. You know?
I hear you. I'm doing God's work.
Hey, does anybody know why my charts earlier were saying EATS colon in front of the symbol?
I'm not sure, but TradingView's been giving me issues too.
Like I'm saying, like I've been seeing a lot of like my Bluetooth is having really weird connection issues. There's like a cosmic storm or something happening.
Discord got knocked offline yesterday. It's been a weird couple days.
Telling you, man.
Hey,
Black
y'all ready for
Swan's
that
cooking.
Yeah, y'all ready for that cyber attack? They just prepping the systems.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, this feels very much like Chinese cyber attack, which would be a sensible response. Well, for them, what I think would be an expectable response.
Hey man, China's like, all right, we gotta do this again. That's all they're gonna do. We gotta do this again.
Right, and whenever they get us to like our most compromised, that's when they dump all the bonds or do some sort of market manipulation to cripple our economic system.
Here for it, man.
All right, let me rephrase what I said earlier. I'm Team China as long as they don't knock our exchanges offline. Then I'm back Team US because something has to be done.
Yeah, like at least give us individuals a fighting chance to give our money away, right?
Right.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't think they care. Well, I don't know. I don't think they care.
Well, and then it's been always state people, right? Or maybe it's North Korea, or maybe it's Iran. Or maybe it's Iran with the backing of China.
I think they would be smart enough. They knew this was coming several years ago.
Maybe it's Santa Claus.
I don't know if Iran has positive relations with China, but like it would be pretty odd. Like I can't really think of a better partner for them right now.
If there's a World War III, that would be the axis of evil. It would be China, Russia, and Iran.
North Korea.
Yeah, they're in there too.
India's got a little bit of flex.
Well, India's kind of hard to read either way because they don't really like play to either side. They kind of like just stay. They're not neutral, but they stay in their pocket, mind their empire. You know what I mean?
India's minding their business, bro. They got enough issues to worry about internally. I don't think they're trying to start anything global right now.
But the one thing they don't have is a lack in labor. Like they have enough people, and they still have pretty much the cash system still functions. So like they're kind of, I think, the best position for certain things if they can get enough like unity, which like they're not super homogenous. You know what I mean? But like China's super homogenous, so they have like that like autocratic, socialist.
India's great if you're born into the right caste.
Yeah.
If not.
If not, not so much.
Barren land out there.
Yeah,
Nah,
but
it's
it's
pretty
also
rough.
like full of culture and full of a lot
Nah,
of
India's
things
cool.
with a lot of
India's a place. India's one of the few places that are left that I really want to visit.
Yeah, me too.
I like visiting, going somewhere, and as soon as you get off the plane, you're like, okay, I'm not in America
been to
anymore.
Goa?
You know?
Have you ever been to Goa?
No.
Definitely, take time. Goa is where like Psytrance comes from, and Goa is different. It's a whole different like vibe and culture with their music scene. But they also are like that's where the Sadhus come from. And then like it's like Goa is a particular one that it's very different from I think just like the main line of the culture, but also very ingrained with older cultural ties. And I can't remember the other region. I mean, obviously Mumbai is something to see, but I don't know. I feel like that's like going to New York. You know what I mean? Like it's cool and all, but it's going to be very busy, and it's going to be a lot going on. There's going to be a lot you have to watch out for. You don't want to drink milk in the city. And there's a lot of things, right? But
Okay.
Your mic is struggling right now,
Yeah,
brother.
it's so
It's so terrible, man. I'm so glad you said something. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, y'all. It's 'cause I'm driving. I get excited.
It's all good, bro.
Okay.
I'll tune out for a bit, but I'll be listening.
You know, if anybody's going to be doing any type of traveling, we need this Bitcoin to do something.
Come on, Bitcoin.
It's the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin.
That's the temporary expectations. It is the weekend. I just get kind of excited when I see market makers start losing control.
Nah, it's a full moon weekend. We got to pump. Let's do it.
Was it a pink moon or something somebody was saying?
There was a Saturday a long time ago where we pumped like 16 or 18%.
That sounds like the beginning of like a fairy tale. A Saturday, a long time ago. Nah, we've had some good. We've had some good weekends. We've had some surprising weekends for sure.
I remember that day because Fly got like 20 grand out of it. I was so happy for him.
Was that? What token?
It's when everything was pumping, man.
Pump it up.
Like over a year ago now.
Yeah, what token was that?
No, he
Fly
loved
was
Bitcoin.
like on 50 different trades at once. What are you talking about? What
Oh
token?
yeah, he had like 30. Yeah.
There's so many open between him and Zeusy. They were racing for the most open positions.
70 open trades. Yeah, that's right. It's like 70 of them. That's sick, man.
Hi, Woony.
Hey, what's up?
And Fly can't see. Just take that in for a second. Not just 70 open positions. It's 70 open positions, and he doesn't see well.
He's Yoda, man. He fails the charts. He fails them.
It's crazy.
See that? He made 40 bands that day, and he can't see. So what are you guys doing wrong?
I'll be real with you though. That's what leverage is for. Leverage is for those parabolic times, and you just load in, and you take the impulse. All this choppy sideways shit.
So my motorcycle died, and I had I was Flintstoning it, trying to pop the clutch to turn it back on. And I was just like Flintstoning it around the gas station, and then went to the back of a medical building that had connected parking lots, and I was just like trying to use it as a runway, and I was just like yabba dabba doing it, and it wasn't fast enough, and so I tried it a few more times, and finally some guy came out of the medical building, and I was like, "Sir, will you push me?" He's like, "I've worked all day. I don't know how fast I can get." Like, anyway, I gave him directions, and I got it pumped up, turned on, rode it around a bit, and man,
You were on you said motorcycle?
yeah, it took all my energy out. It's 80
What kind of
degrees.
motorcycle?
It's a 2017 Gixxer 750.
Oh, okay. I got a CBR 600. Yeah, rode a cruiser.
Have I ever ridden one? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about them?
That's like, do you like driving in a Cadillac, or do you want to drive in a Mustang?
See,
Them fighting words. Everybody back
I had
up.
a 92 Harley.
Cadillac.
I had a 92 Harley. Was it a 86.6, whatever? And man, it's just a street bike. The long rides, is just
Oh yeah, no. I went from LA to Phoenix, Arizona on my sport bike, and it was not fun. It's not.
You can get somewhere quick though. That's on the street bike, you know.
Yeah. There's too many cops around these days.
Yeah.
Like you stop for cops.
F the police, man.
Hey, I only ran like one time in San Diego, and I like
Street
turned off
right.
the bike and everything, and I was like,
That cop already
running
knows
it.
You can make a lot of money with cops these days.
The cops?
You can make a lot of money with cops these days, especially if you got like your GoPro camera and everything.
How do you mean?
You know who
You
you're
know,
talking
usually
to?
they're gonna probably like try to say, you know, give me your ID, even though you didn't do anything criminal, and if you aren't suspected of any articulable suspicion of doing a crime, then they can't really ask for your ID.
Drew looking for another
And you know,
lawsuit.
He's
yeah,
talking about
lawsuits are out there. You just gotta know. Yeah, audits are, man. It's all about auditing the police, and you gotta audit them. You know.
Honestly, as long as you're moral about it, it's a very effective way to directly address corruption in law, but not all corruption, right?
No, just to make
There's
sure
easier
rights are,
ways to
the
make some
Constitution.
money.
Oh yeah, of course. It's very difficult, and you got to go with like some
And
crazy angles.
not
But
all of us want to go out there and start auditing police officers.
no, definitely not yet. To me, it's a habit.
I know what you're talking about. Though. Yeah, I mean, it's
Nah, here you go, sir. You want to see what? Yeah, there you go.
It definitely makes you a target, but it is an effective way
This is a public building.
Yeah, there is it is an effective way to educate a ignorant or naive or whatever you want to call uneducated cop. Yeah, or just told them. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
I
have
think
fun.
as long as you're not riding dirty, man, people should always assert their rights. You know, we live in a beautiful country where we have very, very strong rights, you know, and civil rights and constitutional rights. And I think everybody in this country that's blessed to be here should exercise their rights as much as they can.
I agree. But I do like having a camera on it does help you in a lot of situations, but also I do think that there are those in that scene that are spending things a little bit or only presenting a side of it too. And it being a bit
Yeah, your mic is not coming through. I cannot hear anything you're
Hey,
saying.
stop by the store. Hey, stop by the store. Grab a new mic real quick.
Yeah, do something with that.
I'll be right back, yo.
That thing is shot. Man, time to roll something up.
There is no try. Do or not do.
I made $100 off of some Solana meme coins today. There's a lot of things that popped today.
Nice.
Yeah. And I think there was a 10 times because I think I only threw $10 at this thing. And then turned into $100. Not bad.
You didn't play that hippo, did you?
No, it was on Solana. Yeah,
Isn't
but
that Solana, the new hippo thing?
is there I don't know. There's Sudang, which is hippo, I think, on Sui.
Oh shit. Maybe I'm thinking Sui. No, I saw some new hippo thing.
Oh, really?
Moodang, baby.
Moodang.
Moodang, but it's not that new.
Nope, I'm not playing any other coin on Sui other than Dbloc. That's the only thing I'm.
Deep.
Okay.
Deep. What is that? That's like 5 cents one.
It's at it hit 6.5 today.
There's not a coin on the Sui ecosystem called Hippo.
I think the ticker is Sudang, but its name is Hippo. But
Hey, come on, Betty. Come on down.
Dbloc, we got some steak today. Did we earn a steak today?
Looks like we got a few more shells coming in here. So it looks like Putin had a nice talk with the Trump envoy. They were probably talking about the settlement of the Ukraine conflict.
Drew, do you think that when we get the China official news of whatever deal's going to happen, what's your gut value Bitcoin's going to do?
I think Bitcoin is going to dump and then pump. But I think it's, a lot of it's kind of already priced in, I think. A lot of the China FUD. But it depends, sometimes the war is bullish. We saw war could be bullish for crypto. And if this trade war turns to war, you never know. But it seems like, Trump, he let off the gas pedal and he pumped the brakes a little bit. So I think we'll just see some, a little bit of sideways.
I think Michael Saylor's price cost average is at 66K or something like that. So I was like, I don't think we have gone below his price point before, but he likes to buy whenever. Like, it's not like he buys at dips. And usually when he says he's bought, the price goes down. So I'm just like waiting here, see if he's been buying this dip at all, or if he's been chilling.
I mean, it seems like he buys anytime he gets his hand on some money.
Yeah, don't we all?
Basically. But I think he doesn't even wait for the dip. He's like, oh, we got some funds cleared. Let's go. Bang.
Yeah, it's quite odd how he goes about that. He's supposed to be a very intelligent guy, right? You'd think he'd be a little bit more strategic about where he's buying, but he doesn't seem so. He's just like you said, as soon as he gets funds, load it up. Like,
Yo, he's DJ.
yeah, he is.
I think it's because his analysis of the price of Bitcoin is so high, but I also feel like almost to him it doesn't matter because of the idea of having as much Bitcoin as possible.
He's just a perfect plant.
Yeah, whatever that may be.
I don't know. It's just something about it. Sometimes when I think about it, I'm like, I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah, something sus with him, man. He's sus.
Just he's like part of. He's a part of a bigger plan here.
I mean, he's late to the party, the Bitcoin party, though. So
And I hate talking like that, but I just think I've seen enough stuff over the years of like, man, all these governments and whatnot. They all doing back alley stuff, man. Like, I don't know. It's just
Well, and there's no what do you mean? What's the dark market? The black market?
yeah, black market,
Yeah. I mean, but for the
dark pools or whatever they call
yeah,
them.
yeah, dark pools. That's not. But that's what's cool is that at least everything's on chain. So
Yeah.
gotta buy in the market. Everyone has to buy in the market. Government has to buy. Everyone has to buy. We're all buying essentially from one place,
You're right. Yeah.
but just trickle down the rivers.
Does he have like a? Does Michael Saylor have like a liquidation number?
That's a good question. He's probably able to go down so far underwater that I mean, it's not like he's
All
leveraged,
right.
but
Yeah.
but you know, he can only go down so far because he's got people he's got to answer to. So I wouldn't exactly know how to answer that. Maybe Dbloc would
I'm
have.
guessing those people are going to trust him about what he's doing, and even through maybe some of the rough patches. You know, I don't. It's just an interest. It's just I don't know, or maybe his just total view of the way he sees it. It's just so he just don't care. He just buys. Doesn't matter what the price is. I mean, I guess if this trucker's going to $1 million, you should be buying right now, right? That's 10x. So buying now is a smart thing to do. If you see it going to $1 million, go to $500,000. You know.
That'd be man. I'm interested to like for the next bear market on what the price of Bitcoin
What?
will be.
Girl.
I'm already there.
Yo, I'm
I'm
licking my chops
excited.
on that shit. I ain't lying. I'm licking my chops on it.
I can't wait. Because this was my first bull market. So I got in 2021. And so I experienced the bear market. Didn't know it was a bear market. But so now I've seen a whole bear, and this will be my whole
Yeah,
bull.
run
And
through a
now,
whole cycle,
man.
like a whole kind of
Which is a lot of life to spend on one thing. No, there's not a lot of people out there like us. Y'all pat
I
yourself.
ain't lying, man. When I start thinking about it now, I'm like, damn, I put some time in this. Jeez.
Yeah, I put those 10,000 hours in that chair.
I definitely take my breaks though from it. I have to. I can't chart hawk like that, like for too goddamn long. I just nah. I gotta touch grass. And I run a business too.
Dude, I have definitely stared at the Bitcoin chart for much more than 10,000 hours.
So. Straight chart hawking.
You must be a very profitable trader then.
Well, TA is one thing, trading is another.
It's like going to the golf course. Dry range, stripe it all day. As soon as you hit the course, just like right, what happened? All your fundamentals went out the window.
Bitcoin's the ultimate troll. As soon as you think you got it figured out, like it just throws more zingers at you. Just like completely switches up the game.
Yeah, go back to the driving range. Bitcoin.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we don't want Bitcoin to step on the course. Yeah, just keep striping them balls down the middle on the range.
Yeah, I mean, I would say my game on golf is kind of flukishly good.
Why you say flukish? Like good.
Flukish, like I have like really good shots, good days, but
Okay.
like just like ridiculous shit. But like if I hit a car that's driving by the course, it's a good day. If I get a few pars, it's a good day.
Okay,
Not
okay.
But it's like you'll have those days where like your chip game is just immaculate, and then you can't drive worth shit.
Yeah.
And vice
You
versa.
can't put it all together. Like can't put all the the short game, your 150 in, your the T-ball, putting. Yeah.
You have a few like some they'll line up on like one hole or something, but then it's like, I'll be killing it all day, and then I'll sink like 8 into the lake. It's like, nope, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna hit it over this piece of shit.
The thing about golf is it's like one of the very, very I've been playing since I was a kid, very few sports. But I'm trying to think of another really. Where the ball is not it's not in motion. Like NFL, soccer, tennis. Excuse me?
Croquet. Does
Yeah.
croquet count?
It's just you have to. I mean, you still have to move. You still have to move the ball as far as with a club and everything. But I don't know. It's just not as reactionary as a lot of other sports. You know, because the ball's it's just sitting there, it's just staring at you.
Yeah, you gotta be the ball.
It's a little different. Basketball, the ball's always moving. It's never stationary really. Football, for most part, tennis, soccer. It's just volleyball.
Dang. Mog just had a pretty ridiculous jump. I mean, I don't know how ridiculous it looks on the chart. Oh, yeah. Damn. My big time short is paying. It like went against me for a little bit and then came back pretty nice under 7 cents. So just been clipping profit when I see it.
Yes, sir. Just kind of nicking off a little by little.
Growing. Let's see. Yeah, it's been playing in this same spot. I've been talking like this entire time. Like broke out of that bear flag. Has came up. It hasn't been able to really close over the 13 though. Except that maybe it kind of did maybe once, but on the retest of the bear flag. And then on the last candle, it looks like it barely maybe got over it, but I don't know. They're kind of evening out. So, I mean, I'm assuming it's going to next few candles. Like, if we get a 513 cross, then we have a better chance of getting that 13 over the 50. All comes down to this last. What is this? The 5 or the?
Yeah. I'm gonna invalidate this little W we had on Bitcoin. That one might be invalidating this one as well.
Well, I'll do a W and then put it in an M and then maybe another W.
See, 5-minute momentum. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like it seems like there's more. The licks are closer, I should say, on the downside. But I mean, up there at the CME gap. Well, I guess they're kind of hard to see with the, but I mean, there's a shitload up there at the CME close too. I don't know. I think we go back into the bear flag.
Yeah, we got this vector zone on the 5-minute from 82.5 to
82.2.
Yeah. So, yeah, I could see them like coming into that if we want to keep holding structure. Come into that one.
I think I think that'll be. I think that it might be London, or I mean, it's weird because I guess the robots work the weekend shifts, but
So if we go back to the high that we had, what was that? The other day, we're starting to print
84.3. 84
Yeah,
is right before the 5 billion, or I'm just saying 84.3 is the trap shorts.
boom.
I mean trap long. Sorry.
That's kind of how Dbloc would do it a little bit, kind of.
But he is right. If you invert it, if this whole thing was inverted, there's not.
It looks like a long. Yeah, long it. Yeah,
none of us would have. Yeah, none of us would have missed that long.
Nah. So it's a
this
short.
This could be the retest, like the bearish retest that we're all like waiting for. And we're all sitting here going long. But but some of this shit's going off, man. Like that Mog just went crazy, just shot the hell up.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have your random poppers that are gonna be popping. So
yeah, I just try to keep like whatever two happen to be doing that on my list. Like I'll play those kind of heavier, and then like I said, really just knowing when to stop is the hardest part. Because you're like, oh, I could just squeeze a little bit more out of the whiff. I just need one more whiff, please.
Quitting while you're ahead is not the same as quitting.
Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. Never gonna stop longing this bearish retest because I don't give a shit. All right, here we go.
We could get a little pop down here. It's pinching up. I'm starting trying to pinch up on a 5-minute.
Yeah, it still hasn't. Yeah, I mean, it's playing games. It still hasn't. I think it's gonna be.
It's the weekend. It's the weekend, man. They just gonna just slow draining this thing.
No, Bitcoin's in the middle of nowhere right now.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're trying
You're
to
right.
look for a long.
No, I'm not looking for. I'm saying like people are longing just based on the lick levels. I'm saying it would be funny if this was the bearish retest and we all went long. It's not gonna go. I mean, I have some longs, but my Bitcoin long is like from 79 up to 81 something. So I don't. It should be, and I have a short up there from 84.
Just hold your short, put the stop loss and profit. Not financial advice.
Oh yeah. Well, I've already like I've scaled out. I took most of the profit, and I usually just leave like I like to leave a tiny sliver. Just not that I care about the entry as much as like if I add to it later and it's like we go up and then we get rejected, I can add to that short and
You have a heavier weighted average towards
the stop loss
towards the
starts
top.
way farther away or something. I don't know.
You end up, yeah. When you add to a position, your average entry is heavier to the top. Like your weighted average is heavier to the top. Like that is a thing. But I don't know. Shorting when my experience with shorting is that like you'll probably make more money if you're just in and out repeatedly, rather than trying to hold it for a long time.
Yeah. That's what I was telling. I can't remember Ray or Ron earlier. It's like because when I get a short, I'm typically like it's harder to hold it for long, like a long time or whatever. So I'm like I'll take profits on shorts real quick. Where it's like I'm less
Yeah,
likely.
it's like if you're in a long, like think about why they call it long and short. If you're in a long, you're better off holding it for a long period of time because the markets generally go up. So you're capitalizing on a long-term move to the upside. With a short, you're capitalizing on short-term volatility, a short-term move to the downside within the larger uptrend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like
Yeah, no, that saying fits, man. No, it fits. It makes total sense. And when you say it like that, I like how that's put.
Hey, Guai, can you take a look at Dogecoin and give me your TA?
Dogecoin. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me bring up a chart
I
real
think it's
quick.
on the moon. We can't catch it. Can catch that Doge.
Where are you trying to catch that Doge?
I ain't never trying to catch that Doge. I'm just trying to long the top and short the bottom. Take me some profit.
Take it easy on that mouse or whatever.
Oh shit! Am I coming through again?
No, I don't know what that was.
It sounded like someone was going hard on that mouse.
I am, but hold on.
Man, I'm gonna kill that mouse if he
Yeah,
kicks
he gonna, man, come on, kill that little mice.
Tell that mouse to shut up.
And my noise suppression is on. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
You clicking?
It shouldn't be coming through.
I'm finna short everything.
Click your mouse.
The clicking's not loud. It's just the scrolling that's loud. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes that takes me off of noise suppression or whatever.
Nah, it wasn't like super loud, nothing like that.
Whoever was asking me to do Doge TA, I have my chart up. What kind of TA are you looking for? Like long-term TA or short-term TA?
All-time high TA.
Either's fine. Either's fine.
Well, I didn't really want to see Doge drop past 16 cents. That was kind of my target for it when we were at 50. I was like, I think it'll drop to 16, which it did, but then it went lower than that. And it's put in, so it went down to 14 and then it put in a lower low at 13. So I don't really like that about Doge. It's already done more than a 618 retracement.
Well, so did everything. Look at Ethereum.
Yeah, but I don't think everything in the top 10. What the hell just happened? Invert scale. Logarithmic. Did this really do a? Yeah. I mean, I've been buying Doge, but it's like I'm not really necessarily expecting it to make a new high or a new all-time high. As far as it's concerned right now, you're trying to hold support like on some of these previous highs here around 13 cents. It also acted as support back here in March of 2024. In April 2024, it acted as support shortly, then resistance in September of 2024. So it's kind of resting on that sort of area.
Do
This
you
is
think?
kind of like,
Do you
go
think
ahead.
13 is the lowest? It actually dipped like around the 5th or the 6th, I believe, somewhere around there. It dipped to 13 cents, like flat. It touched it and bounced back up off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the low. I'd have to probably look at some other stuff to try to figure that out. But this is like actually a really typical zone for Doge to be in. Like these, it's almost like between like 10 and 20 cents is kind of like the fair value of Doge, I guess. Like maybe between 10 and 16 cents is kind of like the fair value. So it's kind of a typical spot for it to be in. You kind of really haven't touched this trend line yet from this bottom way back here to the second bottom. So I guess theoretically it could go to like 11 or 12 cents. But there's also a good chance it could hold up here because we've seen a lot of blood in the crypto market, and Doge hasn't put in a new low, which almost everything else has. And for
Yeah, that's what I was noticing too. I mean, besides that 13, it hasn't really put in a new low while everything else is dipping pretty hard.
I'm not sure how many of the other
So,
top 10
so
coins.
support wise, I think it has pretty strong like group of longs that's holding support at that bottom pretty much. I don't think it'll hit 10. Some people are saying TA wise, I think it's gonna hit 10, but I think that 13 might be the lowest if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know if you see anything that might say otherwise.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as long as it doesn't really go below this level here, like this 10-cent level, then I think it's still safe enough to accumulate. Like it might just accumulate like this and do that for a little while and then slowly start to perk back up and then you get like another move out of it. But it's kind of nuts that it came up right to the 618 and rejected perfectly. And then I thought that it was going to come to like somewhere between 16 and 23 cents. And I was thinking, oh, okay, if it does a 618 retracement, I always thought like it would just wick to 16 cents and then not stay there very long. But I was like, oh, okay, if it does a 618 retracement, right?
Yeah,
Then it would hold up that previous top.
but it dropped that top too.
But yeah, it fell below that. So that's like not really a
If it
great
does
sign.
move with this bull run, I'm saying, we obviously don't know. If it does move, what do you think? What size move do you think it might make? Just your opinion. You don't have to worry. I won't take it to heart. Just
I
your
don't know if it
opinion.
goes into price discovery, then maybe $1.17.
You actually think it would stand to that point?
No, probably not. But
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm not even sure if it will get to $1. To be honest with you.
yeah, well,
I
I
do
mean,
know
so
they're pushing for ETFs for it, but I don't think that will change too much of a factor.
yeah, I don't think
Who the
Doge will
hell is
ever get
buying
an
Doge
ETF.
ETFs?
Yeah, I don't know why they would ever do that.
I think that's just they just breadcrumbing people. Like, who the hell can be buying Doge ETFs like that? I mean, at least I mean, I don't know everything, so maybe there's money out there like that. That's wants a Doge ETF. I don't know.
So the market cap before was like almost 100 billion. And like think about all the hype that was behind it. There was a bunch of people talking about it on Twitter. There was like the Elon Musk and the Saturday Night Live shit. For it to get to $1, it would have to be probably over $150 billion market cap. So it would have to get up here, which I mean is possible, but not I don't know if it's probable.
Yeah, the probable part is the thing. I don't think there's enough behind the Doge community to be able to push that. Especially
Yeah,
if Elon's not saying anything about it, because I don't think Elon at this time and point is gonna publicly speak about anything else besides his.
He left Doge at the door, man.
Yeah, I think so too. To be honest with you,
Look at this.
because
You have a bullish divergence right here. Hold on. Let me
Hey.
take that up. Right there, lower low, and then you've got a higher low in the RSI.
That's something to watch out for sure. That's good signs.
This is a market cap, but yeah, on the daily, there's a bullish divergence there. I bet it's on the actual price chart too. Let me check. Oh no. Hold on. I'm hiding everything because I have so much stuff. Look at this. So you had like this sweep below. And then you had the RSI made a higher low. So that's a bull div on the daily. Right into the mean reversion channel. So yeah, there's a chance that that 13-cent could have been the low. I bought some. I've been buying it since it was at 16 cents. So
yeah, I've been
I've been
DCAing
buying
too.
this area.
I was just wondering if I should just unload the rest of it now or just wait for a new low, but I don't think it's gonna. It might
I
revisit.
think you got a good position, and
Yeah,
is
I
it
think
spot?
it.
Is it spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
I
Good
think it
position.
might revisit the 14 range, if anything, around close to the end of this month. But I don't think it will actually get back down to 13, to be honest with you.
What else can I hide? Yeah, I'm bringing that back up.
You got a bunch of. How many? You got like 20 something indicators going on over here.
I got a lot. Yeah. Let me just scrap all these drawings.
Yeah.
So we're below the bull market support band. So usually you're in a downtrend. Generally, this 20-week SMA is above the 21-week EMA. You're generally trending down at this point. See, like here, you were below it for a while. This whole time, like when the red was above the green, you were trending down. Here, the green was actually above the red, but I think that was just because of these moves up.
Yeah, it's quite retest pretty much.
And then you had the Twitter news.
That one doesn't count because that one
that's kind of an anomaly.
that one retraced it back really quickly.
Yeah, it always does. Doge does that. Whenever it makes a big move, it comes back.
But your honest opinion, besides the fact that you said that you thought it would go up to $17, jokes aside, how much of a move do you think it would make this bull run? You think it would break 60?
Well, I mean, we can look at some more modest targets. 60 cents? I don't know. Like, let's say
I'm questioning if it can even get to 60, because I'm just looking. I'm just asking
Yeah,
around,
kind of like
just to
this
see
double
for
top.
like an exit strategy. Just a plan for exit strategy.
Say you come up to here at like 35 cents. There might be bag holders here that are trying to sell, but I mean, there's also resistance right here, like this.
Yeah.
This sort of resistance where all these candles met up. There was a lot of people buying there. That's right at the 0.5. So that's like 30 cents, which is also a really common level for Doge. Doge struggles in the 30s.
Yeah, they
For
struggle
some
to
reason.
break it. Yeah, they struggle to break above. Correct.
Yeah, for some reason I don't know why. It just struggles ever since it got above 30 cents and then came down below. Like I'm talking way back here. Like
Yeah, you're
there's
talking about back in the beginning.
it
Beginning
struggled
of the
like
year.
because before this, back in 2020, it hadn't even been above 10 cents before.
Yeah.
When it got above 10 cents, or when it broke above 30 cents and then came back and revisited it, it struggled with it. and then it struggled with it here, but like bounced back. Once you got below it, you struggled a lot with 30. Then it struggled to break through here. It got up to 35, didn't get any higher than that. So and then here 35 struggled with that, fell below. So it's always struggled with the 30 between 30 to 35 cent range.
Can you go back to the left? Hold on to the that peak that you started from. Yeah, what's where your box is? The start of your box there. What was that peak down there?
This was like
Yeah.
9 cents.
Okay, 10 cent area. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we go, as long as it doesn't really fall below this box, I think it'll be fine. But you're kind of trying to hold this previous high, or this high here. This sort of level here. There was some buying here with wicks. I mean, you could come, like I said, retest that 11-cent range, but so you're below here's the thing. This yellow line, this is the 1450-day moving average, which is basically a 4-year moving average. And whenever you're below that, like, you're pretty much undervalued. Like, and I base that off of like the 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
So it just dipped below it just barely, and now it's
So
back above it.
anything under 15.5 is good, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I figured where's my other chart? I need an older chart.
We're dipping a little low on Betty, guys.
Big sells coming in, by the way. Big sells.
Where I went in, oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, sorry, my chart's such a mess. But yeah,
no
where
problem.
I started really getting excited about Doge again was
Oh, by the way, price action for on Dbloc's stream, man. It's sweeping those liquidities right now.
liquidations to the downside.
Yeah, it is. It's sweeping it right now as we speak.
It's just bounced off the 200 on the 5-minute.
Big sweep, or what are we thinking?
Well, we still have another little vector zone at 82.5.
Yeah, you still have another target too.
82.2.
That's what I'm looking
So-
at. Yeah.
Not that you couldn't play Doge, and I made a lot of really good scalps in here, but pretty much the safest place to buy it and hold it was right here because you were above the bull market support bands. The 21-week EMA was above the 20-week SMA. You came down and tested the 20-week SMA and held it.
Just
And you
nestled
were,
on it.
yeah, and you were also
I'll be honest with you. I've been scalping
below.
Doge every day, pretty much. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a good scalping crypto, if anything, because it moves a lot. There's a lot of movement, so.
See how the whole time you were down below the 1450 day, which was like, so basically the 4-year moving average. When you're
Yeah.
down below it, that's accumulation time. The safest time to just buy and hold is probably when you're above the 20-week SMA and below the 1450 day SMA. So if you get above the bull market support band and then you come back down below the 1450 day SMA and you hold support on the bull market support band, that's the safest place to just buy and hold. Because then you get a move like that, like a big move. But we don't have that same recipe here. See how where we did dip below the 4-year moving average, but we're below the bull market support band because it's so much higher because it already made this big move. And it's going to take a lot longer to cool off. So you're not in that same sort of environment as far as like this would have been the place to buy around 7 or 8 cents. But I mean, yeah, you can still scalp it. Like it's a good coin to scalp. I mean, it tends to behave pretty
Yeah,
well.
it's pretty volatile. So I mean, I orbit every day for the weekdays. I orbit every day. It's pretty good. I mean, win rate wise, I'm if not like 5 days, at least 4 out of 5. So
nice.
That's pretty good for orbing.
I wonder what the VPVR looks like if we bring that up.
But my question is pretty much just I want to know if it's actually bottomed out or if we're gonna get another bottom here. But I'm from your reasoning, it sounds like you think it's probably bottomed at that 13. 13 flat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of likely that the low is in, given that we got that bullish divergence into the main reversion channel. So
Yeah.
where is it? Right here. We got a lower low bull div into the bullish divergence into the mean reversion channel.
Are you paying
So,
much to the global M2?
yeah,
Or
I was actually looking at a lot of stuff like that today.
you think we're
I could
still on schedule with the 108? Or I mean 105. I'm my bad.
I mean, Dbloc's is looking at that more closely as far as like the offset lag.
Yeah, I think
I look at
there
stuff
is an offset lag as well.
like here. I'll show you a chart I was working on earlier. This is BTC versus M2 money supply plus total value, total assets held by the Federal Reserve. And actually, hold on. I remember adding one more thing in. I think it was DXY plus DXY. Let's see if that comes up with something. It's invalid.
No,
Damn it.
invalid.
There was, I don't know. I forget how I did it. I forget the way that I put it in. Was it down here? No. I forget the way that I actually plugged it in, but I don't know. I play around with these type of things like BTC versus M2 plus total value, total assets, and try to look to see if there's any levels that like I missed that like it might have touched on some of these parts already when the USD valuation didn't. I kind of need like a naked chart to actually see that kind of stuff though. What's one that I remember I was looking at one earlier that was like super interesting, but I forget what it was. Anyway, let me see if I still have any of those up.
Did you happen to download the sandbox, the global M2 sandbox indicator when it
No.
was still out? You didn't get a
No,
chance?
I don't have the sandbox. No,
Same.
unfortunately.
I tried to get it, but I think I was a day late and they already took it off. Huh.
One thing I was looking at was, I think it was WM2NS divided by WALCL. And it was like, so this is like M2 divided by total value assets owned. And I'm thinking if it comes up to this 618 level, that's where quantitative easing is actually
QE.
going to start.
Yeah, QE starts. But from what Dbloc is thinking, if China really puts a lot of pressure here on the U.S., the QE, I think he said he thinks it's going to start sooner.
It might. I have no idea. They usually don't do that unless there's like a crisis, is the thing. So it's hard to say. Was there any divergence here? I don't think so.
No.
There's a divergence here.
Yeah, they don't generally just do straight up QE like you said. There's something that's really happened very badly for them to do that. Like just straight up, yeah, they want to ease into it so they don't spook the public and all this jazz,
Yeah.
Just get a bunch of people scared.
Yeah, but I think what Dbloc was saying, like they would push it forward. Yeah, I mean, obviously they won't.
True. Yeah, it would
Yeah,
get that ball rolling.
Yeah, because rate cuts, I think they already. I don't think it's officially announced, but it went from 2 rate cuts to back up to 4 rate cuts for this year.
By what is it? The Fed futures or whatever.
Yeah, Fed futures. Yep. So rate cuts, we're getting 2 more rate cuts back into our schedule, but Inflation records came out, I think, a couple of days ago, and we're looking kind of good. But you never know what China might push out, and it might push our markets back down again.
Yeah,
So
because there's another problem. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
There's another problem with the treasuries because of the bonds. If Asia starts dumping, or just other countries start dumping their treasury bonds, I don't know a lot about it. I was reading a bunch about it today to try to figure it out. We could have
Yeah,
another liquidity crisis.
yeah. I
I think
think Dbloc
that's
was talking about it earlier. He says that if they do, our government has to step in and try to rebuy the bonds back.
yes, yeah, they do.
They
And then
printing
I
money.
think yeah, but usually there's like a big stock market crash. I don't think
Yeah, but see, if
I don't think it's
they need to
happening
print
for places.
money, that means they push QE sooner. They're gonna have
Oh
to
yeah,
push
yeah, yeah, yeah,
QE
yeah, yeah,
sooner.
yeah. They
So if
printing
they push
money.
QE sooner, money printing, you already know what's gonna happen.
Yes,
So
sir. Let me get that V-shaped
yeah,
recovery.
that's what
Let
we're
me
looking
get
for.
it. I'll be
Yes,
here. I'm here
sir.
for
That's
it,
right.
man.
It's
So
a good time to have some dry powder on the side for
yep,
in
that's
case
why
there's a
D-Block was talking about. We're Team China. And I really believe that we're Team China until prove otherwise, and then we jump ship back.
yeah. I'm just saying if that scenario plays out, I think there would probably be like a big crash beforehand. So
If there's a big crash beforehand, it does play with the initial 105 global M2 that I
There was a
remember.
pretty big crash like last
Yeah,
week.
that was one, and
I
then
think I had bigger,
that was one,
like
and then I
longer.
believe on his, if I remember correctly, on D-Block's global M2, when we enter next week, not this week, the next following week. Let me see the dates. The week of the 21st. I believe on his graph it shows that we rise up to a certain amount. I don't know how much the rise is, and then it actually topples over and crashes one more time. So if it does follow the 105 global M2, that's what we're looking at. Is probably another crash that last
Doesn't he
week.
have it set up 108, or did he just change it?
It was 105,
That
but
was
I think the
108.
108 has been being talked about a lot lately because of the
Okay.
delay. Because of everything that's going on, there's delay lag to
Just
it.
testing. Yeah, it's just like work testing it out and trying to find what best fits. And
Yeah, but initially we were testing on the 75. I think he's testing on 75. That's what everybody said it was. Obviously, that first week of May, or I mean, first week of April already proved it's not 75. We looked at it on the 85, 75, 85, and 105 was initially what he said that seemed most accurate. But I think, with everything going on lately with tariffs and everything, it's kind of been pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the M2 money supply. So I was reading what goes into it and like the treasuries and the market and stuff do. So I wonder like if Asia starts selling off all of our treasuries, if that would change it, or if that would just change the, I don't know, trajectory of the chart.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know enough about you a definitive answer.
So I'm starting to think about like this whole 90-day thing that Trump did. Like he's leaving uncertainty for sure.
Yes.
To where we can get a lot of whipsawing going on with the markets.
This pause, this 90-day pause. For one, he didn't specify which countries. Okay, so it's a very general term. And the second thing, it's a pause, meaning he can unpause this
And
anytime he wants to.
Trump's that type of guy. Like he just changed his mind like the next day and be like,
He
and he
did.
just starts
He
saying
did.
something. Yeah, he's
One
that
of the
type of
things
guy.
that
So
annoyed me
he can
so much
whipsaw the
this
market,
week.
man.
Yeah, one of the things that annoyed me so much this week was on Monday, they came out and parentheses fake news saying there's a pause on tariffs for 90 days, and then the market pumped extremely big pump, and then the White House correspondents came out and said there's no pause. This is fake news. Guess what? Wednesday comes around and he goes, "There's a 90-day pause."
It's dirty work. It's nasty work, man. Like
I mean,
that's all on purpose, man. Like
I
that
mean,
was that was planned that way.
yeah. I mean,
It's just
it kind of hurt me in the trading aspect, but I understand where he's kind of coming from because obviously tariff negotiations is what you do, but it goes to show like he can turn his tongue and say something totally different,
He don't
at
care
any
either, bro.
time.
Yeah.
He can be saying 90-day pause right now. Next
He
week
be
he'll
having
be
a
like,
bad day.
you know what, everybody's getting tariffs. There's no pause
Yeah.
anymore. So
He woke up in the morning, Melania wasn't having it, and he was like, "Man, you know what? F this, man."
yeah. So just bear that in mind. Just bear that in mind. He can turn it around really quickly. The crazy thing was Wednesday morning he came out and on X, I think they said before he announced anything about the 90-day pause, he actually came out and said this was a bullish morning. He said something to that aspect. He posted about it. So
Oh well,
like,
no, he said this. The day's a great day to buy, or something like
yeah,
that.
something like that. Yeah.
Paraphrasing about right there, something like that.
Yes.
A couple
So
hours before the market open or whatever.
yeah, me and my friends were debating about that. We're like, oh man, like they're gonna spring an investigation on him because that's like really inside information. Like you shouldn't be tweeting about something like
It
that.
is. That's like it's just like
That's like telling everybody, oh, go ahead, you should buy today. I'm about to spill the beans on something before he does anything.
Yeah.
If he comes out and say it after his announcement or whatever, it plays into the market world. But he said it before the announcements. Said it before the market started. And so I don't know if he's gonna take any heat for that, but yeah, that's some pretty interesting stuff.
Man. Well, he like 70 years old. He ain't got much longer to live. He don't care.
Yeah, if he goes to prison, it's going to be the nicest, the best, the
Yeah.
hugest prison we've ever seen. He's going to eat lobster. He's going to have strippers. He's going
He'll
to
have everything he
books,
wants.
the 2 times. He ain't going to prison, dude. His prison's
He's never going to prison.
no way. The only reason they did that was the Machiavelli effect, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that's what me and my cousin used to say. Like, it's like he's just selling records, guys. And everyone is buying them whether they want to. I told my mom that a year before this election. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to vote, but he's going to win because you will freak out about it. Like in that American Horror Story season about politics. They put something in the water, boys.
Well, now you go look at the I did some days ago. Go look at a chart from I think March 2018 when he started his tariffs when he got his first term and up to COVID. You see the whipping back and forth like the market was doing the whole time for like 2 years, and it's starting off like that already with this man. Like,
oh yeah, this tariff stuff, man. He's been preaching this before he was a politician for a really long time.
He's been preaching that stuff since
man.
the 80s,
He's like a kid in Toys R Us right now, man. He's been wanting this like to happen for a really long time.
You go check out his mentor, who his mentor was, and how he talks about him, how crucial he was, especially in his younger years. This politics thing I think was always something that was on like the list, you know. But no, a lot of stuff that he's doing, he's talked about 40 years ago.
This is Bitcoin divided by total assets owned by the Federal Reserve. Yeah. WALCL is total assets owned by the Fed. So I'm wondering if it comes down to this level, or if it just does this 0.5, puts in one more lower low, and then starts to break out.
So let's just say if that came down to the the top range there, right? What do you think? What that would bring Bitcoin down to what, another 10K or so?
Wait,
Dang.
why that?
Possibly.
Why that combination of assets?
Just because if they're bringing in, if they start quantitative easing, if they stop quantitative tightening and they start quantitative easing, they start adding assets to their balance sheet, then that will show an outperformance in Bitcoin if Bitcoin is not rivaling its performance. You know what I mean? At the time, I mean, it might not, but if nobody's buying Bitcoin, but the Federal Reserve starts quantitative easing, then they could start funneling money into the market, and that will show that will manifest as like this sort of dropping down to here.
So quick, do you know if Powell actually came out and announced QT is over? He never did. He hasn't, has he?
I don't think
Or
so.
yeah, so we
They
could still be in
slowed.
QT right now. It's slowed down.
He's
Yeah.
teeing it up. He's teeing it up is what he's doing right now.
So if anything, I really think like on the global M2 scale, we're pushed back quite a bit. We're kind of
Like,
delayed quite a bit.
I'm not really expecting like this necessarily, like, because this is what they did during COVID, right? They started easing a little bit, and then they aggressively started
Yeah.
easing really aggressively.
Yep.
But also you kind of got to think about what happened back then, which if I add
But they did
the
announce QT was
S&P,
over before.
well, right here, so this, see how they started easing a little bit, and then right here in March, this is when they started easing. But then right here in March, what happened? The COVID collapse.
Yeah.
So this is the whole COVID dip in Bitcoin, and then which is purple. The pink is the S&P. So big COVID collapse. So they started easing a lot, and they started buying a ton of stuff to stimulate the market, and that's what. So the S&P jumping in price because the Fed was aggressively buying assets.
Yeah.
That called for the risk on appetite. What they were doing at the same time while they were buying those assets, they were buying it with money that they just freshly printed, basically. So they printed a ton of money. They bought a bunch of assets. Those assets went up in value, and then the inflation is passed down to the
So
consumer.
when that
But
happens, you see the dollar value goes down too. All right.
I mean, yeah,
Because if
like
you have a high amount in printed currency, it shouldn't that
yeah. So
deflate the value of the dollar.
yeah, like we can put up like the DXY. Yeah, obviously, like the value with the higher supply, your
So it should
dollar is going
correlate
to.
with the graph. Yeah, am I right? Just checking.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
so
correlating.
the DXY here, let's see if we can make this a different color. We'll make it green. So yeah, see how the
Yep.
DXY dropped tremendously,
Yes.
but then because of inflation and because like the market was overheated, everything started selling off, and they announced this is where they started announcing that they were going to reduce their balance
Yeah.
sheet was in
Yep.
February of 2022. So the dollar ripped.
Yeah, it
And
did.
everything else tanked.
Yeah, because
But
that's when sell off. That's pronounced kind of bearish market now.
while they were printing, though, the dollar was eating shit.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
so
when
but
you got a lot of bills, that's what
this
happens.
isn't even as bad as some other currencies. Like I bet if we bring up JPY,
It would be doing the opposite. What's going on, yo?
Yo, what's up, Dbloc?
Chilling. I'll be right back. I'm just signing up.
Greet your steak, dog.
which one's JPY? This one.
The light green.
Make it white.
No.
That one's DXY. This one.
Yeah, that one.
Bro, I just found the best.
Wow, it did pretty well.
I mean, it held up better.
Yeah, it held up better
the
than
US
the
dollar,
dollar.
but it still dropped down.
Guys, it trades
did.
the yen trades inverse to the Dixie.
But anyway, I mean, all of the fiat lost its value, but yeah, the DXY definitely went down while they were printing money.
Is there a good place that I can put speculations that or things that I'm looking at for stocks wise for kind of like ahead of the market tomorrow?
I'll tell you
What
what
was the
I've been
question?
looking at because of the tariffs. I've been looking at on the forex side. I've been looking at soybeans. The 60% U.S. imports, 125% tariffs. It's going to completely destroy that. Liquefied natural gas could also take a big hit. As far as companies go, I'm looking at pork too. Honestly, put a little write up about it. ADM is heavily exposed to soybean and grain in China, so I'm looking for shorts on that. Tesla and Ford, for obvious reasons. Boeing, I think, already had 25% of deliveries canceled from China in the past couple days. Qualcomm, Micron, some of the semiconductor ones
That sounds like a lot of hurt.
could have huge revenue losses. Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of hurt.
Yeah. Short term, like agricultural commodities and like heavy exporters could be looking at 10-20% drops.
I mean, your microprocessor chip companies, that should be a drop too.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Micron Technologies and Qualcomm.
Yep, we get all that stuff from China, so
Yeah, Boeing is interesting to me, and ADM also. And I don't really play on legacy much, but times like this is just kind of too much of a juicy setup to not pay attention to it.
Dude, honestly, even looking at this, right? Like, even if we take out Bitcoin, right? How do I delete this?
you can hide it. You can hide
So,
it. Oh.
DXY drop. They print money. DXY drops. As it's dropping, they pump money into the market, into assets. The assets rise in value. They pass the inflation on to us. They sell the assets that they bought with money that they printed. They sell it, pass the inflation on to us, sell it into cheaper USD, and then USD rips, and then they sell that USD back into assets. Just straight robbery.
If you're expecting to see like these larger market drops like that, in a large portion of the market, it's that what does that do for like these like kind of already volatile penny stocks and stuff?
I'm not really looking for like a widespread sort of drop. I think we already got that. I think the drops that we get now are going to be very sector specific. Right? The ones that are like directly affected by the tariffs the most.
You have to keep in
Give
mind
me
too,
a second. Let me post something that I just
a lot of those penny stocks are Chinese companies too. So you got to bear that in mind too.
If you go on the research links on narrative analysis and just look at the last thing I posted, it's just all on the impacts of the tariffs. What could be coming, what sectors could be affected, what I'm kind of expecting. I'll post it right here in the see if I can post it in All right, I posted it right here in the bubble chat. Not financial advice. Nah, it's also. I mean, if you're in forex, and you want to go deep down the rabbit hole, I'd pay attention to Brazilian soybean companies because Brazil's number 2, and it's gonna push all of that. It's gonna shift that entire market to Brazil. This is all
How do you feel about
obviously if we don't come to some sort of reduced tariff deal in the next couple of weeks, right? This is assuming that the tariffs are going to go through the way we expect with no changes.
do you think that Brazil being number 2, that they have the capacity to handle like that much of the market coming in if it goes that way?
It'll probably flood to the lessers. I think there's a couple of countries that'll do well off of this because that's a big load for just Brazil to take. So, and as far as negatives from China, we're looking for them to sell off bonds, and we're looking for them to ban exports of rare earth metals, which is really going to hurt us. Which honestly, I think we've been expecting, which is why we've tried so hard to get those rare earth metals in Ukraine and Greenland. We're already looking for secondary sources for most of our rare earth metals.
I think I'll do some research tonight on like benefactors or essentially benefactors and like other systems affected or other portions of the Brazilian market that are going to be affected, but so or if such a change happens.
Yeah.
Look at this. One more thing on Doge is that you had, if that 13 cents was the low, then you actually had a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. Because you had a lower low in the RSI. And if that's a higher low in price, then that's a hidden bullish divergence. Plus the regular bullish divergence on the daily that you got. So yeah, I think there's a good chance that, and you got the daily stochastic flip up. You're above 20 on the weekly. You did get a bullish cross on the stochastic. You're still not above 20 on the weekly, but you got your bullish cross. And when it came down to cross below it again, you actually stayed above it.
Oh yeah, it did stay above it, huh? It touched
So
it and yeah, touched and
yeah,
pulled
it
up.
touched it and pulled back up after getting this bullish cross. I mean, one more thing would be the MACD is kind of trying to close back in a little bit. Here, that his scrim is white and the bars are getting smaller.
Yeah.
Getting a little outward curvature there, yeah, on the MACD there.
Yeah, it might just trade sideways if that's the case.
Yeah, I think with all that FUD, I think 13 could have been the low. There is like this one more big vector that never got taken, but so put it down to like 11 cents. But even then, that would still be a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly because you've already made a lower low in the RSI. So any low that's above this one is going to be a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. but you did already get up to 91 RSI. So
For the RSI, you had to pull back anyways.
yeah, but I mean, it's kind of basing out here. It hasn't been a big momentum shift yet. Obviously, it's like been going down, but that bull dip on the daily, I mean, I think that says something. This candle, this is a pretty strong looking candle. Big dragonfly doji. And then it hasn't gone any lower since then.
Yeah, it's been holding up pretty well since then. That's the reason why I think it was the lowest too. I was thinking I don't think it's gonna drop any lower than that. If anything, like towards the end of the month, like I said, it's probably gonna fall into the 14.5 range, but no lower than that.
Yeah, I'll just try to buy whatever I can, like between, I don't know, 11 and 16 cents. It's kind of a wide range, but if it is going to make a move up, then I should be able to sell it for at least 30 cents. And then if
Yeah, that's
I
that's
decide to
probably.
hold on to a moon bag, then
You don't think
maybe.
it's gonna make it to 35? Because you did say it historically it struggled between the 30 to the 40
Yeah,
range.
between 30 to 35, it usually struggles a lot. It depends if there's like a bullish catalyst or something, but like Doge kind of doesn't really like
Yeah,
do
I
big
think they
moves
need
without Elon.
exactly. I think they need something, some sort of catalyst, like you said, that to blow through that range. If they can get it past through that range, I think we have a lot of upside to look at. But yeah. Historically, like you said, they really struggle in that 35-cent range.
I mean, it does behave like typically pretty well. Like you, whether it's in an uptrend or a downtrend, this is really just Doge people trading with each other. This is all like, and then Elon. Like these spikes was Elon saying something about it. This big spike was Elon buying Twitter. All the rest of this stuff, this is all just Doge people trading with each other. Elon wasn't talking about it here. This whole pump was like just, I think the market kind of getting excited that Bitcoin was going up. But I mean, you had your big retracement, you put it in a higher low. Then Elon started doing stuff here. I'm pretty sure there's that big pump. The Department of Government Efficiency, I think, started
Yeah,
happening
it
around
was
here.
it was the Doge announcement.
Yeah. So there was that big pump. So all these big pumps, but I don't remember anything happening right here where Elon was even specifically involved. Like I think of like we did this on our own, kind of. So I mean, hopefully it makes a higher low and stays on trend like that. Like it's not
What's that
really
measured move? If you don't mind me asking, that measured move right there.
measured move. What do you mean?
The move up. How big of a move up was that? That run.
Oh, this.
Not the last one. The one in between. The one in 24.
Do you want me to pull it from here or from here?
From there is fine.
Almost 200%.
Almost 200%. Okay.
Yeah, here. Let me take it from be a little bit more generous with these wicks, I guess.
So if we
Yeah,
look at a
it's over
200%,
200.
if we look at a 200%
211%.
range from where we're at, what price range are we looking at from there?
Like 45%.
Oh, it's still within that range, huh? It's still within
Yeah, it's
that
about
range.
40 cents. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
Won't be able
The
to.
problem
I might
with
do like you.
Doge.
I might look for an out at like 35, 34, somewhere around there.
The problem with Doge is that it does the supply does increase every year, but so the more the supply increases, the higher you need the market cap to go.
Yeah.
To get the same moves. So, like I was saying, if we wanted it to get to $1, then the market cap
You said
would have to
1.5 bill market
uh,
cap.
150 billion.
150 million. Okay, gotcha. Oh.
which would be like, did I not have this on logarithmic? Yeah.
Well,
If
the
you
only
have it
good
on
thing,
linear, the 1.618 for the market cap is 155 billion. So it's kind of funny how those type of things work out.
yeah,
And the market cap held above the 1450 day SMA. It only wicked below it. It never closed below it.
it didn't. Yeah, it didn't close below it.
Is anybody still or have any in STSS that was playing that play the other day?
Yeah, I still have 1,000 of them.
So have you looked at the chart that or what we might kind of like where it's at now? It looks pretty good. I haven't gotten quite confirmation, but I feel like tomorrow's going to be good. And tomorrow's going to be a good day. And I also like
Tomorrow's
I'm bullish
Saturday.
in general on medical supply industry because I've met some of those guys and like it can be extremely lucrative.
They're all assholes. Or... No, I'm just
They're just
kidding.
making stupid money. You know what I mean? Like, and they have in a lot of cases they can have more power than like big pharma does. You know, like
What
more.
is ST? I mean, it was only on our list because it was like the top movers, and then it went down so much. But what
Yeah.
is it? Do you know what it is?
It's Sharp's technology, so it's a medical supply. I'm assuming it's needles and IVs, which is like but best in class syringe products. And I'm pretty sure like that's one of the big ones. Like I think you see like Sharps. Like if you go to a hospital and you pay attention, I think Sharps is like most hospitals use Sharps for their syringes. I believe.
Why is it good? Why is it so low?
So they had
Reverse
well,
split or some shit?
I was looking at the news. So hold on, I'm sorry, I just had it up, but I accidentally closed it. Where is it? There it is. So they had this Sharps Technology CEO just acquired 300,000 shares on April 1st. So I don't. What is the total?
The CEO just dumped on everybody.
Possibly, or yeah. There's also like they just had a vote on like somewhere around the 20th of March. I know they closed upsized 20 million underwritten public offering, and so that was January 28th. There was a lot of news on January 28th. Hits record low after pricing. So they're coming off of they had a lot of expenses in Q4, and I don't know what that would correlate to, but generally expenses in medical supply, unless they're losing unless they lose a really big partner or something comes out about like their product being dangerous, right? Generally that means like it's they're pumping, they're buying either more equipment to produce or they're meeting some new regulatory standard. So I feel like if it's a bigger company that didn't see any like particular bad news about on the news, I feel like that's a good sign that it's getting to make even bigger moves, right? Now I have to do a lot more research on this company because again I believe I know them, but I don't know if they are
I
as
don't
big
know.
as I think they are.
You've done more research than I have because I did none.
Well, this is all like all the things I just listed. They're all like if you hit that little lightning bolt at the front of the chart.
Oh yeah, you're talking about
Yeah,
Trading
it's like
View.
the Trading View like news stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Like
do a little
glanced
more
over
research.
it. It seemed like a bunch of words, and I was like, I'm not reading this.
It seemed like a bunch of words.
Yeah,
like a
pretty
bunch of
cool.
I
words.
did look at the
So
headline.
I
But dude,
But
you're
the most stunner thing I ever heard in my life.
I hope they're like, yeah. I mean, they're not like that. What was that one the other day? Fatima or some shit that went like.
Yeah,
'cause I
FT,
saw
no.
them and it went down 100%.
So I mean, the news goes back to 2022 on them, and if it's I think they're American. I could be wrong. I'll look a little bit into it. I believe this is an American company though, that produces a large swath of American pharmaceutical syringes. Now the other thing with like that is syringes. If like so, if a law came out like requiring them to provide X amount of syringes to hospitals for some reason or something like that, but I don't really see them doing that. They typically like medical supply is kind of the they're the producer, but like there's normally an intermediary between them and any like regulations that come down, uh, which is why it's such. I think it's like it's one of the more lucrative businesses because they're more in the shadows. They don't get as bad raps as like big
Right.
pharma
It's
does, but they
like a
have a
pick and
similar.
shovels play.
Man, you sound like you've been doing some deep diving on this company.
No, this is just like I have a lot like some general knowledge in that field.
Gotcha.
But I also like one of my former
What is the general?
bar
What is that? Where does
seats
that
was
come from?
a big medical supply guy.
Did you do farm sales?
Which one was that?
I said you said you had some.
Yeah, I sold all mine that first play because I'm still
Oh
pretty
no
new
no
to
no!
trading, so
I meant your experience in the field.
well
Did you used to do farm sales? Is what I was saying.
oh no I just I'm really big on risk management when it comes to like people with addiction. I also have family in healthcare on the lower level, but that are pretty well studied and like it's. I also had a customer that was a Fortune 500, the CEO of a medical supply industry company.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah, my godfather was a West Farm rep for 25 years. I worked in insurance I did a stint back in a stint. Working in insurance is like going to prison. So it's more like it's like white collar poker all day. You never get to play spades. You get your shit. But anyways, I digress. I'm just saying. Yeah, Western Farm is I mean, dude, and yeah, it's like we know good people. We know there's good and bad participants and everything,
but that is like the Cowboys of the West, but with shit tons of money.
yeah, exactly. Like I hate the system itself, and there's a lot of it's just the whole thing.
They're also really good at like even if they're doing terrible things at a very large scale, they're very good at silencing observation or
yeah, they're good at hiding the truth.
Well, they have so much money to throw at lobbyists too that it's like they're in a lot of people's pockets. But that's the thing. Like big pharma is in a lot of people's pockets. But big medical supply is
Well,
awesome.
yeah, they make more money on everybody being sick. That's why anybody who gets close to curing the chicken pox or some shit, like they get black bagged and probably cut up into pieces real quick. And then it's like, because I mean the whole thing. I mean our health system is made to squeeze as much money out of us and make sure that we get
The shareholders get their money. Their
Yeah.
shareholders need to make profit, man.
And they're the closest I think private equivalent to like the way that money moves between the Pentagon and like military defense contractors. It's an insane markup and like all of that. It's crazy world. But
We think Sam Bankman-Fried was the biggest Ponzi scheme since Madoff, and nobody has looked at the American insurance industry yet. I'm just hello, guys. It's a Ponzi.
Well, it's they're literally it's a hedge against your life, or a hedge against your safety, or a hedge against but it's any number of liabilities that you could have, right? And
Oh,
like
yeah.
they're asking you to bet against your own self-interest, with the possibility
Which I
of
love
cashing out.
doing. I really do.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have health insurance. I just double the life anytime I feel rambunctious. That's a lie. I don't double the life. I just get into a fight with my wife and I say double the life insurance and I storm out.
Seems like a healthy choice.
Yeah, it's not a joke. People are like, man, this guy's on one. I'm
This
sober as shit, oversharing my ass off. So,
this
but yeah,
11.8 cent area wouldn't be bad for Doge either if it went there. I think it would
8
hold
cents.
up there. 11.8 cents. So almost 12 cents, but like 11.8.
You think that's a possibility?
Yeah. I mean anything's possible. I mean if it didn't already bottom out here, then that's where I think it should bottom out. And if it doesn't bottom there, then I mean it's just gonna go down.
I mean, that day that
Probably at least
it
8
bottomed
cents.
out, it was during the Asian market, and once it hit that 13, it bounced off of the 13 like really quickly.
Yeah, I think there's a strong chance it could have bottomed out, but whereas like Bitcoin dominance is still going up and like all that, like all right, so let's just go back in time in these cycles here. So like this cycle, it kind of came up to the 0.5, rejected, and then went lower and made a lower low. Like
Oh
how
shit,
much later was
Jasmine just
this?
broke that 14.
It didn't end up bottoming out for another 546 days. And so this other one, I mean, which is pretty much as far back as it goes, you can kind of see that you did have the shot up to the 0.5 twice, and then it still came down. It didn't actually end up going into price discovery until the following cycle. First, it hit the all-time high, and then it basically rejected from it.
Damn, I didn't
And
screenshot that.
then,
Oh, I didn't even
ended
realize
up going
Virtual's
under.
kind of had its first big day in a while.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No, I mean, okay, Jasmine hit
Even
that
here, it came down 33%.
1.8. All right, and was it the 200? Shit, I can't. I'm trying to remember because I didn't screenshot Dbloc's chart. But
It didn't really
Jasmine.
go into price discovery till like 2 years later.
Oh, sorry. My microphone was on delay. I didn't mean to talk over you.
So okay, Jasmine did what?
Jasmine, it hit. I think it was one of the targets. I didn't screen cap his thing, but it was like a 618 here at 14 where it's at, and then there was one up a little bit. But I think I was looking for maybe to go short here, see where it goes to make its W, then go back long. Just my thoughts.
Guys, he's starting to rip, trying to rip again.
Yeah. I mean, it did. I know it.
Yep,
You
there
said
it
it
goes.
hit 14 on yours. Yeah.
Yeah,
there
it's
we
already
go.
past that. Yeah, it's past that. It should be past that on every exchange now.
Nice.
Here it goes. What kind of liquidation, like, what kind of vectors we got on the 4 hour here? Oh, we're coming up on one that's at what 0.015.
Okay.
1517 is when it starts. A 4 hour to 16, pretty much 16. Oh, it's going for that. I bet it's going to at least tap it.
Tap 16, you think?
No, it's gonna probably at least tap 0.15,
Oh yeah.
1.8.
I hope it does.
We
If
did
it
tap
does,
it last month. We tapped it last month on like the 15th.
Going,
This,
dude.
we're gonna take.
yeah,
We'll
it
probably
was the
take it.
15th.
Yeah, we'll probably take
I bought
it this time.
my
James,
average. I
how I
bought 100 Jasmine on the 15th, and I bought like 700 on the today when it was at like 14. The bottom of 14. And my average price is still somehow like 16 something. So it must tap decently high on the 15th.
It just hit 14,244. Just see,
I got 14.64 on mine.
Nice. Yeah, I'm on. I mean, I'm just looking at the FEMX. I haven't looked at the trading view yet. I'm on FEMX chart, which I guess it uses the same trading view. I don't know. 14 to.
So let me pull back a little bit and see if we got any other little 1 and
He
2
had
hour,
like
30
three.
minutes.
Yeah, he had like 3 major kind of big vectors. I think that might have been the 4.
45, 30. Go to 15.
I mean that 1.5. I'll take it. I mean, I've been in a long since.
Yeah, I got a lot of time frames. That 0.15. Just call it 1518, 1517, where to start. Yeah, that's I could see that happening this week. Yeah, probably tonight.
Is anybody in Clanker or Token Bot?
I am not, me personally.
No, what's that?
I actually don't know like what anything about the coin, but it's okay. It's an AI bot that allows ERC20 tokens to be easily deployed on the base blockchain.
Is that RS shit, or there's like some RS33 thing?
That's RSS3, and no, that's a different coin. Although they might be related. Let's see. It doesn't say anything about a relation. That doesn't mean it isn't. But I don't see anything on here about it. Clanker is doing like it's up 10%, and it's called Clanker. Like CLANKER.
Okay.
And it's also known as Token Bot. One word. And it's looking. So, let's see. Yeah, it's on a pretty decent uptrend. Of several, like the 1 hour, the 8 hour on here. It's also like, so it had just hit its like lower low for the year on the 5th, it looks like, or the 6th. And since then, it's taking a pretty steep uptrend. The last time, so like if I'm looking at like a fractal, or was it, when it fractally repeats, we're seeing kind of similar from June 5th to November 6th about, and it's a similar like rate of increase when it jumped up to its highest high for the year, which was 51. And it's currently at 1376. So I don't know that that will get all the way up, or that it'll even be that big of a move. But if it is, even if we got half of that, right? If we got like 30 out of it, be pretty decent. It's got a 1 million max supply, 1 million total supply, 1 million circulating supply, 6 million volume, and a 39 million market cap. With an all-time high of
What's the ticker? You still talking about Clanker?
Yeah.
What's the ticker? Like KL or?
I just see Clanker. Like that's it's
Okay.
gave me the ticker is Clanker and then the name is TokenBot.
Can you what is that on Dex Screener? Can you look up crypto AI?
So this is on crypto.
Okay.
That's where I have it. But I could look it up on Dex Screener. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean I was just looking through these like pilot coins on Femex and this one's like stupid cheap. I mean it went down 90% today.
Dude, are you saying CAI? Are you talking about CAIs on Femex now?
It says crypto AI, like it spells out crypto. It's in the pilot section of Femex.
Yeah, but it's the ticker CAI.
No, I mean it says spelled out crypto AI, CRYPTO AI.
For some reason I
Oh,
can't
son
get
of a
into
bitch.
Is
The
that it?
CAI, I don't know, but if it's CAI, like I'm literally like the 50th largest holder of that in the world.
CA.
I've been waiting for them to get listed through an exchange.
That's cool.
Well, look at the pilots because they might. I don't know if it's the. I mean, I guess check the because you know how they call stuff different, or some of the names will be a little bit different on these exchanges. Like Beam doesn't have an X, or. But yeah, if you go to
crypto AI. All right, so it's listed as crypto AI on Dex Screener. Does a price of 5809 sound right? 0005809.
Yeah. It just says 00057.
So
That's got to be it.
liquidity is 154K. FTV is 580K. Market cap is 580K. LP rewards is 249K. The 5 minute is up 3.66%. The 1 hour is up 9.96. 6 hours down 24.77, and the 24 hours down 89.79.
Yeah, down 90% in the last 24 hours. Like, wait, Qui-Gon, is that the same thing as yours?
The
I don't
volume
know.
is
I don't know how to find it on Femex.
Is yours a Soul Coin? I've got the address.
No, it's not. It's Ethereum.
Yeah, this is Soul Coin. Let's see. Official subs coin for S/crypto AI. All about the intersection of AI and crypto on-chain agents, decentralized models, data networks, DeFi, or Def AI, and more. Let's see if I can find. Let's get bubble maps, I guess.
Okay, let's see. If I go to this address, well, look up CAI that he was saying. They're not the same, are they?
Well, so for some reason I can't get my keyboard to come up on here.
Let me see. Oh wait, I forgot I have this CoinAnk on my phone. I'm an idiot. Let me see what happens when I click CAI. See, it doesn't even pop up on here. CAI.
I mean, I'm looking at PP Poo Poo on Solana. I'm not looking at PP. That just can't.
So I'll look up this hippo thing, whatever the hell it is. The hell is this hippo, dude? Hippo.
Make tariff high again. That's hilarious, actually.
Where's the
77.
market cap? Where's the fucking market cap? Oh, here we go. 21 million market cap. Hypto. It's something by Sui. It's the no cats, no dogs, only hippo. Oh, it is Sudang. Sudang is the same thing as hippo. It's just his name. Interesting.
I'm not seeing CAI coin on Ethereum. I am seeing Cypherpunk.
Interesting.
I'm also seeing Trade War. That is not a device. I don't see CAI. It's looking now for some reason.
Are we gonna turn around here? What the hell is going on? Let me check on my chat. Pepe looks like it's about to maybe make another little run. Jasmine's still going.
Yeah, Jasmine's just doing his thing.
Yeah, I like tripled down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
we go.
leverage. I'm gonna take quick profit.
Yeah, we're going for that 15-1-8 zone. Yeah, to the 1602, 03.
That vector goes all the way from 15 to 16?
You pretty much, yeah, literally. Yeah.
Yeah. If we get there, it'd be nuts.
Yeah, clear that thing and eat real easy. Just take it all and retrace back down probably some and go for high or low. Come back in a little bit.
Yeah. So
It's close. It's not too far from it. And I mean, this pump, I don't see why at least ain't gonna at least eat half of it. At least. At this rate. Seems like it's the only thing going almost.
Do you have a measured need for Pepe? If it does.
Yeah.
Now, I was talking about Jasmine on that one right there.
Yeah, no, I was following that too. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Is Mog done with this little skip and hop, or I mean, I guess he's just waiting on Bitcoin at this point.
Pepe was doing some crazy shit this morning, huh?
Yeah. I've been like on and off all day, and then today it just had I mean, yeah, like Dbloc, it has to stay above a certain point. Like this is the balance for a lot of them. It's like
Yeah, this is it. The kind of, to a degree, kind of, sort of. This is a crucial area for crypto to hold.
yeah, and I mean, I have no like doubt in Bitcoin really like doing its thing. Like it'll go up, it'll go down.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna go sideways. It goes like every way except left.
So I forget who was asking, but this is one more thing I'm looking at for Doge is basically that the Doge BTC pair, so like Doge divided by BTC, could make one more lower low, and then that would bring Doge down to those lower levels. But that could happen if BTC goes up higher. Like BTC USD goes higher and Doge USD goes lower, then it will bring this chart down back down to this bottom trend line. And then it might be able to bounce off of there, travel back up to the top of it there. But it already kind of had a few runs. Like this. Came up to the 0.5 fib, rejected. Went from there to the next bottom. And between the 0.5 and the 618, rejected. So I would guess if that was the next bottom. For Doge BTC, then I would reject between the 0.5 and the 618 here at this trend line again. So if you were going to get into Doge around these levels or anywhere lower, I would think to look at the BTC chart and probably take profit around this area on this trend line. Probably make it up to the 618. As long as it's staying in this pattern, then it's probably not gonna be like having like it's probably not gonna outperform BTC in a major way. It would have to completely break the I mean, this would probably be the next bear market, and then it wiggles around in here, and then maybe it breaks this pattern, and maybe it's just to outperform BTC, but like in a big way. But I wouldn't get my hopes up because this pattern could last I mean until 2029 basically.
I didn't realize that Rico was having a 30% day. What is HIMA? HEIMA? There used to be something else, and I'm blanking.
Zahimacopter. Oh my God, Gooch Coin is up 2,000%. I'm a long-time proprietor of good Gooch Health Awareness.
I'm more of a Grundle, awareness kind of guy.
When is Grundle Awareness Day?
Every day you want it to be.
Every month is Gooch Awareness Month.
Yeah, but you should always be aware of the Grundle. Or beware of the Grundle. I mean, it depends on your current circumstance, I guess. Or positioning.
Are you sure you're willing to put your Gooch where your mouth is there, bud?
Are you going to put your mouth where your Grundle is, though?
Can you Grundle where your Gooch is?
Can you
I'm sure all
your
these things can be done with enough science.
How many times?
7 sciences? I don't know. 42.
Oh,
42.
I'm about to go all in on Gooch.
Hey, whoa. Everybody knows it's 43, okay?
Yeah, well, I had to leave you a little room to figure it out.
43?
43 is the answer to life, brother.
It is. It really is.
42, just one shy, It leaves you room to solve the equation. Otherwise, you're just there.
Qui-Gon, can you give expert TA on Gooch Coin? It's not a joke.
Gooch?
It's only up 2,000%, dude.
Is it less than 24 hours old?
There's no
I
TA.
don't think so. No, it's not.
What is the ticker?
Just spelled out Gooch Coin, 2 words.
GOCH. Gooch Coin.
Gooch Coin.
Have fun with that one, Quad.
I don't know. Is it GOOCH?
Yeah, GOOCH and then space the word coin. That's a long ticker.
Yeah, nothing's coming up, man. Huge coin.
You have a coin in
Are you on Femex?
No, I'm on TradingView.
Let me see if I can
Gooch
post this.
wrapped ether.
It says on birdeye.s whatever the hell is that. It's on Femex. Let me see if I can get it to.
What's up, Quad?
What's up, is that Steven?
Oh,
It's it's a pumped up phone. It says Gooch was created as a homage to Cerebro and Fartcoin. It's the same guy who launched Fartcoin.
But you don't fart out of the dude. That's.
Hold on a second.
Like,
This thing was at
fart only
1
ever
cent
glide
before.
past.
Is that 1 cent before?
It's at like 0.0004.
Yeah, but it was once at 1 cent, and it got completely rug pulled.
Yeah, it was 1 cent. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the 8th day, it hit 1 cent, and on the 9th day, it was
Crashed to
rugged.
0.
By the way, you brought up RSS3 coin, and that is up.
I don't touch
It looks
stuff
like
like
it's
this.
coming back. No, I don't. I'm like just in the Femex meme section, just seeing what actually is doing anything on this side.
Yeah, I can't really do TA on this, man, honestly. I mean, I could try, but, like, there's not
No,
really.
I know you still use Femex or no?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. That's the only reason I asked, because I was like, you probably have seen it. I haven't seen that CAI though. I don't know where the hell that is.
It's not listed anywhere.
Crypto
The only way to get it is to swap Ethereum for it, like in a Trust wallet or Coinbase wallet or something. What the fuck? You used to be able to buy it on Mexi, but you can't anymore. Yeah, this thing's probably gonna freaking collapse again pretty soon, honestly. A lot of volume can handle it, and then you're making higher highs off of lower volume, so it's probably gonna pull out.
on your Gooch.
Yeah,
Oh.
a Gooch task.
Oh.
It's coming probably into its heaviest level of resistance.
Is there any coin?
I can't do those though.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Can you?
Not recommended.
Could you do the Jewel?
What's that guy trying to say? Wait, whoever was just talking, you're coming in and out.
Oh,
yeah,
could you do TA on virtual?
Virtuals.
Virtual, like virtual reality.
No, we hate virtuals here, dude. No, we'll do. I get that.
You hate money.
Oh
Allow
man,
me.
yeah, that thing got so rugged.
Virtuals got rugged. Oh shit!
I mean, it's just straight up and then straight down. Like it almost went back to where it began.
Are you talking about the initial pump?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
like it's at 53 cents now, right?
I feel like I can't really think there's not too many AI coins that don't look like that.
It did like a 500x, and then it just completely collapsed again.
But like, so that 500x was how was that? So that 500x took. It only took 2 weeks, so it's not actually that. I felt like it took longer than that, but I will say I kind of feel like it's because I feel like a lot of the AI protocols and like well agents or so but like a lot of the AI protocols kind of felt like that, and I don't know if that's like I'm not saying it's not a rug pull, but I don't know if it's like because it's hype, if it's like that's how like majority of the market sees it. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't
It's
actually
the
like. They don't understand how to utilize it or like because I feel like out of the people that are actually playing with it, very few of those people are buying.
with these projects, man, like this kind of thing, like it has a bunch of hype in the beginning, and then it completely sells off. With these type of things, man, unfortunately, kind of what you need to wait to see. Every time you buy the falling knives on these, and then it goes lower, you're just like losing your buying power. With these coins, you kind of like buying this type of setup is like a death sentence. But you want to buy the recovery. You want to wait for it to turn around a little bit and start trending up again, and then you buy higher lows after it reverses.
I don't really
'Cause
actively buy them because it's like it's like it's way too easy. Like even if they see gains, like it's too easy for Bitcoin to make a minor that profit's gone. And I don't think like
I'll hear him.
you're coming in and out a lot, man. You're getting your mic's too hard to understand you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I feel like even if the tech's there, the adoption
Are
isn't
you in
there.
your
It's
car?
like the tech really isn't there yet.
Are you in your vehicle?
It's so
Yeah, but
hard to
now
hear.
I'm not going through my speakers anymore. I'm just like on my phone in
There
my
you
vehicle.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you had your
like
window down.
No, my windows are closed. It's raining though. That might be why.
No, you're good now, dude.
Yeah, I brought my phone closer. I think it's the AC is pushing past it, so it's probably like messing with the sound. Because where I have it mounted, it's kind of near the AC.
It's all good.
No, I appreciate you telling me. I need to just get a. Well, I need to keep my Bluetooth headsets on me, but
Okay, you don't know you have a front fog light out until somebody tells you. Come on.
I got problems, bro. Yeah, mostly mic problems. Good problems to have.
it's
Is there
kind of
anything in
trying to
DeFi?
hold this consolidation here, but
Has there
I
been
don't
anything
know,
in
right?
DeFi doing anything recently? Or anything significant, I should say.
I'm looking at guacamole right now and trying to not make a bad decision.
Is that a coin or are you about to eat?
Yeah, like
No, the coin guac.
You son of a gun, I love you.
I don't think there's such a thing as a bad decision with whether or not to eat guac, unless your decision is not to eat guac.
Yeah, it's true. I would eat a bunch of guacamole right now. If I could eat some guacamole. Want some guacamole. Bitcoin die. Don't make me get this hippo, dude. I might get this hippo. I might have to get this hippo because I don't give a shit.
What color? Wait, what color were the hippos when the elephants are pink? Can't remember.
Wait, what color are the what?
Are the hippos when the elephants are pink?
I have no idea.
Talking about pink elephants on parade.
Are y'all speaking Spanish right now, or did I just eat a bunch of mushrooms?
Yeah.
I think one of those scenarios is much more likely than the other.
Either way, you get the vibe.
Spanish?
The question is, when you eat mushrooms, do you speak better Spanish or fluent Spanish?
Oh my god. Is
Dude,
that really the question you asked?
I could speak any freaking alien language you want. Like, when I'm on mushrooms, you give me enough mushrooms, I'll just start making up new languages. I'll speak freaking Elvish.
I like understand all BJ's charts when I'm on mushrooms. Just like I'm like, dude, I get this.
Actually, I
And
really want to take mushrooms now and look at BJ's charts. That sounds fantastic.
Dude,
They're so colorful.
It is a revelation. It's like you live. Just like she's painting a horizon with 4 suns, and like you're just like walking around in it.
Her charts are like the TA crypto grail. I mean, holy grail.
It really is, yeah. I mean,
like
not,
there's.
I'm not even. Again, I get them when I'm not on mushrooms, but I'm saying the mushrooms just made it. I think that's like just that I needed that to make it click. And that was like a month ago or something. But I was like, damn, this makes sense.
You know what it feels like? It's like her charts are like crypto cartography.
It's like the more paint you put on the canvas, the better it's gonna be, or something.
Well, it's like every single feature and landmark is mapped like accurately.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
it. It's very
It's
busy.
like that's the literally she's showing you like the entire like that's the market for whatever asset. Like that is it. You just saw all of it.
Yeah,
If
you
can
like watch it in 3D, like jump planes and shit. I don't know.
They're like in multi-dimensional space time.
Man, y'all are out there.
But like, tell me I'm wrong though.
No, I mean, dude, that's exactly how I was like trying to explain it to someone. Like, you're not wrong at all. Like, I'm like, it's the whole world. And then when she does the jar turn thing, it's like, or the bow tie or the jar turn, it's like, it just goes nuts, man. It's like you're inside Unreal Engine 3 and you're making the world.
It's crazy because that's when she always loses me, but somehow she doesn't lose. Like, I'm not lost. Like, I'm like, she explains it and I have no idea what she's saying and it totally makes sense. I'm like, well, like I can't even follow.
Imagine what YouTube people like think of it when they can't see any of it and they're just like looking at Dbloc's chart like, what is this lady talking?
I've thought about that.
that's why people think me and BJ are drunk because we're just like talking about these like shapes and angles and the kneecap and what is it, the seahorse.
Yeah,
And
I
like
love her.
getting
I do
really
love her
excited.
terminology.
Like,
I don't know. I don't know how technical all of her terminology is, but I love all of it. It makes it makes me smile on the inside.
Oh yeah,
On the outside.
I mean, it like makes sense, like in a weird, like it's like it's art. I don't know. It's like the art of cryptography.
It's like doodles in a journal, but like in real time on like, but those doodles are like that's the that's like the equation to the alchemist stone.
Yeah, it's like some Michelangelo shit, dude. It's serious business. Okay, I think Jasmine might be turning around.
Yeah, we're up. What? We're at 21% now, something like that.
Jasmine is at 19%. It's I mean, it's back to almost 14. It's like 14016. So I might actually take a short, depending on what Bitcoin. If Bitcoin bounces, I won't. But I kind of wanted to get a short in on it and ride it back down.
Yeah, I feel like because I'm vertically challenged, I should get shorts for free.
What was that? It kind of broke up a little bit.
I was saying I feel like because I'm vertically challenged, I should get shorts for free.
Yeah, that is true. These are facts. Don't sell yourself short.
I see what you did there.
Actually, I didn't even do that on purpose.
Watch out for 1401 on Jasmine for a retest.
You think? Yeah, if we fall through that, I will probably go short. But
and then watch out. Well, from there actually, I watched the daily open at 01372. Those two price points.
We just went down to 01444 on my chart. But it's yeah.
Yeah, it's got a little toppiness looking to it. This thing could hit that and bounce back up and get you maybe a better short from where it's at right now, but
it's got to bounce.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for me. See what happens.
The perpetuals chart on Jasmine has been.
There he is, dude. Is your virtuals okay? Someone said it.
Ahead of it.
I don't know if Qui-Gon said it got. Maybe we were talking about a different coin, but I thought he said it got rugged, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta.
Jasmine just dropped under 40 for a sec, but it seems like it's bouncing back up.
Yeah, it's a holding. I'm gonna go short.
Yeah, like I said, kind of watch for this retest for that little break there.
Sorry,
I'm still long, so I haven't.
Oh,
switched.
okay.
I haven't switched yet. Yeah. I was waiting. I got distracted with Gooch Coin, and I probably missed my best like.
The Gooch.
Yeah.
Not the Gooch.
I almost put everything on Gooch Coin right there, guys. What happened?
Long way top.
And
short way bottom and a long way top.
Either short the bottom.
Yeah, I think crypto's at a pretty good level though overall.
So it seems like support isn't as strong as resistance, but it is getting both.
Yeah, I think
way down there.
Pepe seems like it's winding up for another little run up. Mog.
Winding up Tuck?
I think Mog is also doing it. A little curl up on Mog.
I gotta go to sleep though.
No sleeping allowed, dude. If you sleep, you better take all your stops off.
I'm about to freaking pass out.
Okay, I'll allow it. I know you were asking me for permission, and I will allow it.
All right, thanks.
Instead of passing
Should
out,
like
you should
that.
pass up all of your crypto to me.
But I'm never sleeping again.
Pass out all my crypto. Oh,
Pass
look,
out.
there's no tip
Dude,
CC button here, so we can't.
You can be crypto Oprah. You know?
Yo, everybody
I
on the
can't.
YouTube, PayPal me $20, dude. Come on, PayPal.
Yeah, PayPal me $20 too.
That's my
As a matter
favorite
of
thing.
fact, PayPal me $30.
It's my favorite thing to say on the walkie-talkie when I'm at work. They
It
ask for
does
something.
feel like Jasmine's starting to hit like a slightly lower highs.
I'm in it to win it.
Yeah, I'll have a good night.
Oh,
No,
You
but
sleep it good. Watch Righteous Gemstones.
I'll sleep it good.
Sleep it good. Win the race. Don't hurt yourself. Nero be bullshit.
Yo, who just like suck farted through a whistle?
Say what? Come on, Moggs. Come on, Moggs. Quit playing around, Moggs.
I mean, Jasmine had like a minor accumulation there that's breaking to the down, but
Let's see.
So maybe it bounces up.
I have a purple excuse me, pink vector candle on the 45 minutes, so and it's got a definitely a wick to the upside at this point, and it's about to close in 5 minutes.
Those volume stopper.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, this is like where I kind of originally wanted to take my shorts. So.
It's looking like a toppy area. You start zooming out some. It's like, yeah, you could easily see this.
Yeah, because like on Dblocs, he had it basically like come up here to about the 14, which was I want to say that maybe the 200 or the 800 or something. I don't know which time frame that was. I mean, it's still damn bullish as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, on your 4 hour, you don't have it yet, but you're about to maybe have a 50 cross the 150.
We did just hit 54. Is that today's high? Jasmine?
No, I think it went. Wait, was it today's high?
Yeah, the 1445 or whatever, 1446.
It hit that on y'all's.
Yeah, I got one.
mine,
I got
it hit
1446.
5, which I think is today's high. 1455.
Oh yeah. No, I have one for. Well, I mean they're all like slightly. I'm on the on Femex. It went up to shit. It's like one. It's almost there. 144 or something. 144.
45 minutes.
I'm pretty sure before we were hitting like 52 or 53 for the high. So on mine. So I think and it's not really doing anything drastic. So this could be toppy, but it's like
Trying to find where the 200 is. Maybe on the 15 minute or something.
I mean, maybe it stays sideways for a while, and then either dumps or pops. Yeah.
It's. I mean, dude, we're like super extended on all this, on like the 5 and 15 still. So it needs to. It had its thing. It needs to come at least retest 13.5, I'd say. Like, if it doesn't hold this 14, but I mean, damn, you're like every time frame you're so far extended.
Yeah.
But here we go, 14.11. Wait. Oh yeah, Bitcoin just got a giant green vector. It's gonna blast us through the 50. Usually that's a pretty good move. When Bitcoin does that, then we should see a little bit continuation with.
I just lost my live chart on crypto account, which I think generally means like the volumes leaving.
Okay.
10 cent.
Yeah, I think everything's about. I think right now it's like. Seems like Jasmine. Like, what else is running? Something called Prompt USDT is up 146%.
Long it.
On the top. Get the top. Yeah, Jasmine's running, Bonk's running, Party and Puffer and Mog and Pingu. It seems we're on a little bit of a meme run.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we might test this daily open on Bitcoin here. It's a nice little green vector on a 5 minute. Let's see if we can hold it.
What up,
I
Joe? Okay, Bill?
I want to check out this deep thing. Is that the one that's on Sui? Deep?
Yeah, I think so.
Because it's like way down. Shit was like 30 cents.
Oh, I hear a lot about that.
Is anybody messing around with Altcoin?
I was trying to short it. I shorted it the other day. I was thinking about shorting it. Oh wait, that might be the other one that was. It was Fartcoin, Ondo.
It looks like a good short right now, which I already got into like a little one. So it's got some vectors. It's got some vectors underneath. They can come and get it.
You might be doing the same thing as I think that was the third one I was trying to think of. I think it was Ondo, Fartcoin, and Big
got a
Time.
nice little got a little run up. Got a nice little run up there.
If it looks just like the Big Time chart, I would short it for sure. Let me see. Where's it at? Fartcoin. It's at 84. Okay. Let me look at Ondo real quick. Ondo is.
Yeah, it's got some solid vector zones underneath it from where it's left.
That tape is green. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna go test a daily high, but let's see. I need to get short on Ondo. No, I mean I want to see what Ondo looks like compared to Fartcoin and Big Time. Okay, Ondo. I'm not gonna short Ondo. Looks like it's about to rebound. Fartcoin.
Okay, Bitcoin.
Is
big buys.
Damn, another big green vector.
That's the daily open. Let's see.
Yeah, Fartcoin is pretty ripe for a short too. Like I would, if it. Oh man, it looks good. I was gonna say I was gonna wait till it got back to 60. I mean 98, but it might not even.
Damn, Biddy. Straight wicked off that damn daily open. Come on.
Oh yeah, that's a hell of a wick. That's a hell of a wick. Make a W. Make an M. Make a W. Make an M. Can I get a W?
The RSI on the 5-minute for Jasmine actually looks good. It looks like it is at least gonna retest that high again.
Yeah, I need. I've been in a long. I'm trying to close my long and go short when the time.
The perpetuals contract is definitely like having that advantage where it's about 6 seconds, maybe more, maybe 8 seconds ahead of the spot chart, exchange chart.
Dominance is dropping hard.
Yeah. I've just noticed that.
Yeah, dominance is dying.
Damn. So something just happened. Something maybe just is happening right now. Like this is.
Yeah.
A dominance is kind of just pooping.
Nero just by. I think Pepe's about to make this run finally.
Bro.
Everything had its little. Well, everything has a wick like that, but I think the wick is more of a bait for shorters, and then everything's gonna shoot up because dominance is. Damn, dominance. It's a huge red. That's a huge red candle on Bitcoin.
Yeah, USDT's got that dominance. And then, man. Okay.
Jasmine runs. Ooh, come on. Come on now.
Ooh.
This is an interesting move. 23.35. We're gonna take that red right back. Damn, that is crazy. It's like the whole.
TP for my buckle.
Yeah, so we rejected off the daily open. And now we're testing the 200 back on the 5-minute again.
Yeah.
That looked like a wick up to come down lower kind of deal. It's looking like it right now. Like how they do that on Sunday, they'll spike it up, wick it up, and just to wick it down back down lower. It's like a mini version of it. Come on, Fartcoin, go down.
Yes, they're doing something. That's for sure. I think we go up. I think it's so.
Okay.
They're just trapping a bunch of. I mean, they're building a bunch. Oh, granted, there's a shitload of licks right below us too. So, but this is when they do it. Like just when it looks thick and everything's going to go down. Like, and they'll go up even if the.
Oh, they'll do some tricky stuff during the nighttime.
Well, this is like all autopilot robots.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They're trying to do everything they can to get back to the CME close. So it's going to take it will take some. I mean, it'd take like a whale or something to actually like push us through all this resistance down there. I mean, like support, not like we only closed barely under the 200 like what 3 times in that entire like 2 hours or whatever. And now I don't know. I don't know.
They got a massive vector gap below us, all the way down to 82 too. I mean, it's still sitting right there, simply on Dbloc's 5-minute chart. I think that was a false little fake out before it comes and fills the vector gap, then goes and finds its way. Maybe sets up a real newer bottom formation when we get there, but I don't know. I just feel like it's so close, etching people in there, got a bunch of people into the market, and then if it dives on them here, I don't know. I feel like it's playing with people before it does the last vector gap fill.
Before you're talking about that one below us.
Yeah, Dbloc's got it, that vector gap, little target 2, and he's got a
Yeah.
wait.
For the 82, the one where the one from 82 to 82.5.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come all the way down and relieve those trap shorts down there, but come most of the way.
Right.
Clear
Yeah.
the rest
It
of the
can't go below 82 because it would free the trap shorts. But yeah, see this right here. They're like it. Everything says it's gonna go down right now, but I think this is where they just sneak it up for no good reason.
Sneaky.
I don't want to get distracted from my Jasmine. Okay.
I think my first purchase
Thomas
on
is back.
Jasmine,
Okay.
my first purchase on Jasmine was at like $16.
Here goes Jasmine, Pepe, all of the ones. Where's my... I'm kind of tempted to jump into Hippo. Because I feel like it's found the bottom here. Where's Fly, dude? He's usually here to stop me. Fly, if you don't come out here and stop me, I'm gonna do some speculative things.
He was hiding in the dungeon.
Yeah, I saw him like, I don't know if he got put there by accident or what. He's probably sleeping. But he's usually up by, well, I guess this is...
He's working Friday night.
What time is it in Australia right now?
Oh. Are you saying Clive?
I was saying Fly.
Oh, it's probably like what, about 12 o'clock or something?
Yeah, because we know Sydney's already opened. Or Sydney
Afternoon time. Afternoon time.
Yeah.
It's half past the kangaroo ass.
Wow.
If I know Fly, he's having some beef noodle soup right now.
God, I want beef noodle soup now. Oops. Let me see. Cannot stop staring at Dbloc's chart. What will happen next? I don't care what happens, dude. I just want more hippo. Okay, wait, I need to reset this thing because my speakers are dying. I'll be back in a second.
What'd you get into, E-Man? What you been scooping up? Did you hit a million beam yet?
Man, you
just
caught,
asking
you caught
E-Man
me.
if he got to his goal yet.
You caught me choking. Shit.
No, I'm waiting for Dbloc to say that it's time. I can't buy heavy.
Yeah, you know not to buy in the middle of stuff. It's tough.
You're gonna put that on Dbloc.
Well, I'm following his lead. I'm sorry. I'm at 750.
Don't be sorry.
Like I just remember you were eyeballing some stuff when you got up today. As soon as you spotted anything or jumped in.
I mean, I bought a little bit as it came down in the 60, touched 60 like before we went back up here, but I mean, I could have been buying it at 10 when it pumped up weeks ago, but I didn't do that.
You got a cold?
Who?
You.
Nah, why?
Oh, I didn't know. You just sound different. Sound like you nose was stopped up a little bit. You know.
Ah, I do need to blow my nose, but I don't have a cold.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Something's going on though, but I'm not sick. For some reason, I keep on getting my nose filling up with boogers, but I don't feel sick at all.
I've had the same thing for like 2 days. I'm not kidding. I sound like I'm.
What
Stuck. I don't feel sick at all, but I just had to blow my nose like.
Tree pollen.
Call that
Tree pollen's
Is
real
that what
bad.
it is?
Yeah,
It could be.
your pollens are real bad right now.
I've never had allergies my whole life, which is weird. That's why I was like, oh,
I don't got
different.
no. I don't do
Joe,
nothing.
neither,
I don't take allergy shit.
Neither had I until I moved to Tennessee.
I'm
and
good.
Then came back and allergies killed me. Yeah, you guys are getting slammed out there. Hard allergy. Your pollen tough.
Well, yeah, there's definitely all types of flowers that were out.
Hey, Jojo, how you doing, brother?
The wind, I'm all right. The wind knocked all them off, so now it's all leaves, and I've been having my windows open. I haven't been using any air conditioning. This is the time of year I love because I don't have to have air. I don't got to have the furnace on. Utility bills is just dropping. I'm right in the middle of the country, and the weather's right in the middle. Keeping it middle. Midwest. I ain't doing too much, Joe. Look, Dbloc's fractal. That thing's in the sideways range, and what he showed earlier, that's all I needed to see. how the weekend traps always ended up in the same spot for the last 3 weeks. So that tells you at this point, no matter what they do, they're going to end up in that spot. Then they're just going to play the game.
So instead of playing the game, sometimes it's easier to keep portion of that on the sideline, waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, I'm waiting for some pain. That's 69 pain. I guess we just did get 74.
I might go short on Jasmine, depending on if Bitcoin can make this EMA cross or not.
Yeah, sounds like a good time for that. Try to look for some shorts.
Yeah,
I
check
think I
out
do.
Big Time and
Yeah,
Fartcoin.
I'm going with prompt.
You going with what?
Prompt. PROMP.
Oh yeah. I was about to say. I was looking at that a second ago. It's up like
Damn. 170% now.
yeah.
And I haven't touched it yet. I'm about to open the short.
No, yeah, that's what I was about to say. It looks just like it.
Rip it.
Big Time looked like that.
No, it's starting to look like Tut.
Oh yeah, well I'm saying Big Time earlier. Who was it? Me and Ernie were talking. Big Time, Ondo, and Fartcoin just got listed on Binance. So
they're going down.
That's what I'm saying. So I just picked Big Time earlier, and I played it from 750.
That's definitely the weaker one of the three. And it's listed on there. It ain't gonna hold.
Yeah, I mean I don't know if it's gonna get a little relief bounce here, but I played it from 750.
Low leverage.
No, hell no. Highest possible.
Oh my god.
But it was
I'm not
proper.
doing that.
What's Fart?
I'm gonna do a couple hundred with like 3x leverage, and I can make like 100%.
Or prompt?
No, prompt, and then I can do like a 3x and make 100% if it goes down 33%.
Is it? Let's see. What is it? Is it new?
You know what? That might be a good idea to figure that out before I do it, huh?
Yeah, because it's it's today. Well, it was listed on.
Oh, it just got listed on weeks. I don't know if it's new though. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, it just got listed on MX today. So.
I'm smelling turd.
4 hours. From 17
This
cents
one.
to 7. Damn.
I smell something stinky.
And it's not my pants I shit in earlier.
I'm getting the turd prompt.
It's prompt, dude. I think it's smelling like a. Said, ooh, I'm about to short.
I think that's getting the joint is going to meet Chuck down there.
Are you still holding that? That'd be hilarious.
No, I wrote that all the way down. I'm done with it.
All right. I'm in for prompts. What are we thinking? I can only do 20.
Don't do that. Do like 5x.
Don't do 20x?
No, bro.
Okay.
Start with 5. It goes further, then go to 10x, and then put more in. But don't, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, what?
It goes up higher than that. What I was saying is, like he's saying, it started a little smaller with your X. If it goes up higher, then you save some, possibly. But
oh yeah,
20x.
right. I like
roll out that 5
to the right. Okay, Bitcoin's doing its thing. breaking up. So Jasmine's going.
Yeah, I don't know.
Start doing Mog, dude. I've been playing Mog today. It's been crazy good. That 10 million Mog or 1,000 Mog, whatever the hell. Jasmine. Take some more profit on Jasmine. I open up a Jasmine short. Just for kicks. Nah, I think I'm gonna wait until Jasmine hopefully gets to that 1.5. Then I shall short. Oh man, but prompt. Okay, prompt. I'm gonna start with. I don't know, man. It's so new. I don't know anything about it. I'm saying big time and fart coin. We know are going to die. Well, at least like weak deaths over the weekend. XRP. Come on. What the hell are you guys doing? Fart coin, can we get a double top? Maybe? Okay, here we go. Yeah, fart coin. Right at 86. I'd really like it to get to $1. But I don't know. Okay, there goes Peppy. I was about to be like, dude, what are you bullshitting?
Do you call it Peppy? I love that shit.
Peppy, dude. Gotta get
Do
that
you
pep.
really?
Nah,
That's
I
funny.
should
Nah,
probably
that's sweet.
change the pronunciation of all my words
Yay,
on,
Peppy.
on a minute by minute basis.
Peppy. Little
I
Peppy.
can't. English teachers hate. Come on, Peppy. Peppy.
Peppy.
Peppy, we need to go. We need to go, Peppy. We gotta go now. I'm trying to short for our coin. Lose it. Mew? Is Mew? What the hell is this Mew? Wait, so Sam, you short prompt yet, bro? Are you having second thoughts?
No, not yet. I'm about to though. Hold on.
I almost like what's it called?
I had to ask AI what it is first.
Ask AI and then ask him about big time because I think big time's still pretty.
Well, I know I'm a big time. I know big time.
Well, I know, but I'm saying ask AI if it's a good short.
Some Birdman Jr.
It's a good short. That coin is trash.
Well, I know the coin's trash. I'm saying if it's a good short right now.
What is prompt coin? PROMPT coin. Open chat GBT. What is prompt coin? PROMPT coin.
Don't make me buy this Gooch coin, dude.
I'm having trouble understanding.
Wait, what?
Nah, it's what Alexa said, you know.
I will put $20 on Gooch coin.
Oh, don't you do it.
Tell me not to put this on that Gooch.
Put 40.
It's known as Wayfinder. It's a cryptocurrency designed to facilitate interactions between artificial intelligence and blockchain. Between artificial intelligence and blockchain, well, everybody says that nowadays.
Yeah, I
Serves
don't
as omni-chain.
hear that.
An omni-chain tool enabling users to exchange complex cryptocurrency transactions, swapping, bridging, sending tokens, blah, blah, blah. All I see is a green vector candle going up. As of April 11, 2025, prompt coin is trading at 0.46. Is that the price now?
Mm-hmm.
Reflecting a significant increase of 150% in 24 hours. The surge in the price is accompanied by a substantial rise in trading volume, with over 410 million traded in the last 24 hours. This increase in market activity suggests a heightened investor interest, possibly due to the growing relevance of AI in blockchain solutions.
Sounds like
Ooh. Prompt coin is available on major exchanges like OKX, Bitmark, and Uniswap. Wow. If you're interested in prompt, short the hell out of it. No, didn't say that. Coin further.
Dude, if I
That's
don't
it.
short prompt, I'm gonna short baby. So
That's all it says. It's an AI crypto.
ooh, look at baby though. Actually, also
How much is it up?
up 60%.
It's not enough.
I mean, it's pretty. The 4-hour chart looks. It's like, I think it's only 2 days old. So it's usually you get those first. It's either 2 days of pump. Let's see.
Well, how do you know that's not going to become 160?
I don't know. That's true.
That's why I'm going for prompt.
It's 3 days. It's 3 days old. 3 days it's been going straight up. I don't know anything.
to only do 60 in 3 days straight up. This thing's up 160 in
No,
24 hours.
It's only done 57. It's only done 60 today.
Think about it. 57% up in 3 days, or 160% up in 24 hours. Which one do you want to short?
57% in one day is what I'm saying.
Okay, up 160% in 1 day.
In 3 days, it's I don't know. Shit.
I'll take prop all day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm just saying it's in the list with prompt. I was asking. It's like the
It is.
best performing one.
It's like subpar to prompt to short to me, which I haven't done yet. I will a little bit. Doing something. Doing an AI video.
Jasmine's going peppy.
Little Peppy.
Little baby peppy. Little piece of peppy. I'll listen to the peppy time. Alright. House. Katamoto. What the hell is Katamoto? Rugged. What is Katamoto? Oh, it's a rug.
A big old turd.
Hey, Mr. Movie Star, can you look up Pangu for me and see what the price is? I'm outside smoking.
Wait, which one?
I,
Pengu?
yeah, I threw everything that I had left over from Solana trade.
Let me see.
Coinbase.
Let me see. Pengu. Let me. 20 dollars. I don't know what Andy 70B is, but I just got $20 on this meme. Just see what happens. Let me pull up trading. Let me pull up my trading view. Okay. You said Pengu?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Let's see. Perpetual. If all okay, it's 1 minute. 1 hour.
Just that price is good.
Oh, you just need the price?
It's
Yeah.
at
Oh,
it's at
it's
12.
4.8.
4.8?
No,
Yeah,
it's at
of
point.
course.
Boom.
It's at point 12615. PNG.
PNGU.
Thank you.
Pingu, right? I've got it at 004797. And it doesn't look too. It looks pretty bullish. You're about to get a cross on the 4 hour. $5-minute. Yeah, it might be gearing up for another run on the smaller time frames too. Though it did just have somewhat of a volume stopping candle on the 5, but it's a small blue. 30-minute. No stopping it. I mean, dude, it went up and it like broke above the 800 on the 30-minute for that run earlier, and then it came back, cooled off. Now it's curling. Looks like it's curling back up. I think all the memes are kind of doing that right now. Something with 1 million zeros. The most zeros. Yeah. Prompt. I might have to short prompts. This Nero is pissing me off. Jasmine might be. That might be all she wrote for Jasmine for now. I think I'm gonna go short. Maybe not though. But yeah, I should definitely go short. Maybe not though. Like the indecisive shorter guy.
I hate it, but I love it. It seems to work out for you.
We're just
Such-
looking for the letter inserter guy. Has anybody seen him? Oh, Jasmine. Jasmine, why would you do that? Don't betray me, Jasmine. Just don't betray me. At least I have my Pepes. Oh, wait. What are we shorting? What did Beam do? Res, SBX, gun. Oh, gun. Need more guns. Okay, whatever. I think I'm going to take it for a ride. I'm going to go short on prompt. Like a crazy person. Yeah, damn. No, looks a little too bullish, but what do I know? Hell, we'll take it for a ride. For one short. Made a lower high. Couldn't keep momentum. Bitcoin right there.
Bruh, I just joined in. I'm listening.
Yeah.
You drunk?
No, I'm not drunk.
Oh, I am. I was
It's
gonna
okay.
say don't do it.
Don't short prompt.
No, don't drunk trade.
Don't.
I'm
Don't
sitting here
drink.
looking at I'm sitting here looking at a fat W wanting to jump in, but I'm not. On Pepe.
Pepe, I like Pepe, dude. It was just chilling
I'm
out.
looking at a 4-hour W and it's not
Yeah.
pop.
Yeah, no, it looks crazy.
It looks sick, ready to prime. But I am definitely not sober, so I'm not jumping in. But I literally just jumped in like 10 seconds ago. I'm not saying you sound drunk, but you have a southern draw.
I do have a draw.
Yeah. No, you
I'm
can be
constantly
completely sober.
confused for being, which I don't care. I was a drunk, or I mean, I was a highly functioning alcoholic for almost 25 years.
I still am, but yeah, no, do what you do, bro.
I still am at heart, so I'll get vicariously drunk.
Well, I will live vicariously through you on your sober trade because I am not entering in. But
you
there
are
is
in.
no, I'm not. I'm vicariously living through you. You said you're about to enter a trade.
I'm about to short the hell out of this prompt coin. Just like it's going out of style. I don't know.
What's the ticker on that?
PROMPT.
Oh, prompt. Yeah. Okay.
Prom PT.
No, literally prompt. Yeah, you spelled it out, but I thought it's also prom season. I'm pushing 40, but I am turning away a lot of fake IDs. It's prom season.
You're turning them down left and right. They're like, please go to prom with me. You're like, no.
No, they're coming in to drink at my bar, and I'm like, this is a fake ID. And also, fake IDs have become so fucking good.
Oh yeah, dude. Back in the days, we just have some random, person that we
Yeah, from China before Temu or Alibaba.
Right. Yeah, I heard a whole.
I had a machine, dude. I made so much
conversation
money.
about it. They're like, it's crazy.
No. Now the IDs they scan at Walmart. The fake IDs scan at Walmart.
You can scan a fake ID at Walmart.
And it passes.
That's awesome.
What the? No, it's not. I own a bar. It's not awesome.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying it's awesome.
It's awesome if you're under 21, but I'm pushing 40 and own a bar. It's not awesome for me. Like, I've got a scanner, I've got all the things, and they send a 20-year-old and one day from 21 in with a fake ID. Yeah, and then I'm busted.
That's a good. That's what I used to do when I would did a lot of security and bouncing. but
Yeah.
you know,
Used to, the
they
IDs
have
were easily identifiable, or you could do the black light, or you could scan it. No, now they scan at Walmart. Pass, you can buy alcohol at Walmart, and they run it. It's nuts. The fake IDs are insane now.
What's the what's your fine? Or what do they get you
If I
for?
serve, like, okay, if I'm a bar owner, but if I was the
Let's
bartender, up
yeah.
to $1,000.
Okay.
In the state I'm in, if I'm the bartender. If I'm
Right.
the bar owner, up to
Yeah.
$5,000.
Yeah.
And if it hits 3
Potential
times,
shutdown, like for a week or two.
no.
No
The third time it happens,
license.
my liquor license is gone.
Shit.
But like 10 years ago, there were fake IDs that would pass. Now they literally scan at Walmart and pass. There's no way to. There's no discrepancy between a good fake ID and a real ID.
Really? There's not anything.
No, there's a barcode and it scans, and
The information is limited. I know they dumbed it down. They don't see face.
no, I've literally got a employee. He's 19. He went and scanned his ID at Walmart and bought beer, like through their scanner. And if some bars might have more or better technology, but if Walmart takes it, I'll take it, and then I get fined if you're under 21. And they purposely send people that look 40 that are and a half.
So there's a market for a machine that would be able to detect fake IDs.
That's what I'm saying is the fake IDs are getting so good.
Yeah, but there's got to be a way to make a machine that would be able to read and identify.
Well, you
unless you have the cop or the police database or
right
whatever state database that the IDs are issued on, and really you have to be a law enforcement officer to have access to those. It's getting scary for a bar owner.
You're sitting there,
Well,
corner, drinking a beer, you're fucking paranoid. I bet.
Gotta ask him a question that only someone who's 21 would know.
No, you literally have to ask them, "Are you 21?" If they say
Well,
yes,
no. I'm
then
saying,
it's entrapment. I'm saying if they use a fake ID and you ask this kid, "Are you 21?" and they have been sent by a law enforcement, if it's a sting operation, if you ask them, "Are you 21?" and they hand you a fake ID, that's on you. But if you ask them if they're 21 and they say yes and they hand you a fake ID, it's entrapment.
meaning
It's a sting operation that now is not a liable backing. But you also have to prove that they said they lied to you. An underage person cannot tell you they're overage and then hand you a fake ID on a sting operation.
interesting.
Which they do. Like, that is
They do
literally
all
the time. All the time. But they cannot legally say, "I am 21 and above." They legally cannot say that.
Can they say, "Hold my beer"? I'm 21. No, I'm kidding, but no.
Yeah. No, they can. Yeah, they can.
One way to detect them. I'm saying while they're coming in the door or whatever, they're coming in. Are they coming up to the bar? You just have to think of a question that only someone who is 21 would know. It's hard after you know, I'm almost 42, but it's like trying to think of something that someone who is 21 would not know.
I mean, yes,
You
there's
ask him who
many
you could ask
ways.
him who was the president before Obama.
That is, I mean, yeah, but many people that are 50 years old don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'm just out there. I'm like having to think, and I don't know.
Oh, my 1-year-old said she knows. What is it? Nope. Now she's quiet. But yeah, entrapment is a thing. But it's like, oh, are you a cop? You have to say, you're a cop.
Okay, there you just figured out the question with the entrapment thing.
Yeah,
So
right.
you just ask them. You ask them who was the actress in Entrapment.
I don't even know that. I'm pushing 40.
It's Catherine Zeta-Jones. You should know that. But I'm saying no one in a sting operation under 21 is gonna know who Catherine Zeta-Jones or seen Entrapment.
Just
Cute as shit.
just ask
You're
them
the
on
one-year-old.
the
It
fake
sounds
ID.
crazy, but I actually think this is my profound thought of the evening.
I'm digging. Oh. Easy.
Oh shit, my phone is gonna die. I'm gonna lose everything.
My 1-year-old had input. Nope, she slept with him.
Oh man, Pepe. Pepe lazy. Damn, we're gonna just touch the weekly daily open and fall off like that? Nah. They just building up more shorts. They're just playing, dude. They're about to go up there and hit the. So how about test the top of the weekend trap? That's what I'm saying. A real short hippo right now. I don't give a shit. Oh, wait.
I try not to trade weekends.
No, yeah, I try to only do the deviations. I've been a good boy so far.
So 100x.
All of them are 100 or 50. I mean, so far so good. Ooh. See the winners to outrun the losers, and you're good. I have a spot. Okay.
My 1-year-old just said bye.
Bye.
What'd you say? It's her bedtime. It's 12:30. Why are you awake? Bye. Or sell? Bitcoin go up or Bitcoin go down?
She said bye.
I think she said bye. I'm scared of it. He's not. All right. I'm buying.
He's buying. Buy every. Who's buying Gooch? Who's buying Gooch?
Nah, Fartcoin.
Oh, Fartcoin. Wait, are you still short?
No, I killed on my short on parts.
Bro, at that age, they're like fart coin generators, you know? That's what they run off of.
Fartcoin generators. That's my entire life.
Hey, so, you guys think prompt hits higher? Like, there's you think a prompt goes higher, like goes above 50 cents?
What's that? Popsicle?
Prompt?
Prop. Oh, I've been staring at it for a minute, wondering what's gonna happen.
Like,
I don't know.
I'm like, it kind of feels like a top, but it also feels like it feels like we're getting like shorter tops each time it goes up, but then like it doesn't seem like it's all the way out yet. I don't know.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm think I'm going to go short because we've just made 2 higher lows. Hit 47, then we hit 46, then we just hit barely 45. It doesn't seem to be doing. It doesn't seem to be following Bitcoin. It's kind of on its own trajectory,
But I mean, I feel like that may just be because it's like new to Coinbase.
Did it just launch on Coinbase?
Yeah.
What, today?
I don't know when. It says new on it though.
It says new. Okay, yeah. If it says new on Coinbase, it's probably always a good short.
Yeah.
I learned that the hard way with Toshi. Actually, like made money on Toshi, and then I was like, oh, I'll put more money in this, and then I lost it all.
Same. I had a dog named Toshi, so yeah, I went heavy and gained, and then lost everything back. Literally round tripped it.
Yeah, I didn't even I think it jumped. I'd like gotten good, and I was like, oh shit, this is cool. I put like a few more shekels in there, and then everything went down on that fateful Friday. The fateful Friday will forever be known as that fateful Friday.
Was that like the same Friday Trump coin? Because I got in early, made a lot, and then lost tenfold.
I don't know. It was whatever Friday. I think we went up to 92, and then just it sold crazy off. And I was like, I just turned $100 into $900 overnight, and then in the morning I was like, oh, I'll just do one more. One more turned into 3, and then they were all going different ways when New York opened, and I lost it all really quick. But I'm trying not to make those mistakes if I can help it. Which is why I'm shorting prompt.
It's okay. You got me to make those mistakes for you. I can't.
You know we gonna get gonna short prompt.
I'll show you a prompt chart.
It's a pop chart. I need pop charts.
Yeah. Yo, Pop-Tarts are like survival wafers.
God, dude, Pepe's doing the step to the
No, that's real messed up that you just said Pop-Tart. I haven't eaten a Pop-Tart in so long, and I am eating a strawberry Pop-Tart right now.
Yeah,
That's so weird.
I
So
did that
weird for me.
the other day too with a ham
It's been,
sandwich.
it's been 15 years, probably.
Don't get off-brand Pop-Tarts.
Y'all are tasting it.
Yo, I can taste the strawberry Pop-Tart without having tasted one in like 20 years.
I just took a bite. I can really taste it.
Oh, I'm so hungry. Okay, might be food time.
I
mean,
the flavor of like touched up beetle or beef right now.
Yeah, you're right. Prompt is short. I'm shorting prompt when it hits 46 cents.
What market are you on, if I might ask?
Wait, like what app?
Yeah, platform.
I'm using FemX.
Okay.
Where's Shad?
Yeah, I didn't look for it. I couldn't find it on mine.
Yeah, Shad. He said it's on weeks, and I know it's on.
Oh, this guy has his rights on. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it. I'm about to go inside. I'm gonna have to make something to eat. But I'm shorting prompt right now because I don't care anymore.
Go get her, Tiger.
All right, I'm in. I'm short. I'm shorting prompt. I don't care. Damn. Give me a terrible fill. Little whipsaw action there. It's like, oops, just market ordered. Oh, they bullshit.
Does anybody use like the Bybit, Omni, Apex? Because they have this new thing where you can vault like $100. It's basically what's the opposite of cross margin? Like
Isolated.
So you can vault $100 to whatever you want, but you can have other people literally buy into your positions at like a 10% equity stake. If they put $100 in, you get $10 out of whatever it makes. I don't know if anybody's looked into that, but the Apex Omni on Bybit, it sounds crazy, but there's only 100 people doing it right now.
Is it like basically a share pay with leverage, or
It is a share pay with leverage, but 10%. If your vault, if 10 people buy into your vault, you get 10% of what they make. No. Let me back up. If they buy in, you get 10% of what you make on their money.
That kind of sounds like copy trading with extra steps.
It is copy trading. That's exactly what it is. But they put in a stake on whatever your trade is. So it's copy trading, and you get 10% from whatever they put in. I haven't delved into it too much, but it looks, I mean, kind of promising if you're a good trader, and I am mediocre at best. But
I
it's
guess that's
something to look
they're
into.
compounding your position. So you're like it is better than copy trading in that sense, or more directly incentivized. Although
It's incentivized copy trading.
yeah,
You get 10% on what I put in on your trade. Yeah.
I
So,
guess
I
it
don't.
just matters how reckless the person that you're like vaulting with is. Because like, also that sounds like a really easy way to get like crypto griefed.
What does that mean?
Like if somebody like you could like troll people, but like actually like financially destroy them. Like if you're like, I've got $50,000, I could lose $100, but that person cannot $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They put $100 on your $100, but I don't know.
Yeah, I have no clue. Like, this is a new thing, vaulting, and then 10% if your vault. You can invest in my vault, and I get 10% of what, I don't know. Something to look into. I haven't done it yet. I made a vault, lost $100 day one, and quit. But it's something to look into.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit about it, and I was like trying to figure out how that was different than copy trading, but actually it doesn't kind of make sense. Now you can explain.
It makes sense, but like there's vaults that are, I think, like 6 months old that are literally up like 100 or 120%. And I guess if you invested whatever $1 6 months ago, you'd be up 100%, but you owe 10% to the vault owner.
Yeah,
I think that's how it works, but it's basically like you said.
Well, it's gotta be like staking. You're staking it.
Yeah, but it's you staking into me. It's me staking into
So
you.
that brings more people to their platform.
I guess.
And
Well,
it's
so
incentive.
here's my question.
It's a great idea. What is
Sorry,
it?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just throw your link up in the general.
I can't really hear right now.
I
When
don't
you're
have
not
a link. Like I said, I created a vault, and the minimum was $100 to make a vault.
Yeah.
And then there's 102 vaults right now. I was one of those. I literally just went full leverage, 100x on Bitcoin, lost it all before I even like looked into what it is. But like, there's somebody that's there that's been for like 6 months with, like, you can see every trade they made, and you can literally invest. You can it's staking money into somebody else on whatever leverage they want. Basically, you
So
have no control.
do they take a part of the like? So if you get liquidated, are they also being liquidated? Or, like,
That
or are
I
they
do
taking part of the
not.
liability or not? Like that's kind of what I'm curious about.
That is a very good question. I can look. I don't know. I am a Degen, so like I might have made that vault out of the Degen status, but like I can look at my vault account.
'Cause I feel like if it softens your liquidation, that would be cool. But also, for example, because they're only getting 10%, if they don't get liquidated or like if they lose what they've staked, but they're not at risk of liquidating more if the leverage, but I mean, like, because that incentivizes it could make it different and actually could make it really interesting, right?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think I get the gist of it. But also, the first vault account I made, I threw $100 in. I did get liquidated, and I could not find how to put more money into that vault. I had to create a new vault.
Got it.
So I don't know all the mechanics, which obviously dumb for me to jump into, but I'm looking at other vaults right now. There's 104 vaults. This is on Apex Omni. I don't know if anybody else trades on that. I got a little bag on that, but 84 days is the number one account, and you can click on it and invest. Basically, yeah, stake into whatever this one trader is doing. They get 10% of whatever you put in on their trade.
Now, can they enter at a later date? Like, can they enter at a higher price kind of thing, or is it once it enters, like that's all the vault share pay gets?
So that's what I don't know. As the vault maker, I've made one. I don't know how to put more money into that vault because I don't think I can. So I just made another vault. But as this vault maker, who is up 40% for the last 80 days, I don't know a lot of the intricacies about it. It does seem like a good side bet to throw $100 in here and there, but I don't know.
Well,
honestly, I don't know the mechanics. But this number one trader out of 100 traders, who's been up for 80 days. I mean, it seems like a something to look into. That's all I'm saying.
What does sound kind of cool about that is I don't know how, like, if it's like copy trading where like only so many people can copy a certain account or whatever, but like if it's kind of open ended, then it's cool because I feel like you could become a much more known like vault trader, for example, based off of
Exactly.
success. Yeah, because they anybody could join on any contract.
So really, it's not copy trading. It's investing in another trader. It's pulling money. Which,
well, I just mean in terms of because it still has a lead trader, right? You know what I mean? And so so I feel like that's
you
actually
have
better.
one bank that you throw in, I throw in, somebody else throws in, and the banker gets 10%.
Yeah.
Of yours and mine. But I haven't invested in another banker. I just literally threw $100, started a vault, wiped out, and then looked into it, which is fucking stupid. Sorry, language, but which is stupid. But then I looked into it and I was like, actually, not a bad option because everybody looks at these, YouTube traders or Discords, and here you can directly just throw your money in. It is a sort of copy trade, but it's more of a pull than copy, and they get automatic 10%.
My only concern with that, I'm not gonna say here. I don't really want to put that out in the ethos, but I have some concerns with it, and it could potentially lead into like what I feel is like a regulatory question, or
For
gray
sure.
area that could, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
But
sure. Yeah, now you're
yeah,
trading with other people's money, and then yeah.
that kind of gets
But
into that. Yeah,
this
you know what
this
I
guy
mean?
could be in the Virgin Islands, or wherever in the world he
Oh
is.
yeah, fair enough. So yeah, and in
Dude,
that
he's
sense,
with Caroline down in Panama playing the skim league.
Exactly.
yeah,
But
that
it's a new, or it might not be a new thing. It's a new thing to me that I've seen
newer. I
that
know
is
that.
interesting. It's very interesting to me, to be able to pull into XXXX trader or whatever, whatever their name may be, and then they pull 10%, and you can draw back or draw down, whatever. I don't know. I'm literally saying I don't know, but it's something I just looked into and lost $100 on, and now I'm looking into it more.
Yeah, you do know. You just
You're looking at
can't
it
find the
with a little
fancy words that you.
revenge. I was like,
Nah, man. Keep it
I've
simple.
done $100 at worst.
Oh, you'll be all right. You're still gonna eat well, brother.
Yeah, I'm sitting here eating fish sticks right now.
Yeah, because you got a little 1-year-old eating fish sticks.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm eating her fish sticks. She's in
that's
there
right.
playing with mom now. Mom was up.
damn, dude, that short on prompt, dude. I'm already at the 100.
I just tried to look at that one.
$100
You go,
already.
you go for some fish sticks for real.
I'm gonna need to get me on some more platforms because
fish
I want to
sticks.
start prompt. No,
Yeah.
that's
Damn.
cool.
Yeah, that 44, 40. I mean, my entry price was 44, 130. I did 20x, 75. I guess it took 75 margin. I don't know. It's a $1,300, almost $1,400 position.
Oh,
and I'm up $100.
well, you're 20x kind of guy.
Yeah.
That
Damn. That's crazy. No, I just looked at it. I was like, what?
it's you did call it though. I mean, you called
That
it
is
like
true.
right on.
Well, I wonder if Ahmad got it. Ahmad, you still listen? Dude, he's gonna be 130.
Ahmad, you snoring on the mic again?
Ahmad, where you at, bro? Shorten this without you.
He's got that forehead on the space bar kind of sleep.
He's in. Never mind. Let's just say he's in the long short. You know.
Huh.
He's in the long short. I'm gonna do a long short.
He's short and cheap.
We be shorting. Oh man. Oh man.
I guess sleep is just like putting a trailing stop on sheep.
Wait, what sheep? Oh.
Like sheep, as in as a counting.
That's good. I need to. Damn. It just fell off the map after I did that. That was crazy. I need to. I should double down.
I wonder how dense that market is, and if like that short was the trigger.
No way. No, I mean I'm small fish. This thing has got a bunch of volume. This thing
What was
has
the volume at that time, though? And
Ooh, okay.
Dude, what are you putting on it? What are you can't?
and like really, it's like, what was the volume at that time? And was that volume actually creating any upward momentum, or
Almost
was
I mean,
it
it was
fighting?
up. You mean when I shorted it, or
Yeah, but
when
it'd been teetering. It'd been sideways for a little bit, right? So like,
it
if
went
it was
up?
progressing,
Yeah, it went up 46. I probably shorted it like, I don't know, where is it? Coming at 44.1. I probably shorted it 5-6 minutes ago. And volume was 30K, 30K, 20K, 20K. Yeah, I mean, the volume wasn't, there's no like weird spikes or anything, so. Interesting.
I wonder how many like was there like was buy and sell pressure balanced? Was it leaning one? Oh, I don't know if you can.
Well,
Can you
I
see
just
that?
know it looked like super toppy, and it was up 160%. So,
I wonder if like you shorted it and a bunch of other people shorted it, and then it fucking, or, excuse me, and then it jumped.
yeah, it's kind of crazy. It just died at 12. What's this saying? 45. That's weird.
Like you gotta think there's always the possibility that like if you're having the thought, even though maybe not for the same reason, there's enough probability that enough other people are having the exact same thought
Right.
for whatever reason.
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah. And like, and all it takes is it's foot in the elevator syndrome. The first person to put that foot in the elevator. Like if no one puts the foot in the elevator, then like like the elevator goes. But if one person puts the foot in the elevator, then like 3 more people try to squeeze in. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
also there's a reason there's liquidation levels that are like going that the market maker goes for because everybody thinks the same thing there, right? Or I
Yeah.
might be wrong, but I feel like
Yeah.
that's the vector that the majority thinks, and that's what they go for.
Wait, that is actually literally what they're putting. Yeah.
Ooh, we might get a bearish retest. If we do, I'm doubling down so hard. Let's make me 10x this.
It looks like Bitcoin's getting ready to touch back up at 84, by the way. How's Pepe looking?
I don't want to talk about Pepe.
I haven't been watching it. I'm not talking.
That was my biggest round trip I've ever done in my life. I was up insane, like percentage, and rode it all the way back down.
Yeah.
This was months ago, but yeah, the first big pop Pepe had, I round tripped it like an idiot. Danced the night away, and then woke up sad.
I'm sorry.
Not my first rodeo, but the biggest rodeo.
That's the one that got you. It really got you.
Oh no, but that one hurt. Biggest one. I was in BNB at average like
Oh,
under 50 cents on Binance Coin.
oh,
10,000. It wasn't a round trip. Did great. Enjoyed it. But cashed out well before it hit a hundo. And I got in ground floor on Binance Coin.
mm.
Not ground floor, but early. Like literally under 50 cents average on 10,000 shares.
Yeah.
Had to forced liquidation, like not liquidation, liquidated assets needed to for life. But yeah, $40 was the last little bag I liquidated. $40 a share, which was still a massive gain. But before it hit 400, 500, 700, that one hurt the most.
Have you guys messed around with Tasty Trade at all? The broker?
Come again? What?
It's a broker called Tasty Trade. I've seen like a little bit of their like videos, and I don't really. I remember it felt like it was interesting. They just have some knowledgeable people, but it also felt weird, silly, scripted. But I don't know. It also was like not super. Yeah, I didn't really know anything about stuff at that point. It's a stocks and futures brokerage with a $0 minimum deposit. It's kind of small, and they got a YouTube channel, something like that. Just curious if anybody had traded on it. I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking through all the brokers that you can like link straight into what's it called? TradingView. Out of curiosity.
I've personally never heard of it, but I'll Google it.
Yeah, I'd actually just be curious to like hear people's thoughts on like their channel more than anything. Actually, 'cause
You're talking for stocks? Tasty Trades
yeah,
for stocks? Yeah,
yeah.
Tasty Trades was the programmer that used to work for Charles Schwab that did Thinkorswim.
Ah,
Yeah, those are
oh,
all words I know.
that's the older guy.
Thinkorswim, I remember.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, it must be the main guy there. Like I've listened to him a bit.
But for crypto, you can integrate Coinbase to TradingView.
Yeah, I'm just realizing that. I see Bitstamp as well. I don't really particularly remember. I think I have a Bitstamp, or if like I was starting to have a Bitstamp account, but I don't think I refreshed my registration. There's something about it that wasn't advantageous at the time. I never knew that you could put Coinbase straight into TradingView. That's cool. Wow, I've been doing it wrong this whole time. Oh, you can do Bybit too. Bybit, Bitget, Binance. Have they made any announcements about Binance US actually being a thing? Or is it a thing?
I mean, there is a Binance US. I'm sorry, I've been off the stream for a second, but
You're good. What don't they have like they were having you like I thought you couldn't KYC even though like or maybe they're like restricted in several states or something. But there was like because I have a Binance USD app, but I don't think I was able to get it working. I thought it was something to do with like they're either still dealing with something in court or like something. I don't know.
Honestly, I have no clue. I haven't used Binance since like before they even started the Binance US, but I feel like there's still a Binance US wing.
Yeah.
Was that another alien?
No, it's my phone telling me things that I told it to tell me when certain things happen. Namely, that was my battery.
You speak vibrations, huh? Nice.
Maybe the vibrations speak to me.
They speak to you. Ooh.
Yeah, buddy.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna write that down.
Bitcoin
Yeah.
go up or Bitcoin go down.
I'm fucking killing these Pop Tarts right now.
What's the
Maybe
one
the
you
Pop Tarts are killing you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it too real.
you mad? You mad or mad?
look at
Hey.
shit.
Oh, she's not happy.
Like,
I am sorry.
It's not your fault.
There can be a little baby in the
Don't
background
worry.
crying
I
all
think that made
day.
Bitcoin go down.
Oh,
That's the Bitcoin baby right there.
yeah, get it back up. Tell her to.
Bitcoin baby. What do you say?
Like,
Bitcoin
like
baby.
yeah,
What do you say?
like the PC baby, and that's crypto. That's a crypto baby. It's like the PC babies,
Crypto
but
baby.
instead of being PC,
So should we all start
so
a
that's
fund?
crypto.
Let's just start a college fund for her. She's our mascot.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
yeah.
Excited, but her college is solid. Crypto baby.
If we all pitched in $1 a week on a BTC DCA even, and like, you know, like it's a lot of money.
Like $30 a day.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
She's in. Let's do it.
Just a smile or fart or giggle. These are the signs.
No, that's what killed the dinosaurs. Don't smart fart giggle.
Smart.
That shit's on Grown Up, right? Kevin. Shit.
I think
What's
I
his
just
name?
fart giggled and drooled
When
at
you
the same
sneeze,
time.
fart, cough, and
When you smart in a fart, it's a sniff fart. Wait, no, it's a
sneeze.
it's like a snart.
Fart.
That's what it is.
Think
It's like
about
a snart.
and a yawn.
giggle.
Think about that. Think about a yawn in that shit. Ooh,
And now you're
that would be
doing too
bad.
much, bro. That's like adding a whole nother
Now you're
dimension. That's
dying.
like we
You're
were on X
choking.
and Y, and now you're adding Z. Like,
Choking.
like we were playing 3D chess. Now you're playing 4D chess, bro. That's not even fair.
I'm just a little stoned.
Hold
A
on,
little.
crypto baby. Crypto baby. What do you say?
What do you say? What do you
What
say?
say you? What say you, crypto baby?
Oh,
Y'all got it.
Yep. I know. I know the way. I know the way.
Y'all made that way.
the way is right here in front of me.
I'm telling you, this STS chart makes me feel really good for the morning. I feel like that's gonna hit like 50, or was that 5? It's gonna hit 5 cents.
STSS.
Yeah, sharps. I think it's gonna hit
Yeah,
50 or
I fucked
5.
that. I messed that up yesterday. 2 days ago. Ooh, my days are running together.
I mean, sometimes it be like, bro. Actually, though, I'm not gonna lie. These last few days have run together, and like, yeah, I didn't speak too much of that. I didn't get to trade much either. I got to like listen and look at it, and then go. I also just set up my limits wrong. Like I should have made. What is it? It's a stop limit where you give it a
Stop loss.
window. Yeah, but it's like where you give it a window of a limit so that it, like, if it doesn't buy it here, it'll buy it here. Like, I think I should do a stop limit and done it from like at a wider range, so I could have bought the movement while I was at work, if that makes sense. But not too much of it, just like because I missed my entry completely. I think it had moved just pre-market, just before it opened, so it was just above my limit.
Yeah, I remember that. That's when Three Guns was talking about taking Clive's suggestions, and I was like, "I'll show you Clive's suggestions," and I fucking doubled down.
Yeah, Clive wasn't always. I've only been listening for like a couple of weeks.
No, I
but
love Clive. No, I like Clive.
I
Clive and I make
love
a lot of money.
Clive.
We're very
Yeah.
similar in trading styles and entrance. You know, like our entries are similar amounts. A lot of times.
I feel like if you're pumping out as many different like he pumps out so many different symbols in like a short period of time to look at, and like out of those like probably 70% or 80% are like winners, or there's enough time to get out that it may not be a big winner, but you're not losing. You know what I
Right,
mean?
but if you're a 51% winner, you're a winner.
Exactly.
But you get
But at the rate he does,
Out of
like
1,000 calls,
I know
if
he
you
has
do 50,
tools,
yeah.
but I just and experience, but I'm like it's insane, like listening to him be like this and this and this. I'm like, oh, like, I can't keep up. Like I feel like I'd be winning more if I could even just move at that pace, or even halfway look at that many charts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude doesn't sleep. Like he said charts before the internet.
Yeah, like he is the chart, bro. He's
He
the whole
was
library.
he is the original chart.
You don't look at charts.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
he used to
check-
say he used to plot dots like day by day.
So
and
I'm
then
assuming
have like a 3-month chart by handwritten charts.
he just assesses metrics and doesn't have to look at the chart. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody does is
Now
he takes large positions and he dips into a trending up, a stock that is moving up, and he looks for about 1.5 to 2 cents, and he pulls a fraction about 30% out, depending on
but he also has access
depending on
to
how
the
it's moving. And
pre-market.
yeah, so pre-market is where I make
Yeah, but he has access
all
to
my
the
money.
market before that.
When I started trading pre-market is when shit, you're like, it's just a completely different game. It's completely easy.
Yeah. Well, and then there's the forex. He used to talk about forex like
He
1,000x leverage,
He doesn't mess with forex. Yeah.
but he talked about it. He's dipped on it in his
Oh
conversation.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well,
He knows everything about
That's
it.
where a lot of people started. Like I think Dbloc started in forex. That's insane. Like 1,000x leverage, insane to me.
Well, and it's also like forex. My understanding is like you have to really be on like global events and the underpinnings or inner workings of financial systems, right? Like to really.
You should be.
Yeah.
You're in and out.
You
You
should be
might be in
trading
and out
about
of a position in less than a minute.
You should be trading like 3 different currencies at the same time, and those are all trading against and with each other at the same time, and so you have to balance it, and you have to have truly you should have like $5 to $10 million to play it and be comfortable playing that, because you have to have a lot of money to be able to feed. And
that's I feel like it's been described as like you have more leverage, you have more skin in the game, but you like that you're making smaller trades at higher leverage, so you can, but
no leverage,
it's really
no
about
leverage.
small movements, right? Like it's
Zero leverage.
Cents.
I've never.
Well, yeah, cents on the dollar. Yeah.
Or,
I've never.
It seems like forex traders have have even more risk management. Is that what I guess I'm trying to get at? And I don't know if that's right.
Yeah,
I don't either. I've never traded
it's the most
forex,
risky
but
market.
I would have to do a lot of extracurriculars.
Forex is the most risky and difficult market to trade in. Hands down.
I have heard that.
But a lot of people that start there are in this game now, and they it's like it's slow moving comparatively. It feels like it's slow moving compared to forex traders.
Yeah, I mean that makes
And
sense.
I've never been a forex trader.
If you learn it on hard mode, like then easy or normal mode is easy mode to you, or not necessarily.
So Dbloc says this is kind of a harder mode than normal on crypto.
I have
because of the volatility.
It's like it's weird, but like I also feel like maybe it's because like when I'm jumping in the market and like stocks right now are a little more like crazy, but I guess really they haven't been. I think really it's like the
No, they
next
have
or
been.
the
They definitely have been crazy lately.
They're fantastic.
Yeah,
but
they have
I
definitely
also
been
feel
crazy
like
lately.
there's been a lot more like not necessarily even FUD, but it's like there's a lot more like like the market's gonna crash because, and then like it kind of
Get off of
does,
Twitter.
but it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
Get the hell
of Donald Trump's tweet.
get the hell out of YouTube and Twitter. That's exactly it.
Or dive
Hearing
in,
all this shit
or
all day.
double down on Twitter, because right now Donald Trump's word moves markets. A couple years ago, Elon Musk could tweet Doge and just say Doge and
I know.
and do
but
a
not anymore.
I know,
I'm
not
kinda
anymore. No, it diminished. It was diminishing returns on Elon Musk tweets. Now, maybe more
Sorry, go ahead.
so, but there for a while, Elon Musk could tweet anything about Doge and it would move the market tremendously. God candles.
That's why he got in a lot of trouble for it, didn't he? Yeah.
He didn't get in trouble. No, he's
Or not. He got threatened with a lot of trouble or something. Like I thought he had.
Well, so is Donald Trump right now. Donald Trump's getting threatened with market manipulation, but nothing's going to
It's
come
not
of
market
it.
manipulation though, and it's all
It
FUD.
is. It absolutely is.
It's not.
I mean, you can't charge China with market manipulation. They used to ban crypto every other week.
I mean,
They
it is
do.
like kind
They're
of
all
it's kind of
economy.
inherent to the position that you have that power, right? Like
Not manipulation.
When you're above it, yeah.
How is it manipulation? What is
Because
manipulation?
when you say a word, when you tweet a tweet and it moves the market and then it has to correct, that is manipulation.
Except for like I think at
He
that
never
level, it's
said
actually
it.
like
He never
it's
told
literally
him.
it's just a side effect of like being being a part, like catching that much mind share, right? That's really what it is. That he has enough mind share, and he himself is volatile enough that you're not entirely sure if it's going to go this way or that way, but you have to
But
pay
it
attention,
moves,
right?
It moves the market though, right?
Because it was one of the most
if the media
in
has to pay
history.
attention to it, it's going to.
He's directly
right? Now,
manipulating a currency. Like directly.
No.
I mean,
not really. No,
Absolutely.
the market.
It will correct. I mean, even Donald Trump's tariffs up, tariffs down, tariffs in, tariffs out. It did correct back to a trajectory that market maker said it should be, right? But it did move
because of what he was doing as in his position as president, and what he was doing scared the entire global economic or financial markets, the entire globe.
Isn't the president in some sense already like essentially, if you think about it, the job is kind of being like the economic market maker for the country, isn't it? Like
you're right.
Yes, it's
you are the spokesperson.
Good leader.
Yeah,
the leader.
like it's symbolic.
If you have somebody that people like.
But used to it would have him behind closed doors and slowly. Now it's a snap of the finger. Now it's now it's the
I think it used to be it was like you had the figurehead that was like they were the one talking, but really behind the scenes it was like a bunch of people manipulating the market, and that person was speaking things that they were supposed to speak to kind of keep the public unaware of what the actual
Indirectly.
underpinning.
Now
Yeah,
it's direct.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Agreed. Agreed.
yeah.
But it's still fun to watch, no matter what.
It is absolutely entertaining.
You had to dig in. Now it's like, okay, there's a tweet.
Yeah. You kind of think about it, and it's almost like now looking back at his first 4 years, I'm like, oh, you were kind of like test running exactly like what you say and how that affects this sector over here.
Maybe. And I think his first 4 years, he didn't know what he was doing. And now,
I don't think he wanted to be there, and like really, and then he got there, and
I don't know if he
he
expected to win.
opportunized.
Honestly, his first term, I don't know if he even thought he was going to win.
I don't think he did.
And now he's learned from everything there. And now he's using everything he's learned, hopefully. And hopefully he's got, some
My assumption is his first term he was running to like hey, look over here, while like his taxes or his this, like I'm pretty sure he was just trying to evade certain troubles by like being loud in a space where you kind of have to pay attention to him, and then it was so effective that he ended up president. Like if that's weird, like, or it's kind of weird to say, but like that's kind of how I see it.
I see it the same way. I think he, sometimes the loudest voice in the room wins, but he threatened to run from like mid '90s. I think is the first time he said, "I'm going to run for president."
Yeah,
when he was
he did. When he was a Democrat.
actively campaigning for, the Democrats.
I think he was really running then, and he just completely failed. It's like versus I feel like it was almost the opposite. Like I don't think he was actually running for real in his mind when he got elected the first time.
Well, I mean, you look back at the I don't know if it was the state it was Obama's
Not sure if you muted yourself or what, but I lost you there.
I don't know. Looks like we had some pretty big buys coming in there. Created that vector gap.
What symbol?
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. You guys see that? Some big buys.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin?
Yeah. Some of my Doge orders were selling. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It might be that same cell from. It looks about the same size, right? The cell at 730. Wait, no. What? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chart. Oops. I thought that was arrow. Bitcoin, yes, Bitcoin. I don't have it.
Almost all my orders filled. Getting there.
Way up here?
Yeah, I'm selling stuff up here. I'm selling tons of Doge up this way.
Oh. What's it at now?
Yeah, I started orders at 16,275 up to 16,5.
Hmm. It's an awfully close range to sell from 16 to 16.
No, that's where I was just selling here. I sold quite a bit of Doge there. So I'm just gonna wait for it to pull back down and buy back in it. Nothing crazy. As soon as it gets below 16,275, get back in. What do you think Doge's gonna do?
Go up a lot more than you're selling it for.
Right off the bat, right now?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Is this is like an overnight trade? I'm gonna have orders set for when Bitcoin dips back down here. I'm not like looking to spot all-time lows. I'm just doing a nighttime accumulation to selling stuff almost. Weekend trap area.
I hear you.
I don't know. I just feel like we still got a big old vector gap for Bitcoin. We're gonna push down here, and dominance is gonna rise right back up.
High fructose corn syrup, huh? You leave this shit alone. Cheap ass syrup for the waffle. Still sitting at my desk from this morning. Ew, no. I'm just gonna keep buying more personally. Bring it down. I think we're gonna be sideways between, what did we just come up to? 80 something. Okay, what was it?
Look at 83.8.
Sideways between there and 74 for months.
Sounds like a heck of an accumulation period to me.
Basically, that's what they're doing. Then they'll send it in September, October, and then they'll sell it to retail. No FOMO. By then it'll be too late. Then we'll see the 120K, whatever. You'll be selling your Doge for, I don't know. What did it get up to before?
48.
Oof.
Before that was like 74.
Well, being at 16, I think you're going to get a 3x, 4x. Be lucky to get 5. 3x, easy. 16. Let's say you get down to 15 again.
But really consider
30.
enough more ETH down here instead of holding such a large Doge peg.
Got it. I don't know. He's got to think what's the better risk reward play for you. Maybe it's neither of them.
I'm just usually pretty good at accumulating Doge the way I do stuff, so I don't know. It's the way I do it.
Maybe it's a different coin.
Again, anything I make, I accumulate some more Doge. Whatever is left over, I always chuck it into more stuff.
Doge. I can see Doge at the end of this said and done 45.
You know what I did do though? I just upgraded to like a $2.99 a month for Coinbase, but you have zero trading fees.
$299 a month.
And it has zero trading fees.
Is it worth it?
Well, think about it. I'm moving large volumes. I'm paying hundreds
You were
of
paying it
dollars here
anyway.
and there per day, right?
Yeah.
Just in now, that also brings a lot more of my buys and sells closer together. I could literally buy it and sell it for the same exact price that I bought it for, and it doesn't cost me $100 to do so. You know what I'm trying to say?
You
Or I
could
don't
move.
have to
Now
move. I can move a lot of things
just
a lot
buy it
closer.
and sell it.
They're
Is
gonna
that
lose
market
money on.
sales?
They're gonna lose money on me, bro.
Is that on market sales?
Usually, it's across the board. It's for limits and markets.
Wow. Go ahead, milk them.
That's what I'm
Market
saying.
sell
It's
all
only
the damn
$2.99
time.
a month. I definitely have way more than $2.99 a month per week in trading fees for sure. Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
All you gotta
But it makes me a
do
lot
is
more
keep buying
comfortable.
and selling it.
It makes me a lot more comfortable trading too. I don't have to super sell at the super high points. Like I can buy it exactly where I sold it. It's a weird one. So I'm gonna try it.
I like it. I like it.
I just think it'll truly encourage me to get in and out at the right places at shorter time frames. Like I could sit here and bounce back and forth on a 10-minute chart trading like that. No problem. With huge volumes if I want.
I think it's a good idea. Very nice. Especially if you're active.
I'm saying I'm active doing this. I'm tired because it's like I pay, $29 a month and however much volume goes through, creates your trading your tiers. But now they don't even like have the tiers really anymore. Everybody just pays a flat fee at that 29. It's like doesn't really make sense. So it's like flat fee of that. But you have like super high over $50 million in trading, it doesn't really give you a discount at that. So I'm trying the free
When did
one.
they start? When did they start doing that?
Just like a couple months, like a month and a half ago, when I noticed it, like, wait, why is my trading fee so high? And I went and looked into it. There's no more tiers, and it just says the $2.99 unlimited or $29 for fixed fees.
Unlimited. Yeah, you can't never be unlimited, man.
I also noticed when it switched like that, I had to sell things higher, and I had to move my buys way down further just to come in at an even number. It wasn't just like a little number like I was used to doing. I was like, why is this thing off? Huh? Why can't I buy enough the same amount of coins right there? It's weird. And then I looked into it, and that's what really made me dig deeper and found it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But now I see why you just are selling it constantly. Why not just keep making more?
And it doesn't come out of my account. Since I just sold a bunch of stuff. I just used the cash that was right in my account. Literally, since I sell in US dollars, USD. It just took it right out of that. It didn't come out of an account or anything. It says I could pick between my checking or savings or right there from the cash in there. Bam.
That's nice.
The other one came 29 out of my checking account every month.
Well, it just takes the $2.99 right up out your cash in your account.
Yep.
Beat that. I see now. Never mind. I'll talk to you later. I gotta go lay down.
Peace out. Yeah, I don't even feel that good. My bad's up.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'll hit you later.